What's going on, guys? This is Dwabofet, and I am here with a style of video that I don't normally do. I've done this once before with Black and White, Doubles OU, and I'm going to be doing a similar thing with another tier that I think is very, very underrepresented, and that is Sword and Shield Doubles Ubers. So, Doubles Ubers is a format that allows every single Pokemon available in Pokemon Sword and Shield, and unlike something like GS Cup or Series 8, there are no restrictions on the number of legendaries that you can bring to a match. There are still some other restrictions, like, for example, their species clause, things like that. But nevertheless, you can bring pretty well any Pokemon that you want and use nearly every item, move, and ability in the game, except for a few restrictions, really minor ones, though. It's really cool. To me, I really like these sorts of formats because they're just totally unrestricted, generally speaking. There's like I say, there's a little bit of restriction, but very minor. And so you can use basically like if this is like the peak of what doubles can be. This is like the maximum power level that you can get with it, outside of like some sort of anything ghost format where you can bring multiple Zacian or something. But generally speaking, doubles Ubers allows so many different Pokemon, and it's really cool. For me, I personally really like it. It's not a national dex format. That's something important to keep in mind. So, for example, you cannot bring something like Arceus. I'll just like give it Judgment or something, just to kind of show what's going on here. Or something like Primal Groudon. You can't do either of these. Although both of them would be very good. You cannot bring these because they do not exist in Gen 8. So Doubles Ubers is not a national dex format. However, it does allow older generation Pokemon. So by that I mean you can use Pokemon with moves that did not exist in Sword and Shield themselves. So you can use things from past generations like that. So for example, you can use Ho-Oh with Tailwind. That's a pretty big one. Another example is that you can use something like Incineroar with Knockoff. Knockoff is normally unobtainable in Sword and Shield, but you can use it because you can transfer it over. Or something also like Blastoise with Follow Me. These are all pretty common examples of things that you might see in Double Ubers. So you can see, for example, this will all validate. If you try to validate this in VGC 2021 rather, then it's going to complain. It says you can't use Tailwind, you can't use Knockoff, you can't use Follow Me because those moves don't exist natively in Pokemon Sword and Shield. Now, other differences that Double Supers has relative to VGC, obviously you can bring multiple restricted Pokemon. You can also bring you also bring 6 Pokemon to the match. This is unlike VGC. You can bring 6 Pokemon to the match. So you're bringing all of your Pokemon. You're not picking and choosing at Team Preview. And so rather than mix things up at the Team Preview level, rather in best of 3 situations, in best of 3 games for Doubles Ubers, and for pretty much all Smogon formats, you're not team locked. That is the difference. So you take out the Team Preview picking 4 aspect, but you add the aspect of you can switch up teams between each game. I don't know really whether or not I like that better or not, and whether or not it's a good thing. I have mixed feelings on it. The advantage of doing it this way is so that way you're not locked into a team for all 3 games where you have no variation. Typically speaking, it's much harder to outplay your opponent if you always know what they're going to bring and they always know what you're going to bring. You don't have any chance to change things up with the 4 Pokemon that you bring. But at the same time, there's a minor downside with because of this. Each game is more like a best of 1 than a best of 3, traditionally speaking, in VGC, where you can gather information as you go along throughout the set. Usually that sort of scouting has to be done beforehand. You can't really pick up on an opponent's team during the match unless you just use your other general context clues, like checking the amount of damage they do, or if they're outspeeding things of that nature. So there's some pros and cons to it, but that's the way that Smogon formats typically operate, so that's the way that it's played under. Otherwise, from the Double OU side of things, the thing that's different is that there's no Dynamax clause. You're allowed to Dynamax, and Dynamax is very good. It's definitely not something that you're going to ignore. A player who uses their Dynamax well is likely to come out as the victor in a Double Zoomers game. Dynamax is less impactful than in VGC, I would argue. And in VGC, I think it's like VGC. It's arguable whether or not it's like quote balanced or not. I don't have a strong opinion on that. But minimally in doubles contexts, in the context of Smogon doubles, rather than having it impact 1/4 of your team, it only impacts 1/6 of your team, which is a much smaller impact. Generally speaking, games tend to last longer than in VGC. Not significantly so, because there's a lot of offensive powerhouses in Double Zoomers, but it's not like unreasonable to see something like a 20-turn game in Double Zoomers if both players aren't, just going at it at each other. You can still see those sorts of like 12-turn games, but you definitely won't see like a 4-turn game, that's for sure. So Double Zoomers tends to take a little bit longer, and so therefore the impact of Dynamax is less, because the number of turns you get relative to the number of turns in the entire game is much lower. So your Dynamax is definitely very important, but I'd say probably out of every tier that I've played with Dynamax, it's probably the least impactful. It's definitely very, very good, but it's also definitely, I think, relatively balanced. I'm not really too bothered by Dynamax in this tier, partially also because of Zacian. Zacian really restricts Dynamax. It can't Dynamax itself, but because of Behemoth Blade doing double damage to Dynamax targets, it really limits as to what is viable to Dynamax. And so a Pokemon has to either be really, really good independently, or it has to resist Behemoth Blade, or it has to have some other trait like outspeeding Zacian, which is not very many Pokemon. So Dynamax, because of how good Zacian is, actually is also nerfed in that respect. So Dynamax has definitely quite a few checks, but Dynamax is allowed. Other restrictions on play that are important to note: Endless Battle Clause will never come up. That's not something to worry about. Evasion Moves Clause doesn't matter. There's no Pokemon with Minimize that are Dubers, I don't think. I'll just check real quick, but I'm pretty sure there's none. Yeah, Sandaconda. yeah, it doesn't really matter. I mean, some random ones can run Double Team, but it's kind of like, it's not usually going to be worth it to do that, even if you did have it, because Double Team is slow. It offers very little reward, as opposed to doing something like Confuse Ray. I mean, if you're going to try to hack your opponent, you might as well go for something like that, right? And also, max moves have sure hit accuracy, so that's another way of getting around it. So I don't think evasion would be a big deal even if we did allow it. Oko moves are also banned, and this would be a little bit more relevant. I think you'd run Sheer Cold on Scarf Kyogre, or at least it'd be something in your consideration. 20% chance to KO something is better than something like a 0% chance on certain Pokemon. And you might be in a situation where you're just like, oh, I really need to get this KO, and so you go for Sheer Cold. It's obviously not going to be extremely reliable. 20% is very low. The only other Pokemon that could, I think, even think about running it would be Groudon with Fissure. But even then, I don't think it would be something that you would actually see. Groudon has way too many other moves that it actually wants to run. The advantage of using Sheer Cold is that it's actually a Dynamax move. That's something to keep in mind. So, for example, if you look at Sheer Cold, it has 130 base power, and you look at Ice Beam, it has also 130 base power for max moves. So it's going to still do quite a bit of damage if you decide to max with it. So it's viable even if you max with it. So I think that makes it a little bit harder to justify allowing it. So Okamu's being banned, standard Smogon thing, and nothing terribly unusual there. And then, of course, Species Class. Species Class is the most relevant of these, so you can't run like multiple Zacian-Crowned, things like that. So Double Zoopers, generally speaking, I think it's pretty fun. It's a metagame that I enjoy. I'm hoping that I can use some of the skills I've learned in Double Zoopers to transfer over to the Series 8 metagame that VGC is currently having. I'm hoping to use some of the information that I've learned here and hopefully that will transfer over a little bit better. Although Double Zubers tends to be, it has some differences. I think one of the biggest ones is because it allows multiple legendaries, you can just stack legendaries on top of legendaries. For example, in this old sample team that I have, you can see I'm running Calyrex, Zacian, Yveltal, Kyogre, and then 2 support Pokemon, Regieleki and Amoonguss. But this Regieleki is actually pretty offensive. This Regieleki has Magnet with Thunder. So it's like 1 support Pokemon. And you can kind of see in some of these other teams as well, they don't have like 1 support Pokemon. That's pretty standard in Double Zubers. Whereas in something like Series 8 in particular, I think probably would have, ideally you'd want to have your restricted, and you'd want to have support for your restricted, and then you'd want to have an alternative mode of some sort, and like an alternative Dynamax. I mean, if you're running Zacian, you obviously have to have your Dynamax. But and something like GS Cup as well, I think you'd see for example, something like Incineroar on every single team, or on most every single team. Whereas that's not necessary in something like Double Zubers, because you don't have to run Incineroar if you want a Dark type. You also have Yveltal. Now, Incineroar has different properties from Yveltal, but for example, you wouldn't run Incineroar just because you wanted a Dark type to resist Calyrex, because Yveltal does that job better. It's way better versus Calyrex than Incineroar is. Being able to just run a big Pokemon means you also have to kind of justify, like, okay, why would I run Amoonguss when I could just run another big legend? And so thinking about those sorts of things and those trade-offs, I think is interesting because it devalues support Pokemon in some respects, but it also increases their value, because understanding when to put a support Pokemon on your team is, I think, very valuable over putting a big legend. And that's something that I think a lot of players don't really think about. They kind of just be like, big Duber, we're going to put big Pokemon on there, and it's going to be big. But yeah, I think I am qualified to talk about Double Zubers. I've played Double Zubers even before DLC 1 came out. And in pre-DLC 1, the metagame was basically Zacian-Dusk-Mane everywhere. And Dusk-Mane wasn't even legal until like partial of the way through DLC 1. But nobody played Double Zubers before then, because it was like Zacian, Eternatus. There weren't any other legends. But once we had the first, once Pokemon Home came out and they allowed all those extra legends through, then Dubers actually became something that was actually playable and not just DOU with Zacian. And back then, Pokemon like Dusk-Mane were really popular. But now, since we've had Crown Tundra, we had a lot more legendary Pokemon released, and that mixes things up quite a bit. But anyway, back to why I think I'm qualified to talk about this metagame because of 2 reasons. One, I have 2 accounts in the top 10 of the current Double Zubers ladder. Now, I don't think this is especially impressive. You see my facetious alt, I am 1 in Dubers, because I knew I could ladder to 1 in this ladder. This ladder is comparably weak to other competitive ladders. For example, you can see here that there's only 2 players in the 1700 rank, and in VGC 2021, once that loads up, you can see that even if I scroll down here, that you have to be 1700 to even get in the top 500. So something like this is far more competitive because there's the sheer number of players playing the tier. And then also Double Zubers, generally speaking, like if you're not playing against one of these top players, you're going to be placing against some sort of mid-ladder players. And you can see here, like, there's like 1500s, like, that are, like, there's just so many people who have just decayed down and people haven't passed them. And so you're often going to be playing against players who have pretty weak teams overall. Like, for example, you'll play against players who are trying to use GS Cup teams or Series 8 teams, and they are just... they're just bad. I mean, not only are they kind of like bad in the sense that they're bad teams relative to the Dubers metagame, but they're also bad in that they're trying to run these teams in the Dubers metagame. So not only are the teams bad, but it's a bad, like they're generally going to be bad players for trying to run these sorts of teams in a metagame that just allows all of these threats. It's like trying to play with RU Pokemon and OU. It's just not going to work out very well for you. The power level is just different. And so the ladder, I'd say, is comparably easy. There are some good players on here. I mean, I think I'm pretty okay. And I've got 2 accounts in top 10. And there are some other players I know that are pretty good. Like, for example, I know who this person's alt is. They did really well in the doubles Ubers tour or things of that nature. So there's definitely some skill on the doubles Uber sliders. I've definitely lost to people who have been like, dang, they played really, really well, and I have no idea who they are. It's not like a completely worthless thing. However, there is also a best of 3 tournament, a doubles Uber tournament called Bermaktige. I called it that. This was a tournament I hosted. It was a money tournament, so it had quite a few signups. It had 128 signups, and I ended up winning my own tournament, so that was kind of awkward, but also it felt pretty good. I played against some players who were, putting forth their best effort because they wanted to win some money. So it's not as if they were taking things lightly, or at least I hope so. So we had some serious competition, and it was enjoyable for me. This was, like I say, it was a 128-man tournament. There's a lot of, I think at the round 1, there was a bunch of DQs for players not scheduling properly, but otherwise it was pretty good. I'd say pretty competitive. There were a lot of good sets in this tour, a lot of good players playing. Like, for example, you had Nails playing, if you're familiar with him. A lot of doubles OU staple players as well, like Umbry, like Frania. SMB played. I don't think Ezreal joined. I'd have to look at the full player list, but there were a lot of high-profile doubles players that signed up for this, and that ended up doing pretty well as well. So these general skills do transfer over in the metagames. But anyway, I'm not saying that to hype myself up or anything. What I want to say is that I have an educated opinion on doubles Ubers. With that background out of the way, I'd like to go through a sort of tier list ranking the various Pokemon available in tiers in 1, 2, 3, or 4. Now, this is something that Smogon loves to do. We love to rank our Pokemon in tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, things like that. And I used to not really be a big fan of this, coming from the VGC side, because we never do this in VGC. Like, we never, ever do this sort of ranking, because we're like, well, how can you compare a Pokemon like Incineroar to Ho-Oh? Like, Incineroar doesn't do as much damage as Ho-Oh, so they're incomparable. You can't compare the two. But I think there is a sense of which a Pokemon is useful and impactful more than just the damage that it does, or more than just how the metagame warps around it. I think that's actually the key point. How the metagame responds to it. Like how good is this Pokemon relative to the metagame? Like how likely would I be to put it on my team? That's kind of how I think of tier lists. It's sort of like, how likely would I be to actually use this Pokemon? And so that's why I find these very helpful. When I'm, for example, looking at another tier, like, for example, if I'm looking at some random tier, like RU or something like that, I have no idea what Pokemon are good in that tier, but I can quickly look at a tier list and say, okay, all right, these are the relative threats that I'm thinking about, at least when I'm looking at the game. And that is helpful for analyzing what Pokemon, like I say, are just relatively good. It allows you to more quickly just look at a set of Pokemon and be like, okay, these are the Pokemon I want to include in my team. These are the Pokemon that I need to account for in my team building. So we are going to do that, and I think it is not at all unreasonable to start off with Zacian-Crowned into Tier 1. I'm going to not order my tiers. So, for example, Pokemon within tiers are not going to be ordered. I'm not going to, alphabetically order them or something like that. I do know what the 3 best Pokemon in the tier are, but beyond that, I don't really have a way of, I think, viably quantifying the difference in power level between a lot of these different Pokemon. I'd say, for example, but yeah, definitely though, Zacian is going to be number 1. Zacian has a number of incredible properties that make it just such a strong independent Pokemon. So, for example, if I go ahead and pull up Zacian-Crowned, it has a lot of... It just has such good things. Let's just start off by talking about its stats. I think that's going to be something that would be really important. So, it has 170 base attack, which is crazy good. There's very few Pokemon that have higher attack than that. DS attack, I'll just put higher than 165, something like that. You can see there's exactly 3 Pokemon in Sword and Shield that have higher than 165 attack, which is Kartana and Kyurem Black. And both of them suck in dupers. I'll just give you a preview of that. Zacian's Behemoth Blade is stupid strong, because also the ability Intrepid Sword gives it a +1 attack boost on switch in. And so you have a 170 base attack with an insta +1, and that just makes Zacian so powerful right off the gate. You can compare it to Mega Rayquaza level of power. So if I go ahead and I just toss in, like, say this. So if I do this and I give it, like, Jolly. Double Zoos is played at level 100, if you're coming from VGC side. So let's just load up, like, I don't know. Let's just look at, like, Groudon. Just a regular old Groudon. You can see here, Dragon Ascent does 71 to 84. Jolly Life Orb. If I load up Zacian. There's a standard set. 65 to 77. And if you run Adamant, which you valuably can in this tier, you can see it does roughly around the same amount of damage. And so that's without Life Orb. Now, you don't get an item, to be fair. I mean, I guess your item giving you Behemoth Blade is pretty good. But yeah, this Pokemon is stupid strong. Not only that, but it has insane coverage along with it. So it gets such coverage moves as Close Combat. So Close Combat is really good. You might want to switch your Incineroar in on a Zacian to lower its attack, right? Yeah, except Close Combat, it demolishes. It does so much damage to Incineroar. Incineroar cannot survive the attack if it does not have Intimidate active. So if I load up Incineroar, and, like, let's say I give you max with Impish. You can see here, like, it nearly, it's going to nearly one-shot, and if you're Adamant, it will just guaranteed one-shot, which is really, that's a lot of damage. And so, like, you definitely cannot switch it on the combination of Behemoth Blade in Close Combat. Or, well, you can. I shouldn't say that, because you'll have Intimidate in that situation. But, like, you can even see here, if I just go to, if I do -1 here, you can see that this does, like, that is nearly a kill on max Incineroar. 23 plus 74 is going to be just under 100%. And so if you were, like, something like this, you just die. You can't survive this. And so the relative power that you get from Zacian is, again, so incredible. It also gets, so Close Combat also is useful at hitting Steel types. So Behemoth Blade is resisted by Steel types, but then you can use Close Combat to hit those Steel types. That would be Pokemon like potentially Melmetal. We also have something like Wild Charge. So a Behemoth Blade is resisted by a Pokemon like Kyogre, but you can just use Wild Charge and Oko Kyogre. Let's go ahead and load up Kyogre just so you can see that. You can see here Wild Charge. That is not with a +1. And I can see here with a +1, it just demolishes Kyogre. Even if you have max HP, it demolishes Kyogre. I hope you're starting to see the trend here of just the stupid things that Zacian can do. And so you can viably do all these and then run Protect, and then you have, like, just near perfect coverage. The one thing that Behemoth Blade does not hit is Fire types. You can't hit Fire types with Behemoth Blade. But the most common Fire types in the tier are Incineroar, which Close Combat hits, and Ho-Oh, which Wild Charge hits. So there ends up not being a great resist for any of those. There's also Electric, which resists that. So you could run, I don't even know what, I mean, like, Behemoth Blade still kills Regieleki, which is hilarious. We can see that too. That would be pretty funny to look up. So I have a Regieleki. If it doesn't have any bulk on it, Behemoth Blade can still KO it. Now that's not very reliable, of course, but you can run Close Combat if you want to just kill it. You can just do that. And besides that, I mean, doing 80% to Regieleki is still pretty freaking good. But you can also run another stab move if you want. You can run Play Rough. Now, Play Rough is a little bit less common, I'd say, on Zacian. Well, I wouldn't even say necessarily less common, but more niche in its coverage that it does. So Play Rough kind of is a mid-ground against a lot of these different Pokemon. So, for example, while you could use Wild Charge for Kyogre and Close Combat for Incineroar, you can also use Play Rough and hit both of them. And so Play Rough kind of is like mid-ground where it can do both of those things. It's also very good versus bulky Yveltal. So if you load up Yveltal, now Yveltal normally will normally survive the Behemoth Blade, but with Play Rough, you are able to just eviscerate it. And so that's pretty nice. Yveltal also typically runs, if they're not going to be offensive, they're going to Dynamax, and then you'd want to Behemoth Blade them anyway. But if they're defensive and they have like max HP or something like that, then Play Rough still destroys them. So that's something to keep in mind. Play Rough is definitely seen on Zacian. You can also sometimes, you'll sometimes see Play Rough with Xerneas. And that powers it up as well, thanks to Fairy Aura. Although that's not incredibly common, you do sometimes see that because it's a nice passive boost, and that pushes Play Rough past Behemoth Blade. Other thing to mention about Behemoth Blade, if we haven't already, is that damage doubles if the target is Dynamaxed. So yeah, that's pretty good. So like for example, if you look at versus Yveltal, if they Dynamax, suddenly Behemoth Blade becomes stronger than Play Rough, which is hilarious, by the way. And it also means that Pokemon like, for example, Xerneas, have a lot of trouble dealing with Zacian, because Behemoth Blade is just going to kill you. Like, if you put it to -1, and you run a bunch of EVs, yeah, you can survive it. You can do that, but you won't be able to kill back. That's a really important feature. Zacian is one of the reasons why Xerneas isn't as good in this metagame in particular. So you can see here, like, for example, if I do +2, Xerneas' Moonblast, that's doing a little bit more than I would have expected it to do. Never mind, you're already at +2. Yeah. So this is already at +2. And you're doing under 2/3 to Zacian, because Zacian also has really good bulk. It has 92, 115, 115, which is pretty freaking good. Even if you Dynamax, you can't kill Zacian. Even if you run Thunderbolt, that's not, or Thunder, you'd have to run Thunder. Thunder isn't enough. You still don't kill with Max Lightning. Even if you run Focus Blast isn't enough, and it gets weaker when you Dynamax, and Focus Blast is a terrible move anyway. So you can't use Xerneas to actually kill Zacian, and Zacian can always one-shot you back. So those sorts of things are just small examples of why Zacian is so good. Another thing that makes it really, really good is it has insane speed. So it has 148 base speed. And this is just enough in a level 100 setting to be truly, truly good. So if you look, for example, at Adamant Zacian, and you compare it to something like, say, an Eternatus. Not Eternatus, but Xerneas, or Eternatus. So let's say I run max speed Timid. What do you think that is, boys and girls? That is 394, and Zacian is 395, which means you can viably run Adamant, and you'll outspeed Eternatus. Now, you can't do this at level 50. At level 50, you speed tie. I think it might still be worth at level 50, but it's not something that you would concern yourself with, I don't think. So so being able to naturally do this gives you like such freedom. If you look at a speed tier list, like what I've got here, you can see that Adamant Zacian clocks in at 395, and then you have Neutral Marshadow, you have Scarf Dracovish, which nobody uses, you have Modest Scarf Kyogre, which nobody uses, and I'll tell you why in a second. You don't need to sync with the latest version, it's okay. And then you have Zacian itself. And so these Pokemon that you see in between, you'd be like, maybe you want to use Jolly to outspeed those. But those don't actually matter, and I'll tell you why. So Zacian still commonly runs Jolly for the speed tie. Because, for example, if you look at Zacian versus Zacian, they do quite a bit of damage to one another. Adamant has a role to kill. It probably won't, but it could. But you don't run Adamant for that reason. You run Adamant just because it's generally stronger, and you're like, oh, I just outspeed all your Pokemon anyway. So that's okay. But people sometimes use Jolly just because of the speed tie. If you weaken Zacian with another attack, then outspeeding it with Behemoth Blade is pretty important. So a lot of people still opt to run Jolly just for the speed tie. And I think that's something that you have to consider. And so that means Kyogre also has to consider it. So for example, if you take something like Kyogre and you run... actually, we don't even have to see this. We've already saw on the speed tiers that a modest Scarf Kyogre cannot outspeed a Jolly Zacian. So there just isn't enough speed for it. So that means that Kyogre has to run Timid to outspeed it. And now what happens when Kyogre runs Timid to outspeed it? Let's see what happens. So I load up Water Spout. And let me give it Rain. Let's go ahead and give it max special attack. Zacian survives with no investment. It survives with no investment Water Spout. And so this is critical for a number of reasons. For one reason, it means that Scarf Kyogre only beats Zacian if it already, if its Zacian is already chipped. You can also do a trade. For example, if you do Wild Charge, you'd KO the Kyogre, but obviously it would KO in return. But there are a number of ways that you can get around to make this water spout even weaker. Like, for example, if you switched in your Groudon, if you had a Zacian and a Groudon on the same team, your Groudon might take a lot of damage, but look how little Zacian takes. It takes no damage at all, and then you can just knock it out and be at above half health still, or around half health, I should say. So Kyogre, in order to outspeed it, is obligated to run a Timid Nature. And you have to do that if you're going to run Scarf Kyogre. And so the tier sort of warps around this sort of Zacian speed. And it means, for example, if you wanted to have a base 90 outspeed Groudon, or outspeed Zacian at +1, you'd have to run Jolly. So if you had like Eternatus and not Eternatus, it's right up here, but if you had like a Groudon, and say you wanted your Groudon to outspeed Zacian at +1 from like say an ally of Yveltal's Max Airstream, something like that, so you can outspeed it and use Precipice Blades on Zacian, then you have to run Jolly. And these sorts of things occur all the time, and so you have to end up determining in some cases, do you want the plus speed nature in order to make this happen, or do you want to still run Adamant so you can actually do the damage that you want against a variety of other targets? And so Zacian speed warps a ton of stuff. And now you can run, and so like I say, Adamant versus Jolly is, I'd say comes in actually just preference. You can honestly decide which one you want to run, and it's really team independent. I don't think it matters too much unless you have like a team that is super Zacian weak. But that is also like dangerously hard to do. Like if you're a competitive double Zubers player, you need to have Zacian checks on your team. You need to have multiple Zacian checks on your team, or you will just get outsped and KO'd by it. It also, like I say, I think one of the biggest things that it does that is super relevant for it is that it forces certain Dynamax Pokemon. Like in order to Dynamax in this tier, you have to not just be one shot by Zacian. So for example, something like Kyurem White, which I think would be a fairly good Dynamax. I mean, you've got 170 base special attack, kind of like Zacian's 170 attack. And so you can go for things like Max Ice, Max Dragon. It gets Fusion Flares. You can go for Max Flare. You get a lot of cool moves, except Zacian can always just come in and Oko you. And so those sorts of things have to really be considered. In order to Dynamax a Pokemon weak to Zacian, you have to have a very, very good reason to do it. And so, typically speaking, most of the best Dynamax Pokemon resist Behemoth Blade, and you just have to do it that way, or else you will just have your Pokemon die instantly to Zacian. And that's something that you can't afford to have happen. And so Zacian is all around just like, it's just such an independently good Mon that it's really hard to not put Zacian on one of your teams. Zacian was banned from single Zubers because in a singles context, it's even harder to deal with. At least in doubles, you can do things like Fake Out on it. You can do things like Follow Me away its attacks, although obviously your Follow Me user is going to take a lot of damage. You can do things like Speed Control with Tailwind or Trick Room much more reliably. In singles, you can't do any of those things very reliably, and so Zacian was banned. Like, I think it was like super banned, like 80% banned from Ubers, and it's hard to ban a Pokemon from Ubers. So Zacian is incredibly strong. It also has a number of other viable options in addition to these. Like, you're going to typically see Behemoth Blade, Play Rough, Close Combat, Wild Charge. And then, like I say, you see Play Rough, Wild Charge, and Close Combat with about equal frequency. Maybe Close Combat is the least common move of those, because Close Combat only really hits Incineroar. Most of the other Steel types, you can hit with something else. So those are the most common moves you see, but you also have a number of other options that if you really want to run them. Substitute is a great example, because Zacian is so fast. It can outspeed and threaten Pokemon with a KO, and so that gives you the opportunity to use Substitute. Now, I think it's a little bit better in VGC than it is in the context of Double Zubers, because although Zacian can KO any Pokemon that it wants usually, an important restriction on it is that it can only KO one Pokemon at a time. It only has good single target moves. I don't think it actually has any spread moves, except maybe like just scrolling through here, in at least the viable section, it only has like, Hyper Voice. I think that's it. So it doesn't get any spread moves, so that's important to keep in mind. It can only target one Pokemon at a time, so that is one of its weaknesses. But Substitute can still be good for capitalizing on that sort of offensive pressure. You can also run something like Swords Dance, although Swords Dance really isn't seen. You don't really get that much more out of it. Zacian's issue is not dealing damage, so it's not as if you need Swords Dance to buff it further. You'll be just fine. If you get Intimidated, you can just switch back out and back in, and then you can get that back. But it has a number of other offensive moves as well that you can viably consider. Psychic Fangs is something you could theoretically use to break screens if your team is like so screen weak. I don't think I'd ever use it, but I've seen people use it. Solar Blade is another option that you could potentially consider. Solar Blade, it has the advantage of one-shotting Groudon, where you cannot do that with any other attack. So if you look at all of these options, you can see here that your strongest option, Behemoth Blade, does about 77. And you would be able to knock out a Groudon, especially with Adamant. You'd be able to just one-shot Groudon. So that gives you an advantage there if you wanted to consider that. But it requires Sun being up, so it's kind of like a little bit unreliable there. Although Groudon is one of the better answers to Zacian because it can actually take a hit. So if you make it not take a hit, then it can be pretty good at response. But like I say, it's a little bit more niche. A couple other options you have. You have Quick Attack for priority. This is the only priority moves it gets. You don't really need this because, like I say, your aura is so fast. But I have seen some people run Quick Attack, so it's probably something to keep in mind. You can also run Assurance or Crunch. Both of them are your Dark-type move of choice. Not for Calyrex. You don't need it for Calyrex. For example, if you load up this versus Calyrex, you can see that your Behemoth Blade already one-shots Calyrex, so you don't need Crunch for that purpose. But it can be useful for Necrozma-Dusk-Mane, which is about the only steel type that can actually take a hit pretty well from Zacian. All the other steel type, there's like other steel types, but not as good. Crunch, it's really niche though. You'd have to be like again really weak to Dusk-Mane, and you'd have to like really want to run that. You could do something like maybe in combination with a Scarf Pokemon plus Assurance, and you can also run Yveltal alongside of things, so you can use Assurance with that. But like I say, it's pretty average. Some people also run Fire Fang. Fire Fang is actually pretty bad. It does have one niche. So if you look at Zacian versus Zacian, you can see that Behemoth Blade is stronger than Fire Fang. Like just straight up. But in the Sun, it is a little bit better versus Zacian. So if you have Sun, then you could use Fire Fang and one-shot the other Zacian. But again, kind of niche. You don't really want to try to like the Zacian Mirror is usually not something you want to engage in if you don't have to. And so, like if you lose the speed tie, you still lose 80% of your health. So it's not a huge advantage, and Fire Fang is generally not a great move otherwise. I also think that there's probably some bulky set that you can take advantage of with Zacian. Almost everybody runs Jolly 252, or Adamant 252. I think you can run some bulk on this. I don't know exactly how much. I've never really looked into it because Zacian is kind of like one of those Pokemon where you can just run max attack on stuff and it's fine. But I could definitely see a situation where you could like cut back attack, add bulk somewhere, and then you could like survive some stuff. It's like, for example, Groudon's Precipice Blades is barely a KO on Zacian. So if you look at Adamant Precipice Blades, you can see that it's barely a KO on Zacian. So if you wanted to on Zacian, you could not run 4 defense, and you could invest some EVs, and you'd be able to survive this. But I don't know if it'd be worth it or not. Most players deem it not worth it, and so they typically don't run it. But I also know that if I had a Zacian survive one of my ground Precipice Blades, I would be in big trouble. So you definitely, like, the bulky option, I think, is there, but no one's really experimented too much with it. Some of the cons of Zacian, one of the biggest ones is that it can't Dynamax. So despite being the best Pokemon in Interior, where you can Dynamax, it is not good to or you can't Dynamax it at all. So it means it never will have the doubled HP buff. It also means that it's always going to be weak to Fake Out. Or not weak to Fake Out, but it's always going to be limited by Fake Out. It's always a free Fake Out target. Now, they always pretty well run Protect, but you don't have to worry about them just being randomly immune to your flinches and stuff like that, and they can't randomly gain a bunch of bulk. It also has no fire type coverage. Like I say, with respect to Ho-Oh and Incineroar, you could have Wild Charge and Close Combat for them respectively, but you can't have anything really for them both. The only ground move it gets that would be able to hit, like, for example, a Steel and Fire type is a Dig, which is not viable because you can't Dynamax with it. Yep, Dig, that is the only ground type move you can get with it. And then also, I think it really does, like, all those other options I just listed are options that you can do, but I don't think they're as viable as just running 3 attacks. I think almost every Zacian runs 3 attacks, and I think it'd be hard to justify not doing it, because the range of coverage that you get, like, for example, you can run Behemoth Blade Wild Charge sub, and that's, like, fine. Like, you might not be able to hit Incineroar, but it's okay. It's not the biggest of deals. You can probably have multiple other Pokemon that can deal with Incineroar. But it's also kind of like, I don't know, like if you have, for example, something versus, like you have it versus Dusk-Mane, that's another example. I'm trying to keep things as specific as I can to just Zacian right now, since we haven't introduced any other Pokemon. But Close Combat definitely is admittedly one of its weaker coverage options, but I haven't really seen too much use for sub. Partially also because of how common Calyrex is, but we'll talk about that in a bit. Another thing that's bad with Zacian is that it can't run another item, so you always know it has Rusted Sword. And finally, I think one of the interesting things is because it's so good at what it does, it's fairly predictable. It's not as if you have multiple options with your Zacian. You can't run, like, Special Zacian. It's not like it's one of those Pokemon. And usually your mix-up is basically which two of the 3 coverage moves do you have. And that's really about all you get in terms of variety with Zacian. Zacian is so independently good that it often doesn't matter, but still I'd say Zacian is fairly predictable in what it can do. Like, when you see a Zacian at preview, you always know what it's going to do every single time. You always know what its set is. The variance is with Jolly or Adamant, and which coverage move you run. That's about all. So, Zacian is fairly predictable in that respect, and I disconnected, but that's okay. But yeah, I'd say it's still, like, that's about its only weakness, and so I think it's very clearly a tier 1 Pokemon. It just shines above nearly every other threat that it has, and so many Pokemon's viability is determined by Zacian. So Zacian is by far the best Pokemon on the tier. It's not undefeatable. I definitely wouldn't call it, like, I used to think it was an auto pick on teams. Like, I used to think that you would always use Zacian on your teams, but now I've stepped back a little bit from that. I don't think it's necessary to have Zacian on every single team, but I think you have to have a very good reason not to. That's a good way to word it. The next Pokemon that I want to bring up, something is wrong apparently. Well, I don't know about that, but we've got Calyrex-Shadow up next, as I think definitely the second best Pokemon in the tier. So what are these ads, bro? Anyway, we're disregarding whatever that was. Calyrex-Shadow is definitely what I'd say the next best Pokemon in the tier. So it is the next best Pokemon in the tier for a couple reasons. Number one, it has 165 base special attack. That is really high. So it has a lot of damage that it can do with its attacks. It also notably has something down here, 150 base speed. That is faster than Zacian. And it naturally will do this. And so this is also, it's one of the reasons why Calyrex almost always runs Timid on its set. But Calyrex being able to outspeed Zacian is one of its biggest boons that it has going for it. But Calyrex has much more than just that. Its stab move of choice is Astral Barrage. So this is just a pure spread move with 120 base power. It's like using Shadow Ball on both targets. You can think of it like that. Ghost is very spammable in this tier. There are only a couple dark types that I would consider viable. Just scrolling through this old viability rankings list, you see we have Yveltal and Incineroar. I think that's the only dark type. That's the only dark type. I think there are no normal types on here. Ditto doesn't count, although Ditto is good versus Calyrex. Porygon 2, but I actually don't think Porygon 2 should be ranked. So there are no normal types and only a couple of dark types. Now, to be fair, the 2 dark types are pretty good versus Calyrex and Yveltal especially, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. Astral Barrage, therefore, is able to hit a wide variety of targets for a lot of damage. And unlike Zacian, one of its traits is that it can Dynamax. So Calyrex being able to Dynamax makes it stupid strong. So for example, if we look at Calyrex versus Zacian, just go ahead and load this up. So let's say I don't know why I gave it max attack, but let's go ahead and say we're timid. You almost always run timid on Calyrex to outspeed Zacian and also for the speed tie, because unlike Zacian versus Zacian, the Calyrex speed tie matters way more. And so, for example, you can see that Astral Barrage is already at 2 a KO without any boosting item. And if you run something like Life Orb and you max it, you KO Zacian. And so that is a big deal. Now, this is something I think should be not overstated too much. Like, for example, you also have something like Mudshot. You can add Mudshot on there, and you can KO it reliably. But this isn't actually the way that Calyrex usually plays in Double Zoobers. You usually don't actually max your Calyrex for a couple of reasons. One, because Astral Barrage is a really good spread move. It's good to Dynamax it for the extra damage, but Astral Barrage as a spread move does so much damage to both targets that it's hard to give that up. Being able to just go for Astral Barrage usually is better than going for Max Phantasm, especially since Max Phantasm doesn't really support Calyrex itself that well. Now, for example, you can do something like Calyrex plus Zacian, and you can go for Max Phantasm and then Behemoth Blade, and that's really freaking good. But that's kind of an idealist situation. That doesn't always happen. And Calyrex also is kind of bereft of coverage moves as far as a Dynamaxer would go. So it does get a few options. It gets Mudshot. Mudshot is really great for Incineroar because of As-1's ability as a combination of Unnerve and Grimnay. Grimnay is when you KO a Pokemon, you get a special attack boost for it, so it's really strong. So you can't just one-shot Incineroar. But if you do this, if you do Astral Barrage, Mudshot, and then say you have another move in Protect, then you can't hit Yveltal at all. And now you might say, well, I'll just run a Fairy-type move to do that. Except let's look at our Fairy-type options. Draining Kiss. That is your option. A 50 base power move. And people will run it. Despite how weak it is, you will see people run it. So for example, I'll load up an Yveltal. And let's look at Draining Kiss. And you can see here that even versus Yveltal with no bulk at all, Draining Kiss doesn't even 2 KO it. And Yveltal will easily be able to KO you back with any dark type attack. So Draining Kiss is not great versus Yveltal either. So what that means is that usually Calyrex doesn't play the role of Dynamaxing. It doesn't usually do that itself. What it instead typically does is it usually runs Focus Sash. You can run Life Orb as well still, but I'd say not Focus Band. Which could, in theory, be better, but Focus Sash is much more reliable. So what you typically do is you do Astral Barrage, and then you do then you do 2 support moves, and then you do Protect. So Calyrex, although it is really bad in terms of coverage options, although I should mention against Yveltal, Max Hyper Beam would be your strongest option if you really were going to go for that. But again, it still doesn't change anything, relatively speaking. But it gets a number of good support moves that allow it to get around a lot of stuff. So for example, it gets Imprisoned in Trick Room. And I'd say that Calyrex is by far the best user that I've ever seen of Imprisoned Trick Room. Because you have Astral Barrage to threaten the Trick Room setters offensively, and so they have to respect that. But then you also have the option of just going for Imprisoned Trick Room. And Imprison is really good because you also saw Protect. So it's a really viable combination to use Imprison Protect. And then also, if you happen to get this off before an opposing Calyrex comes out, they usually can't touch you. They won't be able to do anything against you. Like your other options are like Expanding Force, like some other Calyrex use Expanding Force, but Expanding Force is really mediocre as well. You might think that, like, for example, Calyrex and Indeedee would be a good pairing, right? So you pair it with Indeedee, and then Indeedee can use things like Helping Hand, and you can do things like Expanding Force. And Expanding Force in terrain is stronger than Astral Barrage. The problem is that you don't hit anything different. So, for example, if I use Astral Barrage, that's resisted by Incineroar and Yveltal. Expanding Force does nothing to either of those two Pokemon. So it doesn't increase the amount of coverage that you do. And so you do slightly more damage to things that you already do a lot of damage to. Like, for example, if you load up Calyrex versus, say, Kyogre. So you see that Astral Barrage with Life Orb is a 2-hit KO on Kyogre. And if you had Expanding Force and if you had Psychic Terrain, then you can see that Expanding Force does do more damage than Astral Barrage. It's significantly more damage, but it's also not impactful. I don't consider this to be something that is like super impactful in the context of what it's actually supposed to do. Now, this is a single target Expanding Force, so that's why it's comparable to Astral Barrage here. But Astral Barrage is still stronger. So it ends up not being as potent as you would expect it to be. So Expanding Force doesn't really offer much, and so like I say, the support set is usually something that's a lot more common. Imprison Trick Room is pretty popular, like I say, but it also gets, like I say, a number of other ones. So it gets Encore and Disable. So you can play it like Mega Gengar, in being able to like stop people from doing stuff. Like, it's very common for a Pokemon to protect, or to do something that an Encore can punish, and you can just stop people and be like, yep, I got Encore. Nope, you can't do that. Disable is also pretty nice. For example, if you're playing against some Pokemon that it relies on one particular attack, like for example, suppose you have your opponent sends out a Zacian, and then you send out your Calyrex, you can disable the Behemoth Blade, and then maybe set up with something that is weak to Behemoth Blade. So that's one potential option. Obviously, Encore and Disable are a bit weaker versus Pokemon that can Dynamax. It also has the option of running Nasty Plot, which is especially good with Focus Sash, I think, because then you have a little bit more safety in doing so. And Nasty Plot just makes it so strong so fast. Nasty Plot is really good, especially if you get Boost as well with As-1. Calyrex is very easy to snowball with. Focus Sash makes it less snowball-y at the cost of, I think, a little bit more consistency. So Life Orb is pretty good on Calyrex. It does a lot more damage, but I think Focus Sash is a little bit more consistent. Life Orb, one advantage of Life Orb is I think you can more viably run Substitute. So one common way to beat Calyrex is with Sucker Punch, because it has comparably low defenses. Like 180 isn't that bad. 100 is pretty good on the special side. But 180 is like, just like not that great. And Yveltal, I will easily be able to KO Calyrex Sucker Punch like 100 times over. So you can use Substitute, and that's a really great way of stopping it. And it's kind of the same way of like punishing somebody who's going for Protect. You can use Substitute and block that. Now, Snarl goes through Substitute, so it's not a sure-fire way of stopping attacks, but Substitute is pretty cool. You can also do something like Sub-Disable, so you can like stop an attack, and then you can disable the attack, and then get another sub up, potentially. So Substitute is really cool, and usually with Substitute, you do run a coverage move, so you will run Draining Kiss. As bad as that option is, you will run it, just because there's like you can run Hyper Beam, but it's really meh, and if you Dynamax Pokemon with a Substitute, you lose your Substitute. Another option that you can run on offensive Calyrex, you don't actually have to run Life Orb for this, but you can run Leaf Storm. It gets Leaf Storm because its base Calyrex is like one with the land or something. I don't actually remember the lore behind it, but Leaf Storm is useful for a number of calcs. So you can run Leaf Storm. And if you compare that to something like Kyogre, we can already see here that one-shots Kyogre, whereas Astral Barrage is only a 2-hit KO. And it's a similar effect on Groudon. Groudon is like this. Set easily kills it. You don't even need Life Orb to kill it. Pretty reliably. If it's like a 4 HP Groudon, you still definitely kill it. Compared to an Astral Barrage 2-hit KO. So Leaf Storm is a like non-trivial option. I've thought about it quite a lot more in theory than I've actually played with it. You'd have to have a team that's really like Groudon weak to consider it, I think, as opposed to one of the support moves that it gets. It also gets a couple of other more niche support moves. So you have Will-O-Wisp. Will-O-Wisp is nice for burning some Pokemon. You usually want to Astral Barrage the Zacian. You don't want to burn it. But Substitute can be nice for something like Groudon. It has some niche uses. It's definitely not as commonplace. It also learns Pollen Puff, which is better Heal Pulse. And it can be used as an actual offensive attack. Pollen Puff also has the benefit of being able to hit Indeedee. That is one normal type that actually is viable. I skipped over Indeedee, I'm sorry. But Indeedee is a viable normal type. And Pollen Puff is able to hit it. So that is one advantage of using Pollen Puff. Otherwise, it doesn't really have much else. I'd say the best way to play Calyrex is more like a revenge killer. You don't usually want to try like sweep with your Calyrex. It's more like I send my Calyrex once I've chipped your Pokemon, and then it's like, oh shoot, I have to switch in order for Astral Barrage not to KO my Pokemon. But if I switch, then Astral Barrage will KO my Pokemon next turn. But if my Pokemon get KO'd, then Grimnay activates, and Calyrex gets a boost. So it's a very punishing Pokemon, and thanks to its natural speed, it's very powerful there. It also has a couple of other options that are a little bit more niche. You can run Choice Scarf Calyrex. Now this is a set. So the reason you run Choice Scarf Calyrex is because then you can outspeed Choice Scarf Kyogre, and you'd outspeed other Calyrex with certainty, and you also outspeed a lot of stuff in Tailwind because of just how much speed you have. With that you can afford to run Modest, and then you get a lot of speed. The problem with doing it is that then you're choice locked into Astral Barrage, which is not super great. Choice Specs I don't think is good at all. Choice Scarf has a little bit more variability because it's kind of the surprise factor. You can definitely get away with, for example, your opponent might Tailwind with one of their slower Pokemon, like with a Ho-Oh, and then all of a sudden you still outspeed them and go for Astral Barrage. Astral Barrage is pretty cool, and using Choice Scarf is like a way of it's kind of like Kyogre, where it's just like you're putting a good spread move on a fast Pokemon, and that usually tends to be a good combination. So you tend to click only Astral Barrage anyway offensively, so I think you can reasonably justify it. Another thing that you can do with it that's a little bit more niche is you can do Speed Swap. So this is a cool tech. You're able to make something else faster than Zacian. I don't think it's super great though, because Calyrex's speed tier is common enough. It's not as if you're going to be it's not as if you're using Pheromosa in VGC 17, where Pheromosa is going to naturally outspeed everything. In Double Zuber's context, lots of Pokemon outspeed Calyrex because Calyrex is already so common. So Speed Swap doesn't really add much. For example, you can use Speed Swap plus a Kyogre that's likely to be a little bit slower, maybe like a Choice Specs Kyogre. But it's not something that I think is the best way to use Calyrex. You can also on Trick Room sets, you can actually go for Trick Room yourself, and so you might run Imprison Trick Room, but you might EV your Pokemon in such a way that they can viably use Trick Room, and so you can viably click Trick Room as an option. So even though you have 150 base speed, Trick Room is a good move. So you might use it to help your other Pokemon out rather than Calyrex itself, since Calyrex doesn't get any speed control moves. Now, a few cons of Calyrex. This guy is the biggest one by far. Yveltal destroys Calyrex, and that means Yveltal's viability is going to be very good. Yveltal also happens to be independently very viable. We'll talk about Yveltal later, but Yveltal destroys it in so many different ways. It has Sucker Punch, which one-shots it if it doesn't have Focus Sash. It has Snarl, which one-shots it if it doesn't have Focus Sash, and you can't use Sub on it. Yveltal just utterly destroys Calyrex in almost every way. Because most people run Focus Sash with support sets, that's the most common way of running it. Yveltal beats it even harder, because then it can't get a bunch of boosts and randomly muscle through. Yveltal also commonly runs Assault Vest, so it really can't break it. So Calyrex hates Yveltal. It also kind of like I say, Focus Sash is more common, but missing out on the damage from Life Orb does suck versus a lot of different Pokemon. So we showed the Life Orb calc versus Kyogre, for example. But if we look at just regular Sash Kyogre, you can see that it's not a 2-hit KO there. So Sash Calyrex misses out on a lot of 2-hit KOs that Life Orb gets, at the advantage of being able to take a hit. So there's definitely pros and cons with its item. You can't have both. You can only have one or the other. It also has a lot of trouble with Wide Guard, because its best move is Astral Barrage. Wide Guard makes Calyrex really hard to use. There's not too many Pokemon that get Wide Guard in this tier, but the ones that do get it are pretty effective at beating Calyrex. And like I said, you can Dynamax to get around it, but there's pros and cons of doing it in that way. And if you already want to Dynamax something else, or you've already used your Dynamax, then sometimes Calyrex can just get walled out. And that's sort of awkward. There's also a lot of other good mons with high special defense. So we already looked at Kyogre, which generally has high special defense. If you look at something like Ho-Oh, Ho-Oh is another great Pokemon. So if you look at Ho-Oh with even no bulk on it, you can see that it's not going to 3-hit KO Ho-Oh. Or excuse me, it's going to 3-hit KO Ho-Oh and not 2-hit KO it. And so that gives Ho-Oh the opportunity to go for Tailwind, or to Dynamax and go for Max Airstream, things of that sort. And Ho-Oh sometimes even runs bulk on it, so it's still not going to do as much damage. So a lot of the, I think Calyrex has shaped the tier. It made Yveltal like way more popular because Yveltal becomes very good as just a Calyrex response. So like, don't underestimate Calyrex by any means. Like, its ability also being on Nerve is also super good because it means Pokemon that means resist berries in general are way worse because you just can't use them. Citrus berries are still okay, I think, but like, for example, you have Citrus Berry and Incineroar, like that takes the hit, but you don't get your Citrus Berry for other attacks. So like, it's kind of inconvenient. Other Pokemon that run Citrus Berries sometimes have this issue, where they're just like, oh shoot, I didn't get my berry. But usually it's more so resist berries. Resist berries are usually the problem. You can't run, like, for example, Babiri Berry on something. I don't even know if you would run Babiri Berry on anything. But you can't run like Queso Berry on anything to take less damage from Calyrex. It just doesn't work that way. You can't do that because of a nerf. So it's a really powerful combination. I think for sure though, its relationship with Zacian, like being such a fast Pokemon, having such a spammable move, having such great support options, give it definitely, I think, the second best spot in the Double Zoopers tier list. The next Pokemon that I want to mention, that I think is the third best Pokemon in the tier, is Ho-Oh. So we'll go ahead and pull up Ho-Oh. So this is the first time we've deviated from the viability rankings. And this is because these viability rankings were done before the Double Zoopers tournament. And I think Ho-Oh really started to shine in that tournament. Ho-Oh became much more known and was used, I think, much more in the Double Zoopers tournament. And that's because Ho-Oh has such great... first of all, it has such a great matchup versus Zacian and Calyrex. We've already seen that it has really high special defense, so it's able to take hits from Zacian really well. It doesn't take Wild Charge very well, but it has the option of going for Dynamax and using Sacred Fire and Max Flare. Or excuse me, it has the option of going for Sacred Fire, which will one-shot Zacian, or it can Max Flare and definitely one-shot Zacian, and you do like a ton of damage to Protect as well. So Ho-Oh fits very comfortably on a wide variety of teams because it naturally does very well against these Pokemon. It also gets Tailwind, which is a very, very good move in Double Zoopers, because, as we've already seen, Zacian and Calyrex are both really, really fast Pokemon that depend on their speed. Without their speed, they can crumble, just like any other Pokemon, from being just outsped and one-shot. And so Tailwind is a very, very effective way of doing that. It also has the best max airstream in the tier, in my opinion. So Brave Bird is a 140 base power flying type attack, and every time you use it, you get more speed. And getting more speed on your Pokemon can sometimes just make things completely unwinnable for the opponent. It is very, very, very commonplace for it to do something like this. You max airstream with Ho-Oh twice, and then you Tailwind. And then you have speed control for so long. And it's really effective in doing that. Not only that, but Ho-Oh has a number of other good properties. It gets Regenerator, which is a wonderful ability. So what you can do with Ho-Oh a lot of times is you can send out Ho-Oh, use something like Brave Bird, or even Flare Blitz. Flare Blitz is something that's run on Ho-Oh fairly frequently. And then so you can take a bunch of damage and then switch out and you remove all that damage instantly. So like, for example, you can switch in a Ho-Oh on a Behemoth Blade. You'll take a lot of damage. You'll take like 40. But at least you can switch out and get all that damage removed from you. And so Regenerator is a really nice ability. I think it's pretty cool. And it also has a important advantage over Calyrex and Zacian in having a lot more flexibility with its item in particular. So Ho-Oh can run a number of different items that are really viable. So I think Life Orb is the most common. And so you can use Life Orb Max Airstream. Let me give you an example of like Ho-Oh. So you might think Ho-Oh is good versus a Pokemon like Kyogre, right? Or excuse me, that Kyogre is a good Pokemon versus something like Ho-Oh. So let's say we have a Choice Scarf set. Sure, this will do fine. You can see that one-shot's Ho-Oh. That's pretty bad, right? Oh, well, you could Dynamax your Ho-Oh. That's pretty reasonable. So let's say you Dynamax your Ho-Oh. That does have Rain Up. So you can see that already jumped down quite a bit, only 70%. That's not so much damage. And let's see what happens when you use Max Airstream back into it. So let's say you're Adamant. Let's just say you're Adamant. So you go for Max Airstream, and then you do 90 to the Kyogre. By the way, that's without Life Orb. Let's add the Life Orb to it. Yeah, you just one-shot. I thought that was weird. I was like, you should do more damage than that. But yeah, you can just use Max Airstream and just one-shot the Kyogre. And you one-shot a bunch of other Pokemon, too. This one-shots Calyrex if it doesn't have Focus Sash. You do a ton of damage to a lot of other Pokemon. Like, for example, if you compare this to something like Yveltal with 4 HP, not going to be a Life Orb Yveltal. You can see Max Airstream does a ton of damage to this. And so you're able to do that. So Life Orb is a very common item on it. And because it has, you might think it's kind of strange to put Life Orb on a Pokemon with a ton of bulk. But it usually ends up working out fine because you're usually using Ho-Oh to Dynamax. And then the Life Orb recoil is very negligible. It's just about 5% of your HP. Which on Ho-Oh, with its already very high HP and high bulk, is a small trade-off. But Ho-Oh can also run a number of other items as well. Another item that it can very effectively run is Weakness Policy. So Weakness Policy is very easy to trigger. We saw, for example, like say you had Ho-Oh against a Zacian. And let's go with that. And so you can see here Wild Charge versus Dynamax Ho-Oh. Like this would normally KO Ho-Oh. But what you could do is you could use Wild Charge, tank the hit, and then you would be able to KO back with, not KO back, but you'd be able to do a lot of damage back with Max Airstream if you wanted to do so. Or you could kill it. That's always a pretty good thing to do. You can just eviscerate it. That's pretty nice. A very common play with Weakness Policy Ho-Oh is, for example, to pair it with something like Groudon. So again, let's look at our Kyogre example. Suppose they use Water Spat on you. Suppose you switch in Sun. All of a sudden you take 20% and then you're at +2 and then you eviscerate them. And this is not something that is uncommon to do. You can very easily do this. You can see Max Flare KOs the Kyogre in the Sun, which should give you an idea of the raw power of Ho-Oh. Like 130 is a lot of base attack. And so Ho-Oh is very powerful there. It also does very well versus... actually, let's continue with the items. So Ho-Oh can still run a couple other items. Safety Goggles is another really common option. Safety Goggles means that you're able to completely and utterly wall Venusaur and Amoonguss, which is really nice. You're able to just wall all of those. And it also can sometimes run a Resist Berry. I've seen everything from Macan to Passo to the Rock Resist Berry, which is Charty. So you can run any of these. And you might say, well, didn't we just talk about a Nerve? And that makes it kind of worse. Well, yes, and I think that's why most people don't run those items, but it is an option because Ho-Oh threatens out Calyrex. If you look at, for example, Dynamax Ho-Oh at +0 versus Calyrex, and again with no HP investment, and Ho-Oh can very viably run HP investment. So if you look at this, you can see that it only does about 40%, and Max Airstream with Max Attack, even just that is enough to KO, and Astral Barrage only does about 20% then. So even with a Life Orb, it's not going to be very impactful. Actually, Life Orb is worse because then you put yourself in the KO range of that attack. So it's very good versus both Ho-Oh and Calyrex. It also is good versus a myriad of other steel types that we have available to us. For example, it's great versus Magearna. Magearna is a broken Pokemon, but it is much less broken because you're able to just KO it. Sacred Fire can nearly KO it, and if you really want to make sure you can KO it, you can use Sword Blitz. if you compare Flare Blitz, for example, versus something like Zacian, you can see that Sacred Fire is a very reliable KO on it. However, Flare Blitz is guaranteed, in the sense, both in the sense that it cannot miss, and also in the sense that it won't miss the damage roll. It also allows you to run less attack. So, like, for example, you can cut back to something like 120, something like this. You can cut back quite a bit, actually. And still KO Zacian. Whereas Sacred Fire, you'd have to rely on the burn. So that allows you to run your Ho-Oh perhaps a bit bulkier. So Ho-Oh can do all of those things. It's also good versus a number of other Pokemon, like, for example, Calyrex-Ice. You're able to just hit that. And thanks to Groudon, you're able to boost your attacks even further. But you can also viably run Ho-Oh on Kyogre teams, because Ho-Oh is a great Pokemon. And even on a Kyogre team where you aren't able to turn off the opponent's rain, it doesn't matter as much because you have the benefits of doing things like Tailwind plus Kyogre. So Ho-Oh is still, I think, pretty viable with respect to that. I'd say probably, as far as items go, Life Orb or Weakness Policy is going to be your go-to set, but things like that are pretty effective. As far as EVs go, you have a couple options. One of them is to run Jolly with a lot of speed. You don't have to run max speed, but you may as well, so you can speed tie Kyogre. The reason you do that is so that way you can, kind of similarly to Kyogre, so you can outpace the Zacian and Calyrex at +1. So you're able to max airstream to the same level that Kyogre's at and outspeed these guys. Now, you can do this, but I don't think it's actually... I think it's actually pretty common to do this, but I don't think it's that great. I prefer to run Adamant, and then cut back the speed, something like around, say, 230, or a little bit faster. So you want to run at least 230. So 230, what that does is 230 times 2 is going to be 460. And 460 puts you above Scarf Kyogre. So you want to run at least that. You can run a little bit more if you want to outspeed, for example, Yveltal. Yveltal would require you to run 245, which isn't, that much more. You can pretty viably run that. Usually it's going to be just like speed creeping around the other Ho-Ohs for what you want to deal with here. But you can just run some speed. Then you can run, for example, like max HP or like one less than max HP, so you don't take extra Stealth Rock damage. And then you can run the rest in attack. That's a pretty viable spread. You can do something like that. I think this is something that is pretty reasonable to consider. You often end up in a +2 situation, not only just from max airstreaming twice, but also from Tailwind. So being able to consider what you outspeed at +2 is pretty important. There's other reasons to run like more or less speed compared to other Pokemon, but generally this is like what you're going to see. You're going to see Ho-Oh with various amounts of speed. Like your speed is just going to be like, all right, what's this guy in the mood for? If you want to be a little bit more bulky, you're going to be running something like this, where you're going to max at about 245. 230 is going to be a little bit more common. Then you'll have quite a bit of bulk on it, and then you'll have like the rest in attack. And this is like a common spread for Life Orb as well. So you can do something like this. You can do like 184, 252, 72, and that's fine. Like this is a fine Ho-Oh spread. You can do something like this, and it will win you games. One thing to talk about is Sacred Fire versus Flare Blitz. That is definitely something, a point of controversy. Some players run one or the other. Sacred Fire's biggest advantage is that it's very nice versus Focus Sash, and that is most relevant on Venusaur. It's also relevant against Calyrex in the Sun. Sacred Fire normally does not do enough, but within the Sun, you would be able to do enough with Sacred Fire to bring Calyrex down to Sash. So that's really nice, especially for like I say, for Venusaur, that's pretty good because they can just burn Venusaur and knock that out in one hit. So that's pretty good. But Flare Blitz has 100% accuracy and also has the extra base power, which I've already showcased against, for example, Zacian, which I think is pretty important to consider. Flare Blitz is also stronger in its max. I won't be able to DT it here, but Sacred Fire is, I believe, 130 base power, whereas Flare Blitz is 140 base power. So it's a little bit stronger in Dynamax as well, and having a little bit more power in a Pokemon that is primarily going to Dynamax is pretty important. The biggest downside of Flare Blitz by far is that it causes you to take recoil. However, I think that is slightly diminished by the fact that you have Regenerator. But also, there definitely are situations where you end up, like, for example, you have a Ho-Oh at boosted speed, and you're at, say, maybe like 50% health. And so using Flare Blitz means you're going to be putting your health into precarious ranges, and it means you only have recoil moves for dealing damage, which can definitely be a downside, especially with paired with Life Orb. You can do quite a bit of damage to yourself. So it usually comes down to personal preference. Personally, for me, I like Flare Blitz better. I don't think the burns are worth it. I'd rather just KO them. The only things that you are worried about are things like Venusaur, and like it's kind of nice versus Groudon if you can Sacred Fire them first, but it's not super reliable. I'd rather just go for Max Flare and try to KO the Groudon rather than mess around with it. Other options that you can use. Ho-Oh can very viably use Recover. It is very bulky, so you can definitely use Recover. I don't know exactly how you just Recover. I don't know if you do like Brave Bird, Flare Blitz, Recover, Protect. The thing is, you still usually want to Dynamax your Ho-Oh, even if you are Recover. So I don't think you'd run Life Orb in this situation, but I don't really know what you'd run otherwise. I don't know, like maybe Safety Goggles? Weakness Policy doesn't really work too well with Recover. I can attest to that. Because it just makes you a super threat, and then they just attack you over and over and over and over again. Ho-Oh is also not invincible. It is very bulky. It trades very well, but it is not like a good stall Pokemon, I'd say. Like in VGC 2019, especially in Sun Series, you would use it as like, oh, I am so fat, you cannot touch me. Haha, Xerneas can't beat me. Haha, funny. But that's not usually, I'd say, the most effective way to play Ho-Oh in this tier. I think offensive is usually a little bit better. So Recover is viable, but I'd say probably Tailwind is usually a bit better. You don't usually want to, again, kind of like you can run Tailwind and Recover, because you get Max Guard as Protect anyway when you Dynamax, if you intend to Dynamax. But then it's kind of like, again, it's a little bit weaker overall. Pokemon that are dedicated fat like this are also not super great in a double Zoomers context, because there is a lot of like Calyrex. Like if somebody notices you trying to go for like Recover stall, what they'll do is just max their Calyrex or Yveltal, lower your special defense or defense a bunch of times, and then kill you. So it's not like super. It's a viable way of running it, but I think it's a suboptimal way of running it. Another option that you can run with Ho-Oh is Assault Vest. And this actually is kind of cool because it makes you super bulky. So it's, again, another viable item you can run. And it gives you a few more max options. So typically you're almost always just going to run Brave Bird Sacred Fire or Brave Bird Flare Blitz. You're not going to run any other options, but you could run other options like Earthquake. And I think Iron Head is the other one that's like mostly relevant. I don't think it gets anything else that's super noteworthy. I guess, like, I don't know. It gets Iron Head, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it gets Iron Head. So you can do this. The downside of doing it this way is you kind of just want to max Airstream with Ho-Oh. Like, you kind of got to determine, like, why would you go for Max Quake with Ho-Oh? Like, it'd only be for, like, Incineroar. You might as well just max Airstream. You don't really get too much out of it. You get a lot bulkier with going for these max moves, but they're relatively no damage, especially with if you're not going to be an offensive item, you're going to be Assault Vest. But Assault Vest is kind of cool. It allows you to play a little bit more also the role that I described at the start, where you use it as a regenerator Pokemon. So you're able to take like nothing from Calyrex, go for a Brave Bird, do a lot of damage, and switch out, and you get your regenerator back for later. So it is definitely a usable option, but probably not as viable as the other items I listed. There are several notable cons to Ho-Oh that are definitely worth bringing up. The first one is that it has a quad weakness. That obviously is going to make it weak to some stuff, and notably it's weak to Stealth Rock. So Stealth Rock is already kind of commonly seen, I'd say, in doubles tiers because of Incineroar. And because of Incineroar's popularity in a 6v6 format, Stealth Rock has a little bit more viability. Because Incineroar, if you don't start chipping at it, it's going to keep switching in and out and in and out and in and out. In doubles OU, it actually runs heavy-duty boots as a counterplay to this, but that means it can't run Citrus Berry. It doesn't do that in double Zubers. In double Zubers, you definitely run a Berry or Safety Goggles on your Incineroar. But Stealth Rock is really good because really bulky Pokemon is much less bulky if you cut half of its HP. It makes it less potent in Dynamax. because it has half of its less HP that it could have had when Dynamaxing. You're losing quite a bit of health there. You're losing I mean, if you think about it, when you Dynamax, you'll get another Pokemon's health, and so when you have it, it's like losing a whole Ho-Oh. Like when you use Stealth Rock, you can basically lose a whole Ho-Oh. You can switch in multiple times thanks to Regenerator. However, you don't really want to do that because if you switch in the second time, you'll be at like 51 plus 33 minus 50, which is still not very much, 34%. So you can switch in and out a couple times thanks to Regenerator, so you definitely always want to run Regenerator, but Stealth Rock is really good at setting up versus Ho-Oh. Groudon also happens to get Stone Edge as well. So Groudon is a really great check to Ho-Oh because it has a lot of physical bulk and can set up Stealth Rock on it. So Ho-Oh has to be very careful. If it's facing against Stealth Rock, it really wants to make sure that it can switch in on it before it gets set up. And that's not always possible. So you always have to keep that in mind as a Ho-Oh player. Also, Ho-Oh, I'd say, is weak to Intimidate, particularly from Incineroar. Although I think Incineroar is the only viable Intimidate Pokemon in Double Zoobers. It's really viable, especially for its interaction with Ho-Oh. Incineroar is very bulky, and even if Ho-Oh runs Life Orb, or even if it gets a Weakness Policy boost, it's typically not going to be able to KO Incineroar, at least not very quickly. And so Incineroar can really do effective ways of damage controlling against Ho-Oh. Unlike Zacian, where Zacian already has +1 attack, Ho-Oh being at -1 attack really does hurt it. You're going to be doing much less damage than you would otherwise. Even if you Dynamax it, you're going to be doing a lot less damage. So Intimidate is a great way of stopping it. The other things I would mention about it is the bulk is kind of it depends on how you run your Ho-Oh, but if you're like me and you run Brave Bird Flare Blitz and you run like Life Orb or Weakness Policy on it, your bulk outside of Dynamax is not actually going to be that impressive. You're gonna, like I say, you're gonna be better at trading than you are at actually taking repeated hits, and so that's something to keep in mind. Also, Ho-Oh is usually the Pokemon to Dynamax, so your opponent can definitely, I think that's something the opponent can definitely keep in mind. Like for example, Kyogre becomes way better versus Ho-Oh if you know that it's not probably going to Dynamax. So I mean, Kyogre, Water Spout. Although Ho-Oh, I've showed that it can survive the attack even without turning off the weather, it still obviously does a lot of damage. And so it's not something that you want to mess around with. And also, if the Kyogre maxes itself, then that's really good. Like a maxed Kyogre versus Ho-Oh is going to be very advantageous for the Kyogre. It will do a ton of damage to the Ho-Oh. Otherwise, Ho-Oh, yeah, in general, I think Ho-Oh is phenomenal. Definitely an underrated Pokemon going into the Crown Tundra DLC. I thought that it wouldn't be broken, but I think definitely Ho-Oh is the best, like the third best Pokemon in the tier. Not only because it's so independently good, because of Max Airstream, it's like the best. Like we've kind of shown two Pokemon that are really, really strong without Dynamax, and Ho-Oh is probably one of the strongest Pokemon with Dynamax. And it also operates pretty effectively outside of it and has a lot of good traits otherwise. So, Ho-Oh, I think, is definitely the third best Pokemon in the Double Zoobers tier. The next Pokemon that I want to talk about is Kyogre. And so from this point onwards, I'm not going to order any of my Pokemon. So I do have another Pokemon remaining after Kyogre, but I do not necessarily think Kyogre is the fourth best Pokemon. You could say it's tied for fourth best, something like that. I'm not exactly sure how you'd want to word it, but yeah. So Kyogre, we've already kind of looked at these three Pokemon, and we've kind of talked about their relationship with Kyogre. And the reason I've done that is because Kyogre is really ubiquitous. Kyogre is on a lot of teams. Kyogre is really good because these three Pokemon, while they can all take a Water Spout, they don't take it very well. You can Dynamax your Pokemon and take a Water Spout, sure. But it's not as if you really want to do that. Water Spout is always going to be a good move when you're able to just do a ton of damage before the opponent can attack. If you look at this other tier list that we've got here, you can see, for example, Magearna, that's going to take neutral damage from that. Amoonguss resist a hit, and obviously one-shot Incineroar. Scrolling through here, Groudon's good versus it, but otherwise it still does a lot of damage to Groudon. Blastoise is good versus it, but this is a neutral hit, neutral, 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 resist, but it KOs. Resists, but it KOs. Does a lot of damage to Xerneas. So Water Spout is really good. It's able to do a lot of damage, and it's able to do a lot of damage quickly as well. So Scarf Water Spout, I'd say, is probably the most common Kyogre set. And as we've already seen, you must run Timid on it. Otherwise, you won't outspeed Zacian and Calyrex. So you must run Timid on it. And so most players typically just run max speed. You don't need max speed to outspeed it, but you might as well if you're fighting the Kyogre mirror match. So you run max 4 HP. And then from there, you typically run another water type attack. So you run like Origin Pulse. And then as your filler moves, I think you always run Thunder. I think Thunder is mandatory. And then you have the option between Ice Beam. Ice Beam is good for hitting the grass types. It also hits Groudon a bit harder in some situations. And also you can run just a regular single target water type attack like Hydro Pump. I would not run Scald because that's weaker than Origin Pulse. Even as Origin Pulse as a spread move is stronger than Scald, and the burns don't matter. But Hydro Pump is stronger than Water Spout even as a spread move. So Hydro Pump can potentially have a few options. It also gets around Wide Guard, which is kind of cool. So you can run Choice Scarf Kyogre. This is the easiest way to run it. I mean, like, it hits so many Pokemon for neutral damage that it's just an effective way of just like using Water Spout. Like, every team has to consider how they beat Kyogre. Like, you can't have a team that just gets run over by Kyogre, or else you'll face against something like, for example, we saw that Kyogre is able to not able to KO Zacian in one hit. So that's pretty bad, right? Let's go ahead and do this. So that's pretty bad, right? But what happens if you have a Helping Hand boost? Then it KOs. Or what happens if the Zacian is chipped? Then it KOs. And so these sorts of things happen all the time. And so Water Spout is just an effective move. And Origin Pulse is much weaker, but still it still does okay damage versus stuff. And is good for being able to just deal lots of damage to the board. But in addition to Choice Scarf, you can also viably run Wave Instance. I think this is the other viable option. And so this one is a little bit more... this gives you Protect as an option, so that's a really good trait that you can do with it. You have a couple options that you can run with it. You can run Timid with max speed. The reason you'd want to do this is so you can outspeed Ho-Oh pretty reliably, and also so you can like pair it with things like Max Airstream a little bit more effectively, or so you can pair it with things like Electro Web. So a really common combo that was seen in really early Dubers in Crown Tundra was Regieleki plus Kyogre. So you use Electro Web with Regieleki, and then you'd use Water Spout. And so it's effectively like having the Choice Scarf, but then you get all the damage calculations that come with the Water Spout. So for example, Wave Instance would allow you to trivially KO the Zacian. It'd help if I could type in the items box. So you can see Water Spout very nicely OHKO Zacian. Very good there. And you can also run this with Modest. And so you can run something like this. And then you, kind of like Ho-Oh, you run your speed relative to what you expect to outspeed. So you can run like 230 if you want to outspeed stuff in Tailwind. Then you have like a bunch of bulk. And this sort of Kyogre is really effective actually at Dynamaxing. So you can Dynamax this Kyogre. And you might think, well, isn't it kind of like Calyrex where you're going from like a spread move that hits both Pokemon to a water type move that hits both, from a water type move that hits both Pokemon to just one Pokemon? Well, yes and no. But the difference is that the damage is consistent. When you max with your Water Spout, you have a 150 base power single target move, which is not only stronger than Water Spout, but it isn't affected by your current HP. And that's really important. You're able to just do a lot of damage with this attack to a lot of different Pokemon. Let's look up, for example, versus Yveltal. We can just see Yveltal. That'll be a fine way to compare it. So you can see Yveltal if it has 4 HP. You can see Water Spout with Wave Instance is going to do a lot of damage. But with Modest and Maxing, you do a lot of damage back to it. You doing it this way is also advantageous because then you reset your own rain. And so it limits the capability of Groudon to be able to use as a check to you. For example, if you look at Groudon versus this, you can see that even in the sun, max water with a Wave Instance just one-shots Groudon. you can see that even KOs it with Timid. Now, if the Groudon has max HP, then it wouldn't do that. But if you were Modest, then it still relatively KOs. Things like that. Stuff like that. Like your Groudon doesn't want to take the hit, and that can be advantageous for other Pokemon as well. Like for example, another common reason you Dynamax Kyogre is to be able to actually take a hit from Pokemon. We already saw, like for example, what it would be able to do versus Ho-Oh. But if you compare it to something like Zacian, Zacian, Wild Charge would do a lot of damage to you. If you had this much HP, I mean, it's still obviously going to do a lot of damage to you, but you KO back very reliably thanks to that extra damage that you just did. That's with Rain up. We are going to run Rain. Kyogre so is very strong in that regard because there's very few water resists. Your water resists are typically going to be Kyogre itself, and then Groudon turning off the Rain, and Blastoise. That's it. There's not really too many other water-type resistances. So Kyogre is really strong for that reason. Like, in kind of a similar way to Calyrex, where there's not too many good ghost resistances. Unlike that, there isn't really a super viable Pokemon that just utterly walls Kyogre. Toxicroak is not viable. I don't even know if it's in the dex. It might not be. You can run like Palkia, but it's so bad versus a wide variety of other Pokemon that it's not worth your time. So water is really effective at hitting most of the top tiers for really strong damage. And so Kyogre, because of its speed as well, Choice Scarf is viable for being able to outspeed stuff and just pump through things. And then Wave Instance is also viable with speed control, either in Trick Room or with Tailwind, in order to be able to do a lot of damage in those environments as well. And Water Spout, like any way that you use Water Spout, realistically, is going to be a good way to use it. Because Water has a 150 base power spread move boosted by Rain. Like Water Spout is just always going to be a good move, and like there's no way to like avoid that. Other options that you've got for Kyogre include Assault Vest. This is actually something that's some players really like to use. So Assault Vest, you'd use this, and then you'd have like Ice Beam and stuff. And so a lot of the Pokemon that you would like, for example, versus Calyrex or versus Yveltal, you would take a lot of damage from their attacks. So like for example, let's compare Yveltal to Kyogre. So let's make it. Let's actually use the Life Orb set from Ubers. This isn't exactly what they run, but this will be okay for our purposes. So if we max the Yveltal and then we have Timid, you can see that out of Dynamax, this does a lot of damage to Kyogre. Like even with max HP, it's like this does a lot of damage. And so you can run Assault Vest and greatly reduce that amount of damage, especially with your own Dynamax. You can take quite a little bit less. And it's pretty effective. Obviously, it doesn't help you take wild charges any better from Zacian, but the logic behind that is you don't really take those anyway, so if you wanted to, you could just Dynamax, things of that nature. So Assault Vest is kind of a cool option that sees a little bit of a niche use. You can also run 2-attack Substitute with either Leftovers or Wave Instance. So you can run like Origin Pulse, Thunder, Sub. And this is kind of cool. It allows you to troll the Amoonguss pretty effectively. That's what it's especially good versus. And Kyogre does have decent special bulk, so there are some attacks that you can take at neutral. For example, you can take Magearna's Dazzling Gleam at neutral. That should not break sub, unless I'm crazy. I hope it doesn't break sub. I actually haven't calculated this beforehand, so I could be wrong. But let's look up Dazzling Gleam. Not Assault Vest. Yeah, you can see that doesn't break sub. Yeah, I thought my intuitions were right there. And so it can take some very small hits. But more realistically, what it can do is like it forces opponents to attack the substitute, and so that makes 2 attacks to KO Kyogre. When sometimes you could just, or it sometimes takes 3 attacks to KO Kyogre with the substitute, rather than 2 attacks. And so substitute can make you pretty threatening in that respect. Makes you immune to Fake Out as well without Dynamaxing, things of that nature. So Substitute does see some minor usage, I'd say. Scarf can also use Icy Wind. I won't type in Scarf, but you can also use Icy Wind as emergency speed control. But I think this is bad. I think you should not use Kyogre for speed control. I think you should use it to damage the opponent. Some cons with Kyogre to bring up. Kyogre definitely has quite a few cons. We already saw that Water Spout, while doing a lot of damage to things, usually doesn't Oko things. That's something to very much keep in mind. Kyogre is usually not going to be Okoing everything. It's usually going to be doing heavy damage to everything. And that's kind of like a theme already so far that we've kind of seen with at least with Calyrex. Like it kind of uses its big spread move to deal a lot of damage to stuff, but it doesn't necessarily like it's not necessarily trying to Oko everything itself. Calyrex can steamroll a little bit more than Kyogre because of Grimmsnarl allowing it to get special attack boosts. Kyogre does not have such an ability, thank goodness. But it's able to do a lot of damage with those sorts of things, but also once Water Spout is weakened, its power level drops pretty significantly because Origin Pulse is only 110 base power, and the 40 base power cut does matter. It's definitely something that will matter. Also, it has the general weaknesses of Choice Locks. So if you Choice Scarf into Water Spout, that is good if you do a lot of damage, and you are good positionally on subsequent turns. But if, for example, your opponent goes for a Sucker Punch with their Yveltal, do 40% to your Kyogre, and then you do Water Spout, and you don't really do that much damage, and then they Sucker Punch again, and now you're at 20% and do no damage, well, that's pretty bad. You have to either switch out or you have to Dynamax. And Dynamaxing a Scarf Kyogre is actually not very good, because it really just kind of delays the issue. It doesn't actually solve any problems. So I don't recommend Dynamaxing your Scarf Kyogre. But so that means Choice Scarf has the general weaknesses of it, and that's probably its most common set that I'd say on there. Also, unlike Groudon, most of the Swift Swim users are really kind of bad. So you have Kingdra, which is bad. There's really hasn't been that much experimentation with it. I think it's probably not as bad as we think, but it also isn't as good as we think either. It doesn't do enough to warrant the Swift Swim, I think. Because you don't really like. It's kind of weird. Like I don't know exactly what. I don't know if you'd run Swift Swim with Choice Scarf Kyogre, or if you'd run it with like Wave Instance Kyogre or something like that. Because you already have the speed. Like you don't really need to like. You can do Kingdra plus Kyogre, but it's also like Draco Meteor doesn't really help you with much. The most viable Swift Swim user is actually Drednaw. Ironically enough, Drednaw is actually pretty good. But it's also not like standard stuff that you'd see on every team. Like it's definitely not like your normal pick that you'd see from a double Zubers team, and it requires a lot of commitment. Its coverage is also weird. So Thunder is purely for other Kyogre, and I guess Blastoise, and also for Max Electric for anti-sleep. But otherwise, Thunder really doesn't hit very much. Ice Beam is nice for Groudon, especially. It's really good for Groudon. And then it also hits like Zygarde. But again, that's all it kind of hits. Like Amoonguss, like you technically hit it, but it's kind of like meh. Venusaur, you technically hit it, but it's like meh because of like Kyogre doesn't do very well versus Venusaur because they can Sleep Powder you and they can Leaf Storm you and all that other bad stuff that you don't want to deal with. It also has kind of the same problem with Calyrex as that it relies on its spread moves. You can run Hydro Pump, but Hydro Pump is pretty inaccurate, and if you're going to lock into Hydro Pump, like for example, then you're going to be it's kind of abusable. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Hydro Pump personally. So if you're running double spread moves, that means you're kind of weak to Wide Guard though. So Kyogre is definitely like a really strong Pokemon, and it's much more flexible. Like it's not always obvious at Team Preview whether or not your opponent is running Choice Scarf Kyogre or whether they're running Wave Instance Kyogre. On a Semi-Room build, like if they have a Trick Room setter, it's probably going to be Wave Instance. Like if you have like say Necrozma-Dusk-Mane, Kyogre, and OO, then it's probably going to be some sort of Semi-Room Kyogre. But you could viably run Choice Scarf on that build. So it's not always necessarily obvious. It's always obvious what it's going to do. It's going to use Water Spout in some form, whether it's Max Water Spout or Water Spout with mono speed or with a lot of extra power. But it's kind of predictable in that respect. Defensive typing is actually pretty good. Electric and Grass are actually like Wild Charge is common on Zacian, and there are several electric types. But the only real Grass type in the tier is Venusaur, and you can only run Venusaur on Sun, and Sun already does pretty well versus Kyogre. I'd say, generally speaking, although Kyogre does beat Groudon, Sun beats Rain. because you have better rain support than you do sun support. Because your rain support, if you want to do it, you got maybe Drednaw, and then maybe Tornadus. And Tornadus is good because it gets Prankster Rain Dance, so you can reset the rain if Groudon comes in. And it also gets Tailwind, which is nice for making Kyogre's water spots go first. It's ambiguous whether or not they're Scarf. And it gets Hurricane to help deal with some of the grass types, which is kind of important. Kyogre also has a number of other minor checks, like, for example, Rillaboom is really good versus it, but Rillaboom isn't as common, so it's not a huge deal. But Kyogre definitely is a good Pokemon, definitely a tier 1 Pokemon because of the raw damage that it can do, but it's not on the same level as the other first 3. So definitely tier 1 in my opinion, but not something that I think is like as clearly tier 1, if you want to call it that. The next Pokemon that I think is in tier 1 is Yveltal. And so this is the black and white sprite for Yveltal. All of these are the black and white sprites because Tier Maker doesn't really like gifts too much. So Yveltal is really good. We've already talked about its matchup versus Calyrex. So it has a very good matchup versus Calyrex. Easily the best hard counter to Calyrex. It hard counters Calyrex. Calyrex can't do effectively anything versus Yveltal. But Yveltal is also very good independently. Because Life Orb Max Airstream. So it can do either Hurricane or Oblivion Wing. Hurricane is slightly stronger, and because of all the rain in the tier, you can pretty viably run it. Usually if you have a Yveltal plus a Groudon, you're not going to be running Hurricane, because on Sun teams, it's usually not obvious that you're going to max your Yveltal. But Max Airstream is a really good move, and although it is the second best Max Airstream Pokemon, it is definitely, Max Airstream is good, and not something that you want to underestimate. So Life Orb is really strong. You can do things like Dark Pulse. So unlike Calyrex, Dark Pulse is really good because you set up your own KOs. So you're able to use Dark Pulse into something, lower its special defense, and then hit it again with another Max Airstream or another Max Darkness. It's also really, really good versus the Trick Room setters, except Magearna. But it one-shots, I think, every Trick Room setter with Life Orb. I'm trying to think of any that it doesn't. It definitely one-shots Dusk-Mane, unless they're running a lot of Spidef. It one-shots... there's not really too many viable Trick Room setters, honestly, in the tier. And Yveltal is the reason why, to be fair. It one-shots Calyrex-Ice. That's another one that obviously one-shots. And so it's a very, 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 very powerful max. It also has options, a lot of options in its third move slot. So you can run Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch is great for just picking off Pokemon. With Life Orb, you still run Timid typically because your primary target that you use Sucker Punch on is going to be Calyrex. But Sucker Punch does a lot of damage to a lot of different Pokemon, and having strong priority is good. All of the Pokemon that we've described so far have no priority, and all of them rely a lot on speed. So, like, for example, if you're facing off against a Yveltal against a Ho-Oh, you can pin it with Sucker Punch. They might be able to use Tailwind or something, but they can't attack you. So Sucker Punch is pretty powerful in that respect. It also gets Heat Wave. So one of the biggest problems with Yveltal is that Dark and Flying are resisted by our good number 1 friend, Zacian. So Zacian is going to resist both Yveltal stabs. However, Yveltal can outspeed the Zacian after one Max Airstream, and then one-shot it with a Max Heat Wave. If you look at this, for example, Yveltal, Special, Timid, Heat Wave, Maxed, versus Zacian. You can see that this one-shots Zacian, and you don't even need Sun to do it. Outside of Dynamax, you can also do Sun Boost Heat Wave, but it doesn't actually KO Zacian, so that's kind of funny. But you can Dynamax and kill the Zacian, which is pretty important. You're able to one-shot what would otherwise be a very powerful counter to it, because Play Rough one-shots it, and Behemoth Blade does a ton of damage to it in Dynamax. But you can use Heat Wave as a way to get around that if you want to, like I say, or Sucker Punch. Or you could viably run an option like Tailwind. I don't think it's as good of a Tailwind option as Ho-Oh is, but Tailwind is always pretty powerful. Being able to outspeed stuff is pretty good. Being able to outspeed stuff and threaten a lot of damage, also pretty good. And so it has the option of going for Tail End, and definitely not an unviable option. So Life Orb is one way to run a Yveltal. I actually think, so originally I'd say Yveltal was more commonly Life Orb, but I'd say it's after Double Zuber's Tour, at least among top players. Assault Vest is becoming quite more popular. So Assault Vest will run Sucker Punch, just the same as potentially Life Orb Yveltal, but it gets Snarl. And Snarl is a very powerful move. We've already seen that we have two very powerful special attackers. We have Kyogre and Calyrex. And so Snarl is great versus both. Versus Scarf Kyogre, you do damage and weaken the power of Water Spout naturally. So you weaken its damage quite a bit. And versus Calyrex, it obviously destroys it. While also doing great damage great chip damage to other stuff as well. This sort of Yveltal usually runs something like Foul Play, and then Oblivion Wing for a little bit of health. You run Oblivion Wing over you can run Hurricane on AV sets as long as you have Rain on your team. Otherwise, Oblivion Wing is kind of nice because then you can heal a lot of health. And on Assault Vest, that actually kind of matters. Sometimes it doesn't, but sometimes it does. I typically, on these sorts of sets, I usually run Modest. And usually have a little bit of investment. Because you want to make sure that you one-shot Calyrex. Or you definitely do enough damage to it. I've been burned before by, not burned literally, but I've been punished before by not running enough offense to KO Calyrex. Which I think is this much. That's with Life Orb. And so you can see here, that's actually not guaranteed, so you'd want a little bit more to guarantee the KO on Calyrex. And so you might be like, well, don't you just Sucker Punch it, and that'll just kill it anyway? You can see the Sucker Punch definitely kills, even with Modest. But it's, sometimes it's better to go for Snarl, and Snarl is better versus, again, a lot of other threats, for example, some other ones that come to mind are Magearna that you'd want to Snarl. You can Snarl a lot of bad Pokemon. Snarl is great versus something like Eternatus, because then you can just make it ineffective. So Snarl is definitely a pretty good move, and one that you can, it's great for breaking things like Focus Sash on stuff, also doing a small damage to other stuff. And so Assault Vest, Yveltal is pretty good for that stuff. You can also run Dark Pulse over Foul Play. Dark Pulse and Foul Play do comparable damage to each other. Foul Play is typically a bit stronger versus the stuff that you usually want to go for your big damaging move on. But Dark Pulse is better notably if you decide to Dynamax your Assault Vest Yveltal. It's not as common to do this, but sometimes you do it because Max Territory is a good move. And so you might do this, and then you have Dark Pulse, as opposed to using Foul Play. So if you do Foul Play, something like this, even if you didn't have Sucker Punch, say you didn't have Sucker Punch, and say you're some other move like Heat Wave, I would still run Max Attack on Yveltal. I would still run 31 Attack IVs, because Max Foul Play is actually pretty strong. It's stronger, for example, versus Kyogre than Max Snarl would be. And so something that's definitely viable to run. Yveltal, basically, I think a good comparison to it is if you played VGC and you fought against Life Orb Moltres, that's what Life Orb Yveltal is like, but without the nasty plot. And Yveltal is pretty good at doing that, in my opinion. So I think it's pretty effective there. And then also has the Assault Vest set. Assault Vest, like I say, makes it really bulky, and that makes it more effective at dealing with Pokemon like Calyrex. You can also run a sort of mid-ground set. So you can run a you can run Citrus Berry or Super Citrus Berry, and then you can just run 3 attacks and Protect. So you can run Foul Play, Snarl, Oblivion Wing, Protect. I've actually been a real big fan of this sort of Yveltal lately. I think it's kind of cool because you can run, what you do is you run really fat, then you run some EVs here, then you run a lot of speed, and so you still have a lot of you get your speed. You give up on the raw bulk, so you can't for example, you don't take Water Spout as well, and you don't switch into Calyrex as well. So you're not theoretically a theoretically true counter. In theory, a Calyrex could ask Nasty Plot and then max normal you. Like, they could do that with this sort of set. But Protect is kind of nice because Assault Vest not having Protect is pretty exploitable. But without having to run the Life Orb set, you can kind of get like a sort of mid-ground best of both worlds. You can also run Safety Goggles on this. And so it's okay versus Sun. A little bit better than Safety Goggles Ho-Oh is versus Sun, I think. It's not good. It's not as good versus the Venusaur. But it is good versus the Sun Core a little bit better because you can foul play the Groudon as opposed to having to go for a max move into it and worrying about Stone Edge and things like that. So Yveltal has a number of viable sets that I can run that I think are all pretty potent. Sucker Punch is pretty good as well. Like I say, just because of its priority, so you can slot Sucker Punch over one of these moves on here. But on like on a fat set like this, that's not Assault Vest, I think this is about what you'd run. As far as speed goes on the Yveltal, you'd typically want to outspeeding Calyrex at +1 is kind of nice, if that's something you want to consider. So if you either max yourself, or you have like a partner Ho-Oh or something like that, you'd want to be at least, let's see what that is. You want to be at least 293, which I believe this is not. So you can see that in order to do so, I think it does not require you to go into it does not require you to go into timid territory. But it does require quite a few EVs in order to do that. So if you want to outspeed Calyrex at +1, you're going to have to give up a lot of speed. And so that means you have to cut either back from HP or from bulk. But yeah, I don't really think there's much else as far as EV spreads go with Yveltal. You typically run like basically as much a special attack as you feel comfortable with. Like I say, I run typically about this much. I think you can run the rest in HP. Or like manipulate these a little bit, so that way you can have like slightly more optimal Oblivion Wings, things of that nature. You also have a couple other options with Yveltal. On Assault Vest, or on Life Orb, you can also run Rock Slide. This is a bad move, but it hits Ho-Oh a little bit harder than Foul Play does, and Ho-Oh is a threat. So you might consider running Rock Slide because it's pretty good versus Ho-Oh. Both has max Rock Slide and regular Rock Slide isn't as good. Rock Slide actually isn't very good at beating Ho-Oh, which is kind of funny. That's the one weakness you think it would have. It gets a couple other viable moves that you might consider. Knockoff is something that you would could potentially consider. You could run like an actual physical set with Knockoff. You could do like Knockoff, Sucker Punch. Your only physical... I don't know what your best flying type stab move is. I don't think it's Acrobatics. Because I don't think you'd run... I think you'd run like Life Orb with a pure physical attacking set. Maybe Sky Attack? I don't freaking know. Sky Attack sounds pretty bad to me. But you could play it like a physical... like a Yveltal. You can play Yveltal like you would a Ho-Oh. I don't think that's the best way to play it, but you could do that. Or you could just slot Knockoff over another move on the Assault Vest set, which is pretty nice. You're going to be able to just remove items. There's a lot of items you can knock in this tier. Because there's no primals, the only real Pokemon that you can't knock off is Zacian, and I guess also Zamazenta. Everything else you can knock off pretty effectively, so that's pretty cool. You can also run Choice Scarf, and that is if you truly hate Calyrex. And because then you can just outspeed and one-shot it with Dark Pulse. And so that just like anything that Calyrex could potentially do to you, you can just shut it down. And with that, I don't think it's worth it. You can also run Scarf, and that lets you outspeed Kyogre, and then you can go for Snarl against it first. But again, I don't think that's really that cool. I'd much rather just, if I was going to do that, I'm just going to run Max Airstream and do that. Speaking of which, there are some cons with Yveltal. So one of the things that's weak to, obviously, is Zacian. It's pretty weak to Zacian. We already talked about Heat Wave versus Zacian. You can't do that on the Assault Vest set. That won't work for you very well in the Assault Vest set. So you can do Foul Play on it, which does do a reasonable amount of damage, in my opinion. So if we look up Zacian, that is Balance Stack mods. Let's look up something a little bit more reasonable. There we go. You look at Foul Play. Foul Play does a good chunk of damage versus Zacian. it will do over half. And so you don't actually need Heat Wave on Assault Vest sets because Heat Wave or Foul Play will still 2-hit KO. But that's pretty slow, and like I say, Behemoth Blade is already going to 2-hit KO, and if they happen to have Play Rough, then they will be able to one-shot you. Also, if they happen to have Wild Charge, they can one-shot you. However, you can EV for that. You can, when you run max HP, you will survive this attack naturally. That's something to keep in mind. And usually, typically on like bulky Yveltal like that, you'll usually have enough to typically survive Wild Charge or come very close to it. Not because that lets you beat the Zacian, but because it forces them to have Play Rough. And if they have Play Rough, then they had to give up something else. And so hopefully that can help something else with your team potentially. It also is not great versus Xerneas. Xerneas is definitely still a very valuable Pokemon. And so obviously you can use Moonblast. That does a lot of damage to the Yveltal. However, it also should be noted that Yveltal does quite a lot of damage to Xerneas. So if we load up Hurricane, Max Hurricane versus Xerneas with Life Orb, you can see that this does 90% to Xerneas. That is non-zero damage. And so while Xerneas can definitely Geomancy and one-shot Yveltal, either Assault Vest or the Life Orb set, it can, like, it's not free to set up Geomancy on a Yveltal like it would be in, say, VGC 19. So that's something definitely to keep in mind, that Xerneas is good versus it, but not necessarily as good as you would expect. Life Orb typically needs a max in order to do something successful. Like, if you want to Dynamax with Assault Vest, it's usually not... I haven't seen anybody really Dynamax with Assault Vest Yveltal and have a lot of success with it, like as their primary Dynamax Pokemon. You really want that to have the Life Orb there. Weakness Policy doesn't even work on Yveltal because there's not much that it gets hit with super effectively, or the things that it does get super effectively with, it will die, and it's not a really good way to self-proc it. So Life Orb is basically what the set you run with it, and it's kind of meh there. Another thing that's also kind of annoying is that Oblivion Wing is mandatory on non-Kyogre teams. And its HP recovery is really not all that impactful. Like, for example, if you compare Dark Pulse versus Oblivion Wing on something like Groudon. So let's say they're max HP Groudon. So you can see that Dark Pulse does clearly way more damage than Oblivion Wing. So you'd probably want to do that. So let's say you're like Life Orb. You're Life Orb Oblivion Wing. So you might want to do something like Dark Pulse into Oblivion Wing. That would be something that would make sense. But you wouldn't want to use Oblivion Wing probably initially, because it just doesn't do as much damage. Whereas Hurricane does more damage than Dark Pulse. So you have a much better reason to go for Hurricane in situations like Hurricane makes more sense in a lot of different situations compared to Dark Pulse. Oblivion Wing's HP also, like with Life Orb, doesn't combo very well. Like, it's in theory cool because it's like, oh, you recover back all the HP that you lost from Life Orb. Nah, it doesn't work that way. It's usually not as effective as you think there. Usually, unless you're Oblivion Winging like a Venusaur or an Urshifu, you're not recovering that much from Oblivion Wing. So Oblivion Wing's health recovery aspect of it is actually not very impactful. And so that's one of its main stabs, and that's something that's definitely important to keep in mind. It also has the problem of wanting kind of EVs everywhere. It kind of, unless you're Life Orb, if you're Life Orb, you just run max and you do Timid. But if you are a bulky Assault Vest set, like, you kind of want the speed so that we can outspeed stuff like Kyogre. You don't want to be slower than Kyogre. That invests like some speed. So you have to run at least like 245. That's some investment. And you want to kind of, all right, I want to make sure I outspeed maybe say like modest Wave Incense Kyogre for sure. Okay, that's what? 279, so you want to be 280. But then if there happen to be Jolly, which a lot of times, or Timid, which they are because they want to outspeed Zacian or Calyrex at +1, well, do you have to go to Timid or Jolly for that? And that cuts back into your offense and things like that. Or it cuts back into your bulk. So you have to, there's something you have to give up with Assault Vest Yveltal. You have to give up absurd bulk, damage, or speed. You have to give up one of those things. And so Yveltal struggles a little bit with that. And then also, I think, unlike all the other counters, a Pokemon that we've talked about so far, I'd say Zacian is a really good counter to Yveltal, because even if you do run the max Heat Wave set, you have to like you have to have speed control basically for that to work, or else you take so much damage in return in order for that to pull that off. So I think Yveltal does Yveltal truly hard counters Calyrex, but Zacian is also really good at beating Yveltal. So there's sort of a triangle there where you have Calyrex that is okay versus Zacian. I wouldn't say it like reliably beats it, but definitely is good versus Zacian. Zacian is good versus Yveltal, and Yveltal is good versus Calyrex. So that's something definitely to keep in mind. And that's all the Pokemon that I think are Tier 1. I don't think that there are any other Pokemon that are nearly as effective as these are in their roles. These are Pokemon that are much more splashable on teams relative to their other partners. We're going to see a lot of different good Pokemon in Tier 2, but not necessarily as splashable. Starting from Tier 2, I'm going to be labeling Pokemon alphabetically, or I guess not labeling, but ordering them alphabetically within tiers. So I don't have a definitive opinion on the order of these Pokemon, so they're just going to be listed in alphabetical order. And the first Pokemon of Tier 2 that we're going to bring up is Blastoise. Now, Blastoise gets a number of support moves that make it very, very viable. So if we look at Blastoise, it gets a ton of support moves, including but not limited to Follow Me, Fake Out, Yawn. It gets Helping Hand. You can use Flip Turn, which is a Water type U-turn. Actually, I think it's slightly weaker than U-turn, because I think Flip Turn is 60 and U-turn is 70. It's not going to show it for me because it's illegal, but in any case, it gets Flip Turn, which is Stab. It also gets a couple more niche support moves. So, for example, it can do Life Dew. So Life Dew is going to be like basically Heal Pulse, but it heals both Blastoise and your ally, which is kind of cool. It can use Roar. Roar isn't so viable, I think, because generally Dynamax is immune to Roar, and there's not as much Trick Room, and there's not as much like super dedicated setup that wouldn't already Dynamax. So Roar isn't probably as good, but it does learn it. Same thing with Haze. You can use Haze. That can clear away opposing weakness policy boost, clear away opposing speed boost, clear away your own Intimidates. So Haze is kind of cool there. You can use Haze, like if you have Blastoise in Trick Room, Haze is actually not a bad option. Like you can use Haze plus Dusk-Mane, Haze away the Intimidate drops from Incineroar, and then just go for Max Quake. That's kind of cool of an option that you have. You also have Rapid Spin. Rapid Spin is neat because it gets rid of Stealth Rock. And Blastoise probably is the most viable Pokemon to fit in a anti-hazards move. And so Rapid Spin is pretty nice because you can use Rapid Spin to, the speed boost does not matter, but you can remove Stealth Rock from your side of the field, which is nice for Ho-Oh, of course. And then it also gets other generic good moves like Toxic. So typically speaking, what you're going to be seeing for the most part is Blastoise Follow Me, Fake Out, Yawn, and then it's going to be one of Protect, Helping Hand, or a support move, another support move, like usually a weakness policy boosting move. So like if your Ho-Oh has weakness policy, or your like a Coalossal has weakness policy, you can use Aqua Jet. Aqua Jet is pretty common. Nice weak move on Blastoise. Powers up your ally, or you can also run Bulldoze. Bulldoze is kind of cool in Trick Room. You can use it on your own Necrozma-Dusk-Mane in particular, and then boost it up with weakness policy. So you have the option of supporting your team in that way. So this kind of Blastoise is really interesting to me. So this would definitely not be allowed in VGC like by any stretch of the imagination. It's actually kind of interesting. The only way you can obtain this Blastoise legitimately on cartridge would be from one of two distributions. One of them is this Japanese distribution. Once that loads up, and then I'll also load up the other one. There's a Korean distribution as well. But we can scroll down to that. Actually, it'd be easier if I just Control F. Squirtle. So this Squirtle gets access to Follow Me. None of the other starters do. They all get really boring moves. Like I think Bulbasaur got Weather Ball a little bit earlier here, but again, nothing really mattered too much because Weather Ball is you can get that normally now. Charmander didn't get anything useful, but Squirtle getting Follow Me is really, really useful. And this is the same release in Korea, in South Korea. You could obtain this Squirtle this way. And so notice a couple things here. First of all, this was released from November 8th to 11th of 2012. And this one was released from... the event distribution started on September 1st, 2012. I don't know how long it ran to. It says it ran till the 30th. I don't know if that actually is true or not. But it was an egg, I think, if I remember right. Yeah, it's an egg that you hatch, which is pretty interesting. And they have to have at least 31 IV in one stat, which is, again, pretty irrelevant. So this sort of Blastoise is only possible because of that. And normally you wouldn't be able to learn moves like Fake Out, because Fake Out is an egg move on Blastoise. However, thanks to Generation 8's new mechanics of how you can pass down egg moves, you're able to pass down Fake Out to Blastoise as long as you're breeding with another parent that also has Fake Out. And I don't think there was any restrictions on gender. Yeah, I think it could be either gender, so there's no restriction there. But it also gets access to Yawn. So Yawn is really nice. It lets you play like Togekiss in pre-DLC VGC. And so if you remember, Togekiss in that format typically ran something like, if it had Yawn, it was like Dazzling Gleam, Follow Me, Yawn, and Protect. And Yawn was really nice because you could just... You would force Dynamax Pokemon to make a poor decision. So if you Yawn against a Dynamax Pokemon, they have to choose either to switch out and lose their Dynamax or sleep and lose their Dynamax. Now you might say, oh, okay, well, why wouldn't they just switch out? You don't want to sleep and lose your Dynamax. But it can sometimes be really tempting to go for that attack, because if you switch out, you lose a lot of momentum. And Yawn Blastoise is really, really good at doing that. So just to give an example of Yawn loops, as I like to call them, Yawn loops are really potent, I think, at beating, like messing with board positions. So we'll wait for this game to load up. This was a top 4 match between Umbri and Frania. Umbri is the 2-0 Tuna, and Frania is this person. Both of these players are considered to be pretty relevant doubles OU players. I don't know why Frania brought Dusk-Mane or Dawn Wings Necrozma, but whatever. So let's just go ahead and skip a couple turns in. So we see here, let's go ahead and actually just start from the beginning, and let's just look at like what Blastoise did this game. So you can see here it starts off by using Fake Out. That means that Yveltal cannot KO either Ho-Oh or Blastoise. It does its darndest, going for a big amount of damage there. You see Zacian Protect there. That's because it has to respect the option of Follow Me plus Sacred Fire into the Zacian, because Zacian is likely unable to knock out Blastoise in one hit, and this gives the opportunity for Ho-Oh to go for Tailwind. And now, Umbri makes a nice read of predicting that the Zacian is going to switch out, not wanting to take a Sacred Fire. And so Sacred Fire into Yveltal is really smart there, because we saw that the first Sacred Fire did 58, so that's likely to KO. And so this Yawn now on Ho-Oh forces Frania. So one, this Ho-Oh can't Dynamax, and it would love to have Dynamax in this position. So it can't do that, so now it has to either switch out or take a sleep. But Ho-Oh is pressuring this slot with its attack. So if you switch out the Ho-Oh, then Yveltal is going to die unless it's Sucker Punch. And Sucker Punch is risky here because the Blastoise could just go for Follow Me. The Follow Me is relatively safe as well. So Umbri has quite a few options here with his Blastoise with Blastoise in Tailwind here. And you can see now, again, this sort of thing happens again. Sacred Fire goes into Venusaur, happens to get the burn, so that's really good. And now Yawn into Zacian. And so it's the same idea. Now the Zacian has to switch. It's a Yawn loop. And now, again, the Zacian switches out. Okay, so because the Zacian switches out, like, it's not going to Protect there. It can't Protect. Protect doesn't do you any good, because then you're just going to fall asleep. It doesn't improve your board, so you have to switch or you have to attack. Because of that, Sacred Fire into that slot is super free, taking out the Yveltal, which really opens up the Necrozma-Dusk-Mane for later. And Brave Bird doesn't even KO Blastoise from this range, does under half. You can see here that now this Follow Me does a little bit more damage to the Dawn Wings. And now the Ho-Oh, because it decided to stay in, is obligated to take a sleep turn. And at this point, Frania doesn't have anything good left to max. Because if you switch out Ho-Oh there, you can do that, but then the Ho-Oh on Umbreon just gets to get another hit off on something. If you switch hard into Zacian, I mean, you can do that, but that's pretty risky. You've got a number of other Pokemon, like Franny was in just an awful position, and that was just from a lead Blastoise. Lead Blastoise ended up allowing the Ho-Oh to position for not only 2 KOs, but half of Necrozma's health, and a good chunk on Ho-Oh as well. And the Ho-Oh is asleep. So you can see the utility of Blastoise just as a lead here. And Blastoise can do quite a bit more than just this. I have a similar replay myself of doing this against Yuchi in 2 games where I just kept yawn looping over and over and over. I just kept clicking yawn, and Yuchi just had to keep switching out because there's no option. You either have to switch out, or I mean, it's bad for you to stay in for positioning, but it's also bad for you to switch out for positioning. So Blastoise is able to offer all those sorts of benefits, which makes it very potent. The ability to have Follow Me on a pure Water-type Pokemon is really nice because you only have 2 weaknesses. One of them is Grass, which is irrelevant. We already talked about that when we talked about Kyogre. Only Venusaur is relevant Grass-type, and certainly with Grass-type Stab. The only other move that you might occasionally see is like maybe Calyrex with Leaf Storm. That's about all. And so Electric is pretty frequent. You do see Electric a decent amount, either a Thunder on Kyogre or Regieleki, and you see some other Pokemon with Electric-type attacks as well. Especially Zacian with Wild Charge. However, you can, I think, very easily EV your Blastoise in order to take those sorts of hits. So let's go ahead and load up Blastoise. So if we look at like a really naive spread, like a super, super naive spread against Zacian, you can see that you can survive this Wild Charge without even investing your nature. So if you want to, you can still run Sassy, or you can still run Careful. You can still run some Speed EVs. If you want, you can run Bold, and you can run some Speed EVs. Or not Bold, you would run Impish. You typically would run minus Special Attack Nature because you want your Fake Out and to do slightly more damage. But Wild Charge is very nice for that reason. Or excuse me, what am I saying? Blastoise is really nice for this reason because you're able to take so little damage from it. You can also run a Wakan Berry. Wakan is, I think, really interesting on Blastoise because Wakan lets you do something really cool. You're able to switch in on Behemoth Blade plus a Wild Charge, which is very important because, again, the Zacian could have Play Rough, things like that, but they're probably, like, say you switch in your Blastoise against the Zacian, and then you take, like, say, 40%, and then you can Follow Me and take another attack from the Wild Charge and still be around on the field. So you have that option available to you to take much less damage. And it also means that you don't have to like EV at all in order to survive Wild Charge. You can easily survive this attack without having to invest any EVs in defense. I think you still want to invest some EVs in defense because you have, for example, Ho-Oh, which you want to consider. What is this? Offensive. I don't think there are any offensive Ho-Oh sets in here, so I'll just have to manually do it. Singles must run defensive. So we'll go up Adamant, and you can do Life Orb, and you can do Max, and you can see that that verily is not going to KO. Like, you can easily invest for this because Blastoise doesn't need any EVs in its offensive stats, and it doesn't really need even that much EVs in speed. You can run EVs in speed if you want on your Blastoise. It's for roughly the same reason as you would on a regular Pokemon. So, like, for example, you can do your standard things, like you can run 230 to outspeed Kyogre at +1. You can do 220 to outspeed the Calyrex at +2, things like that. So you can mess with your speed around here to outspeed stuff in Tailwind if you want to, without compromising too much. And then you can also very reasonably survive Calyrex-Shadow's attacks. So you're able to see with Dynamax, you can see that this is pretty easy to EV for. In order to avoid the 2-hit KO from Astral Barrage, you can do something like this. And again, this is all without a nature, so you'd give one of these a nature, and then obviously that would make it quite a bit better. And so Blastoise has the option, if you're running in the Trick Room set, you're probably going to be wanting to run something like Sassy, and then Min Speed. because that lets you underspeed your own Dusk-Mane, because Dusk-Mane is pretty slow. So Dusk-Mane is like base 77, and Blastoise base 78. So you can run, so you don't want to run mid Necrozma, you'd want to run a little bit faster than mid, so that way you can bulldoze first, but that's one way to run Blastoise. You can also run Blastoise like I say, with Aqua Jet, and then boost your ally Ho-Oh with a weakness policy set. And so you have multiple ways of supporting it. If that's not enough, it also has a number of viable items. This is all independently of the items. We talked about Wakan as one of the potential items. But Citrus Berry is a good, solid item. It means you can do things like if you want to survive a Groudon's Precipice Blades, and you don't want to, like say you are, I actually don't know when you'd want to do that in particular, because you can't justifiably run Wakan, so maybe not for Precipice Blades, but for Calyrex-Shadows, Astral Barrage, that would be one potential thing. Like for a Life Orb Astral Barrage, you wouldn't be able to take that attack otherwise. But I guess Citrus Berry won't work against Calyrex, huh? Yeah, I don't know. We see Citrus Berry every so often just because it's a generically good move, or a good item, and not so much because it specifically does anything. So, yeah. I run Citrus on a few of my Blastoise, but I think one of the more unique items that I've run on it is Safety Goggles. Safety Goggles is kind of cool for a couple of reasons. One, it lets you utterly wall Amoonguss, because it allows you to just follow me away Amoonguss, and you can yawn around it, which is pretty nice. Being able to have a Pokemon that can just switch in on Amoonguss, fake out, do whatever it wants to do, and just follow me away and completely ignore the Amoonguss for an ally is pretty potent, and it allows you to get away with not having a redirector in that sense. Also, Blastoise is bulky enough to take a Venusaur's Leaf Storm if you really want to. So if you look at Venusaur, and we'll give it modest, and you can see here, you have to invest quite a bit to do so, but we'll do careful. You have to EV quite a bit in order to survive it, but you definitely can do that if you want to. And so that allows you to not wall Venusaur, but allows you to take a hit from Venusaur. I mean, if the Venusaur if it Gigantamaxes, yeah, there's not any way you get around that. So you're just going to take the L there. But like Blastoise has a number of viable items, I think, that can get it to do a lot of cool stuff. It also has a really nice ability in Rain Dish. So Rain Dish is really nice because Kyogre is so common. You're able to occasionally heal from stuff. It's really nice. I wouldn't run Torrent even if you had like Flip Turn, because the damage that you do is negligible. And I think Rain Dish is better because you can switch in on Kyogre a little bit easier if you have Kyogre on your own team. It is not unheard of to run Blastoise plus Kyogre. A couple players did that. I think both myself and Umbry did Blastoise Kyogre. And so that way you can get passive healing with your bulky Pokemon as well, which is always nice. It's not especially impactful in my opinion, but it is something that you can definitely take advantage of. The other things that I would mention about Blastoise overall, I'm looking at my notes here real quick. Yeah, I think that pretty well covers Blastoise. One thing that you want to do is you usually want to turn Gigantamax on. Unless you don't have a water-type move, then it does not matter. But there could be, you might be in, this weird situation where it's optimal to Dynamax your Blastoise to use max water with, so I think it's G-Max Canoncade. I think that's the move that it is. And so that's like Charizard's or Coalossal's move, where it deals damage at the end of the turn. And so that's that could potentially be you could potentially do a lot of damage with that because you're dealing 1/6 of the opponent's health each turn for multiple turns. I don't know if you'd ever really want to do that, but it could be used as an emergency sort of thing. So I would always turn G-Max on Blastoise just in case. I mean, you should never be Dynamaxing Blastoise, but, just in case. A couple of the cons of Blastoise that I should mention. One of them is that it's definitely taunt bait. It is very, very weak to taunt because it's going to be running Follow Me, Yawn, and it might be running 2 attacking moves, but Fake Out, I don't know. If you can taunt it, it's usually pretty good. It's like taunting a Smeargle, basically. This really does behave a lot like Smeargle in a lot of ways, like a much bulkier Smeargle, because you have Follow Me, Fake Out, Yawn, and then you can run whatever filler move that you want in order to. I mean, with so many options, Blastoise really does behave like a much bulkier Smeargle, and having those important resistances to Steel and such really come in handy. Another thing that it is weak to is it can be very passive if you don't have a good way of sleeping the opponent. And because Yawn isn't immediately a sleep move, you can definitely stop it with things like, for example, the opponent maxing their own Kyogre or maxing their own Xerneas. And so that means that Yawn is less potent against those sorts of threats where they can just Dynamax to get the Yawn off of them. Although you can use Yawn in Misty Terrain, you cannot put something to sleep in Misty Terrain. That's something important to keep in mind. You're not able to do that. And in Electric Terrain, you can't even set the Yawn in the first place. As long as the opponent is grounded, of course. It also slows the game down quite a bit on your side of things. So Blastoise is, since it's a support Pokemon, it's only going to be as good as the Pokemon that it's supporting. And because it slows the game down so much, you can sometimes end up in positions where it's like, well, I have nothing better to do but use Follow Me here, but my opponent has a Calyrex and a Kyogre out, and they're just going to use spread moves, so that's not very good. So Blastoise, obviously, being a Follow Me user, is not good versus spread moves. I don't think that's necessarily a fault of Blastoise because its real strength is its ability to redirect single target attacks and put Pokemon to sleep with Yawn. But it is definitely something to keep in mind as you're playing with Blastoise. Blastoise overall, I'd say, like, whenever I put a Blastoise on my team, it seems to always do something. And that's not something I can say for some other support Pokemon that are in the tier. But Blastoise always seems to do something for the team. It's always able to switch in on at least one attack and do something, whether that be Fake Out, Follow Me, or try to put something to sleep. And if you get an advantage with Blastoise, it's very powerful as well. The next Pokemon that I want to talk about is Groudon. So again, going in alphabetical order here. Now, Groudon is one of the tier 2s that I think is closest to tier 1. And I think Kyogre is the tier 1 that is closest to tier 2. Groudon has a lot of strengths, but is also not as good as it could be, I guess. Not having Primal really, really hurts. If you had Primal on this thing would be 100 times better, because it would actually be a good Zacian check, because Zacian would have nothing to hit it. But there isn't any Primal Groudon, there's just regular Groudon. And now, to be fair, regular Groudon is okay versus Zacian, but if you're a Primal Groudon, you would take, I think, probably like 30 from Behemoth Blade as opposed to 60. You know, it's just kind of one of those things. Precipice Blades does knock out Zacian, though. And any Pokemon that can do that is automatically going to be viable. We'll go ahead and load up Groudon with Precipice Blades. You can see, actually, it's not a guaranteed knockout, which is definitely unfortunate for it. So if we load up versus Zacian, you can see that this is Jolly Precipice Blades. This is the reason why you don't run Jolly, by the way. You can see Precipice Blades, this does not matter the 4 HP versus defense. You can see it just changes the HP percentage. But you can see it knocks out 13/16 of the time, which combined with Precipice Blades accuracy is not like the best combo to have. I think the actual combination of those two things means that it's only about a 70% chance to knock out Zacian. 70% chance, or you have an 85% chance to hit, and then about an 81% chance to knock it out. So that averages out, or that comes together to be about 70% chance to actually knock out the Zacian. So having inaccurate moves really sucks. However, it gets some really good support moves, namely Stealth Rock. We talked a little bit about Stealth Rock when we discussed it versus Ho-Oh, but Stealth Rock has a lot of utility in Double Zubers for a number of reasons. If we look at just the Pokemon that we already have on this list, you can see that it does half to, or not half, it did half to Yveltal, that'd be really good, but it does a fourth to Yveltal, so either offensive Yveltal is going to be put in Behemoth Blade range, or a bulky Yveltal is going to take a quarter of its health away. It obviously is really good versus Ho-Oh. It's good versus Calyrex because it can break Focus Sash. That's a really powerful aspect of it. It's good versus Kyogre because it weakens Water Spout. It's never at full HP. And Stealth Rock is going to be useful at chipping a lot of things. It's more or less basically, it's good versus Ho-Oh Yveltal, and it's good at breaking Focus Sash on a Pokemon. And a lot of different Pokemon can run Focus Sash. Like this can run Focus Sash. Amoonguss commonly runs Focus Sash. Indeedee commonly runs Focus Sash. Marshadow has to run Focus Sash. Mew could run Focus Sash. I'm not really sure what it exactly runs. Torn runs Focus Sash. Whimsicott runs Focus Sash. Venusaur runs Focus Sash. And so there's a lot of Focus Sash in the tier. Rayquaza can potentially run Focus Sash, though it usually doesn't. But being able to chip all of those Pokemon is very valuable, and it also is very good versus something like Incineroar, because Incineroar doesn't typically run heavy-duty boots in this tier. And not running heavy-duty boots means that it is able to rack up damage on Incineroar over time very quickly. Like, for example, if the Incineroar switches in, say you're just regular max attack, and Incineroar switches in, and say they're like max HP. Just max HP. Now, they shouldn't be this, but you can see that Precipice Blaze is going to be doing a lot of damage to them. If I do what I think is like the correct Incineroar spread, then, I mean, it's still going to be doing a lot of damage. Normally, Precipice Blades would not actually 2-hit KO this Incineroar because it would have to Citrus Berry. But because of Stealth Rock, you're able to basically do enough damage to basically do a Citrus Berry's worth of damage to it. So Precipice Blades is very nice. Our Stealth Rock is very nice for chipping all of those Pokemon. And Groudon is the most viable user of Stealth Rock. Also, it has the ability Drought. And Drought is very good for a number of reasons. Buffs Ho-Oh, which we've already seen is very good, even independently without Groudon. But then you can use Max Flare boosted by Sun, which is going to be just stacking multipliers, which is always going to be very powerful. It makes Venusaur viable. We're going to talk about Venusaur a little bit later, but Venusaur is really nice because it's one of the fastest Pokemon on the tier. And it's also a great check to Kyogre as well. So Venusaur and Groudon pair very well against Kyogre. So even though Kyogre itself is good versus Groudon, Groudon's partners are typically going to have good responses to the Kyogre itself. And enabling Venusaur with its Chlorophyll ability is going to be very powerful there. It also, like we've seen before, it gets Stone Edge for Ho-Oh, which is going to be relevant. And then in the last move, if you're running like in a bulky set like this, like say something like this, then you would run you either Protect, or I like to run Thunder Wave. I think Thunder Wave is really nice because you're able to do things like paralyze Yveltal, or paralyze like maybe a Calyrex or something like that. Because Groudon, even with max attack and even with 150 base attack, still doesn't do as much damage as I would prefer with his Precipice Blades. And also Precipice Blades being inaccurate, it's kind of meh. Thunder Wave is also inaccurate, which is like even worse sometimes. But yeah, Groudon typically runs something like this. Or you might do something like you might cut back a little bit on attack to run a little bit of speed to make sure you get that 220 mark. 240 still has the same role on Zacian, which is noteworthy. So you can see that roll is unchanged. It's still a 13/16 chance to KO. You actually do slightly less damage, but it's the same damage range, so it's effectively the same. As far as items go, you typically are going to see Citrus Berry on these sorts of bulky Groudons, or maybe a Super Citrus Berry, because again, you want to run Stealth Rock. But Yuzoukas can run Groudon a different way, and this is a very interesting way. I think it's pretty cool. You can run a offensive set with Blade, Stone Edge, Sub, and Protect. So this is more like you would run in a... This reminds me a lot of how Groudon was ran in Sun Series in particular, where it was run very offensive and very fast, just to do a lot of damage with your Precipice Blades. You don't really care about not being able to take the Kyogre's Water Spout. You just have other Pokemon that can take the Water Spout. And so you just want to be fast, and that lets you outspeed Ho-Oh and knock it out for sure with Stone Edge, unless they max. But even if they do max, it takes a ton of damage. Ho-Oh does not like facing off against Groudon, unless it has the speed advantage. But you can see here, Life Orb. And you typically run Jolly just to get the jump on as many Pokemon as you possibly can. And so you can see here, Life Orb, Stone Edge is almost going to KO a Dynamax Ho-Oh. Very, very close. If they have bulk on it, they can survive, but it's not... you don't survive it well, that's for sure. And so this just allows you to dumpster stuff like that. And again, that's also one of the reasons you don't want to run Rock Slide, because Rock Slide is much weaker. So you can see Rock Slide here does knock out a regular Ho-Oh, but against Dynamax Ho-Oh, it doesn't do enough damage. And Ho-Oh is typically going to be Dynamaxed, so you don't want to be in a situation where Rock Slide just can't do enough damage. And also, I'd say that Wide Guard is a fairly common partner to Ho-Oh. You see Wide Guard frequently with Ho-Oh, so I think Rock Slide is better because you're able to avoid the... Excuse me, I think Stone Edge is better because you can avoid Wide Guard altogether. Obviously, Stone Edge is inaccurate, but it's not that much more inaccurate than Press with Blades. You just kind of got to deal with that. You just don't want to rely on Stone Edge. You want to have a backup plan. So, like, for example, against a Ho-Oh, maybe you're going to go for Thunder Wave first and then Stone Edge it. Or maybe versus Ho-Oh, you might go for Substitute, trying to predict a defensive play, things of that nature. So Sub is pretty nice, especially if you get it like with speed control. Like if you have a Groudon in Tailwind, that means that you're for sure pressuring against Zacian, and so you can go for Substitute on the Zacian as Protect or Switch, and that means Groudon, you have to do one extra hit to it to knock it out. So it's pretty cool there. Another thing to mention is that it also has great natural physical bulk, which we mentioned already versus Ho-Oh and versus Zacian. Now, obviously, great is relative. Like, I don't know, do you think, well, not obviously that, but you think 65% from a Behemoth Blade is, I mean, that is great. That's sort of a testament to Zacian's power rather than Groudon's bulk, but 100, 140 is pretty good defense. The special defense is relatively lacking, especially since the tier has a lot of powerful special attackers, as we've already seen. We've seen Calyrex, we've seen Yveltal has a lot of special attack that it can use to do a lot of damage, but you can't have everything. And Groudon is pretty good for, like I say, I think it's good as the Stealth Rock setter, a little bit better than the Life Orb set, but both are definitely viable. And not something that I would mess around with. Other options that Groudon has include Choice Scarf. And now, this might seem really weird, but it's kind of the same logic as Kyogre, where, you don't KO the Zacian with Priceless Blades, but you outspeed it, and you outspeed Calyrex. So you're able to just do a lot of damage quickly. And it also can be used as an emergency Ho-Oh check with Stone Edge, so that's kind of cool. It also enables you to run more coverage moves on Groudon, like, for example, Heat Crash. In the Sun does a lot of damage because Groudon is very heavy. If we ever get Primal Groudon back and it gets Heat Crash, oh boy, this is gonna be that will be a treat because that will be a really powerful attack. I don't know what else it runs on Scarf though. I think you run maybe High Horsepower just so you have an accurate ground type attack. I have not. The only time I ever play against Scarf Groudon is on ladder. You don't run Thunder Punch because it's weaker than Precious Blades versus Kyogre. Maybe you run also Rock Slide just so you can flinch stuff. Yeah, I don't know. But Scarf is something I've seen. Not great, but yeah. A couple cons of the Groudon. One of the cons I'd say is that it inaccurate moves, and this really sucks. All the Pokemon so far, save maybe Kyogre's Origin Pulse, they all have really accurate moves. Like Sacred Fire is like 95 isn't 100%, but we've got like 100% accurate moves on this guy, except for Origin Pulse, on this guy except for like Snarl, and so this guy not having 100% accurate moves. Well, that's not. The moves aren't bad. They have to connect, and that makes it slightly less consistent than some of the other better Pokemon. Especially since Groudon is not typically the one to Dynamax. Even if you're Life Orb, you don't typically Dynamax your Groudon. You can, but I don't think it's as effective. And that also means that because you're not Dynamaxing with your Groudon, you have to trade something for it. So Groudon, if it's running the Life Orb set, is going to be very, very offensive. But then if like the Yveltal comes in, it can one-shot you with its max move if it's Life Orb. If you're the defensive set, then you're very, very slow and you're going to be outsped by everything. Like, for example, if you're the slow set with Citrus Berry, then you're not going to be running very much. You're going to be running a lot of bulk, and you're not going to be running very much speed, like maybe at most 230. And so the Ho-Oh is likely to outspeed you, and because it outspeeds you, that means it can go for Max Flare in the sun, and that's going to do a lot of damage to your Groudon before you have the opportunity to respond with a move that could even potentially miss. So, it also doesn't like switching in against Water Spout. That's something, again, to mention. I'm going to mention it again. So, Groudon like this is obviously going to take it really poorly. You can see it does eat the hit, but at a big cost. And so if you're max HP, it's still to a KO, which is a lot of your Groudon's HP. That's also, again, why Citrus Berry can be pretty good on a Groudon like this, because Citrus Berry enables you to make that a 3 KO, most of the time at the very least. So, Groudon switching in to reduce the power of Kyogre is good, but you take a lot of damage in the process. It's not like Primal Groudon. If this was, again, Primal Groudon, it would be so much better. It would be so good if it was Primal Groudon. It would really, I think, be of a benefit to the tier. But there is no Primal Groudon. The next Pokemon in Tier 2 is Incineroar. So Incineroar should be no surprise to anybody who has played doubles at all. Incineroar is going to be a staple Pokemon of pretty much any tier that it's in. It is a good Pokemon. Let us go over why it is a good Pokemon in doubles Ubers specifically. So Intimidate is very good versus physical attackers. We already see that we have several physical attackers in the tier. We see Zacian, Ho-Oh, and Groudon. These are all Pokemon that is very nice to Intimidate. There are other Pokemon as well that we'll get to later on that is nice to Intimidate. Obviously, it's not as good as something like Kyogre, but, you take what you can get. And it also gets access to Parting Shot. And so I think that an Incineroar without Parting Shot and Double Ubers is throwing, so you wouldn't want to use something like an Assault Vest set in this tier. But Parting Shot allows you to do things like, for example, you can switch in on Ho-Oh, take an attack, use Parting Shot to switch out, and it's really good damage control. Having Fake Out is also pretty powerful. Being able to stop the opponent from going for an attack. Yeah, that's pretty good. It also has great typing. Dark typing is going to be pretty good. We already saw that with Yveltal. It allows you to resist the attacks of Calyrex. It also allows you to resist the attacks of Yveltal itself, although not necessarily nearly as well. Incineroar does very, very well against Assault Vest Yveltal in particular. An offensive Yveltal with Life Orb is less good, because I think Incineroar should be running, as I've already talked about, not Balanced Attack-Mon's Ice Scales, although that would be a good ability on it. If you see, for example, I think you should be running something like this, with Impish, and then like 4 defense, or you can like cut back a little bit. And the reason for that is there's so many calcs that you get with this that I think are relevant. So if we look at Ho-Oh's Life Orb Brave Bird, maxed at -1, you can see that Incineroar is able to take this attack. It's able to take 2 of these attacks. So you're able to switch in on Ho-Oh, not die, and go for a Parting Shot to get another bit of damage off. And so you're like, oh, okay, well, that's pretty cool. We already saw versus Zacian right at the start of this video, especially if it's not Dynamaxed. You see that Behemoth Blade into close combat is not a KO on this sort of Incineroar. You also see that Zacian, let's see what else is relevant. Groudon. Groudon's Precipice Blades without Stealth Rock, of course. We talked about why Stealth Rock is good, but if they don't have Stealth Rock, which they don't always have, Precipice Blades make this a likely to a KO, especially if you have a Citrus Berry attached to it as well. Not all Groudon are going to be running this much. And it also allows you to do things like survive a Life Orb Jolly Blades at -1. At least it gives you a shot to. You have the ability to survive this attack. Whereas if you ran a more especially defensive spread, the only real things that you gain are maybe a little bit better hits versus Yveltal. Honestly, like you don't really need the special bulk for anything, in my opinion. Because again, Calyrex doesn't run like Life Orb Mudshot. It's not running something like that. And so you already take Astral Barrage pretty well. From the standard Calyrex, which I'd say is Sash again, you can see that it's not doing very much damage. Even if they are Life Orb Mud Shot. That doesn't kill you. If they max, it kills you, but it's kind of like one of those things like, are you really going to be running into those sorts of things? And typically the answer is no. You're not typically going to be facing up against Max Ground, Calyrex-Shadow, because of how, again, poor it does versus Yveltal. So Incineroar is buffed by that. It doesn't have to worry about that attack. And you might be like, oh, well, I'll just drop some defense and add some special defense in order to do that. But again, it just doesn't matter. I just don't think it has any impact or any relevance. The only other special attackers that are super relevant in the tier are maybe like Geomancy Xerneas. Now, obviously, you don't see Focus Blast. But you don't survive your +2 Moonblast like VGC 2019. But again, it doesn't matter. That isn't impactful on the game because, one, Xerneas is much less common, and two, you really want that physical bulk for a lot of other threats, as we've already described. So I think you'd want to run something like that. Something like basically this, or with a little bit extra, you can like fine-tune this a little bit, but basically something along these lines. Incineroar obviously is going to be run Fake Out. I don't see any reason why you wouldn't want to do that. And then its last three moves are going to be typically you're going to see Flare Blitz and Knockoff. So you can use Knockoff in this generation. Or you can use Knockoff and Double Zubers, even though it was only obtainable in a past generation. So that's actually pretty nice. You can use Knockoff and remove items. It's the best attack if you want to hit Calyrex. It's actually not really that effective to knock off a Calyrex. Usually it's pretty slow. Usually you want to be like you're clicking Parting Shot with Incineroar every turn that's on the field. But knockoff is pretty nice if you want to do that. And then obviously removing items is occasionally going to be beneficial. It doesn't end up mattering all that much, in my opinion. I don't think it's super impactful on the average game to have knockoff over something like Darkest Lariat, but it's obviously a buffed version of Darkest Lariat, so you run that. And then you can swap out one of these moves if you want. You can run Snarl instead of knockoff. Snarl does much less damage to Calyrex, but so let's say you run like Relaxed. And we load up Calyrex. It does much less damage to Calyrex. It's not going to KO it, but it hits through Substitute. And it does do like some good damage to it. If they're Life Orb, then Snarl would make that that would basically be a KO. So that's good. It has that going for it. But Snarl, I say, probably isn't commonly seen. What's more realistically commonly seen is you'll sometimes see Taunt, or you'll see like Will-O-Wisp over Knockoff. You'll sometimes see this because Will-O-Wisp enables you to burn Zacian if you can catch them slipping. And it also enables you to burn Groudon if you can catch them slipping. Especially if you have speed control, like if you're running Incineroar on a Trick Room team, Will-O-Wisp becomes a little bit more valuable. And then Taunt can be used to stop Trick Room and stop some random stupid stuff. You can stop Amoonguss as well. As far as items go on Incineroar, typically speaking, you're going to see one of three. You're going to either be seeing Citrus Berry, or the Figgy Berry, or Safety Goggles. And each of them have their use. Citrus Berry allows you to take multiple attacks better a little bit there. I think Super Citrus Berry is kind of nice because I don't know. I'm not a scaredy cat. People talk about like how Super Citrus Berry isn't good on Incineroar because it doesn't impact the exit KOs. But Incineroar doesn't often like take two big attacks in a row. Oftentimes what Incineroar is doing is switching in on Pokemon that really can't do that much damage to it, and then it switches out, and then it switches back in, and then it switches out. And so Figgy Berry is a little bit better for those sorts of situations, but if you really care about the exit KOs, you can run Citrus. You can also run, like I say, Safety Goggles. Safety Goggles, not Safari Ball, allows you to switch in more safely on Venusaur, because Venusaur is like one of the things that actually likes Incineroar running this sort of Fizz-Def spread. And so Venusaur will still probably try to Sleep Powder the Incineroar, and so having Safety Goggles allows you to dodge that and go for Flare Blitz and do a lot of damage to the Venusaur. As far as speed goes on Incineroar, I think that Incineroar should always be underspeeding Magearna. That is my opinion on the matter. So if we look at Magearna is 121. So I would run slower than that for a couple reasons. So if we look at 121, I don't think you can actually hit that. Yeah, you have to run relaxed. So 121, which is like 10? Yeah, I think. So this is pretty good because it allows you to underspeed the opposing Magearna in Trick Room and go for Parting Shot on it. That is much more effective than doing it another way. You also, at a minimum, you want to underspeed Necrozma-Dusk-Mane. I can't see a reason why you wouldn't want to do that, because underspeeding Necrozma-Dusk-Mane allows you to Parting Shot it in Trick Room before it can go for something like an Earthquake on you. Now, Parting Shot versus Magearna is like a little bit more iffy, but you don't really need the speed for anything else. The only other thing around here that's not on this list is like Amoonguss. Which, like, if it is max speed, like if it's Sash max speed Amoonguss, yeah, it outspeeds you, but you have to run investment on it in the first place in order to outspeed that. So if the Amoonguss is running this much speed anyway, then then you'd have to run speed on your Incineroar, and running speed on your Incineroar means you have to cut away from defense. And I don't think that's worth it at all. So I just say, if you're worried about Amoonguss, just run the safety goggles, and I think that's way better. Sash max speed Amoonguss isn't very common anyway. So I think running slower is much better, because then you're able to underspeed stuff. I remember I had a game versus Yuchi in the Double Zubers tournament, where my Blastoise, with I think either minimum speed or near minimum speed, so I was running like this, with Sassy, something like this. So my Blastoise was underspeeding Yuchi's Incineroar, and that allowed me to go for plays like using Yawn into the Incineroar. So it would Parting Shot out into something else, and then I could Yawn it whatever came in. And that is much, much better than if you were, like, for example, use Yawn into Incineroar, and then Incineroar immediately using Parting Shot to get off the field. So I think you should be running slower Incineroar. I think you could run a little bit slower than that. I think you could run Min if you want to. Min is okay. Min means that you have the slowest Parting Shot versus opposing Incineroar, because having the slower Parting Shot is typically way more relevant than the faster Fake Out, in my opinion at least. I think Parting Shot is such a good move on Incineroar. You've got to be running that. One of the other options that Incineroar has is to use Heavy Duty Boots if you're really worried about Stealth Rock, but personally I don't care enough about that. If you take you avoid the Stealth Rock damage, but you have to avoid it multiple times for it to be more impactful than something like a Citrus Berry, because Citrus Berry lets you like switch in on rocks one time, or Figgy Berry lets you switch in on rocks one time. So if that's really a concern, then I don't know. I don't find Heavy Duty Boots very compelling, but I have seen people run it. I've also seen people run Assault Vest, and Assault Vest is bad because you don't get Parting Shot. Sorry, yeah, U-turn is not good. The only thing U-turn does is break Focus Sashes, where Parting Shot does not. But Parting Shot, being able to lower everything's attacking stats and making them more likely to switch out, is much more impactful, in my opinion. Let's see what else. Incineroar, one of its weaknesses, I'd say, is that it's very weak. Very, 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 very weak. Because you have to run this much defense, you have no offense. And this isn't really too surprising for anybody who plays Incineroar. Usually Incineroars are run like this. But that means you can't, for example, actually KO Zacian with Flare Blitz. So you see, it does a lot of damage, but it's not going to KO anytime soon. If you have Sun Up, then it can kill, and if they're at -1 from, say, close combat, then it can kill. But Flare Blitz doesn't KO Zacian, and that's something that I think is pretty relevant. Usually Incineroar doesn't get KOs with anything that it does, and especially if you try to Flare Blitz or knock off something that it doesn't already hit for a lot of damage, it's just usually not going to be very impactful. You can knock off a Hollow and remove its Life Orb, but it just doesn't do that much. Its offensive attacks are very weak, so it's definitely a support Pokemon first. You don't expect your Incineroar to be able to do damage, and so like all support Pokemon, it has to have good partners to enable it, or else it will end up being passive in certain board positions. But Incineroar is pretty good. It's not as splashable, in my opinion, because a lot of stuff can just do a lot of damage to it. Like we already saw Zacian still does a ton of damage to it, and it's the best physical attacker in the tier. So that definitely weakens Incineroar's viability, because not only can you not just switch in and like threaten it out with a Flare Blitz, like you actually don't do that, but the Zacian can potentially just knock you out with something like a Play Rough into close combat, things like that. Also of note is like versus Yveltal. It's only good versus the AV Yveltal sets. If they are Life Orb with Hurricane, you take a lot of damage. Like you can see that this nearly KOs Incineroar. Like you eat the hit, but it nearly KOs, and that's going to be a big downside for Incineroar. Poor Incineroar. It just can't take those sorts of attacks, but again, Incineroar is not meant to be a special attack taker in this tier. It's meant to be a physical attack taker. And because of Dynamax, you want to run that extra physical bulk in order to more effectively check those threats, at least in my opinion. The next Pokemon that I want to talk about in Tier 2 is Necrozma-Dusk-Mane. Dusk-Mane Necrozma, this might be a, this could be a Tier 3. It's one of those that's kind of borderline. I think on the current tier list it is a 3. But I also think Tier 2 is pretty empty and deserves a lot more Pokemon up there. So I've put Dusk-Mane here in Tier 3. I do think it is pretty effective. The one thing that it does very, very well is so far we have actually seen no Trick Room setters, unless you count Calyrex, which, I lost to somebody using, it was Yuchi. I lost to them using Trick Room with their Calyrex, which was interesting. But Necrozma, as most Trick Room setters, is weak to both Calyrex and Yveltal, but at least it can take the hit. At least it can take the hit without dying. And that is honestly, like, as crazy as that sounds, that gives it a lot of viability. So it has a lot of good stats. It has really good bulk, really high attack. 157 is really good, and it has access to a number of good attacks. With Prism Armor as well, you receive 3 force damage from super effective attacks, so that weakens it pretty significantly. Let's go ahead and take a look at an example. So if we load up Dusk-Mane, Necrozma, let's give it like max HP. Versus, well, you can see Max Darkness still kills you, but hey, you can't do everything, man. So if you load up Calyrex-Shadow, you can see that Astral Barrage with Life Orb does not KO you. And so you can also do things like have a +1 Astral Barrage not KO you. And you can also do things like have Kyogre's Water Spout not KO you, like ever, which is really nice. You can see that this isn't doing very much damage, which is pretty good. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I typically run a little bit more Spadef than this on Necrozma-Dusk-Mane. Usually you see Dusk-Mane run like something like Brave, and then you dump some in attack for however much you're comfortable with, and then you dump the rest in Spadef. But you can also do like max Spadef, which is nice for things like, again, Calyrex. Say if they're Life Orb at +1. Oh, I think that still kills you. Oh, poor Dusk-Mane. But yeah, so this is the reason why Dusk-Mane isn't higher, because of these issues that it faces with being able to get off the ground. But in Trick Room, it's really potent because of weakness policy. So you really want to use those super effective attacks on it, but doing so comes at the big cost of taking all that damage. So for example, you might see like Necrozma take an attack from Incineroar. It might go for Flare Blitz into Necrozma. That's a bad idea. That's a really bad idea, because then you trigger the weakness policy, and then Max Quake is going to start kill and stuff. So if we look at like, actually don't know. Let me pull up my Dusk-Mane on my own personal Necrozma. I know I don't run that much offense. I don't actually remember what my Dusk-Mane does. That's fine. Dusk-Mane. Yeah, I was running this. 144, 112. I don't remember what this does. But this allows you to do quite a bit of damage to stuff in Trick Room. So if we look at, like, for example, versus Zacian, one of the big advantages of Dusk-Mane, is that it walls Zacian really hard. So you can see close combat, it does do half, but I mean, relative to what it could be doing, it's much less. And if they're not running close combat, which not all of them do, then you can see it doesn't have any attack that 3-8 KOs the Dusk-Mane Necrozma. And if you compare, like, Sunsteel Strike, and we give it like 144, you can see it +2. Sunsteel Strike very easily KOs Zacian-Crowned. And you can also do this, and at +1, it still KOs, which is really nice, so you don't have to go for Max Quake. And once you get a Necrozma, if you can get it in Trick Room with a lot of HP, then it plays very similarly to how Weakness Policy Metagross plays in VGC, where you become a very bulky Pokemon that becomes even bulkier with your max moves. So you can boost your defense and your special defense with Sunsteel Strike and Earthquake. And that's pretty potent for being able to very quickly mow through teams. And Weakness Policy, like I say, is a really common item on almost every Dusk-Mane runs Weakness Policy, and that gives it a lot of good options. Usually you see Necrozma on semi-room teams, so it's usually not hard Trick Room that you see Necrozma on, but usually on semi-room. So you might, for example, see something like this. This is a pretty common core. Necrozma, Kyogre, Ho-Oh. And so you have the option of using Trick Room to enable, say, a Wave Instance Kyogre, or Tailwind to enable it. And Kyogre's Drizzle will make Fire-type attacks into Necrozma very mediocre and do very little damage. You can see, for example, sort of like Dusk-Mane versus, say, Ho-Oh. And let's just look at, like, I'll just toss this in here. Flare Blitz, Life Orb. You can see that this already does quite a bit of damage, but with the Rain Up, it does less than half. And if you Dynamax as well, then it just becomes like negligible damage. And because of Weakness Policy, and because you know it has Weakness Policy, this is one of the things where it's kind of nice to have, like, you know that they have Weakness Policy. It means that it's usually pretty dangerous to go for those sorts of super effective moves into Dusk-Mane. So, like, for example, we saw versus Calyrex. Like, say this is just a regular good old Life Orb Astral Barrage, and say we were my spread from earlier. So you can see that does a lot of damage. But then in Trick Room, all of a sudden now I have moves that can just KO your silly Calyrex. I believe Earthquake actually knocks it out as well. No, never mind, it does not. It definitely would if you maxed it, but yeah. So you always have to be very, very careful against Dusk-Mane because it always has the option of boosting itself in multiple different ways, and that gives it a lot of different power in order to be able to go through stuff. Necrozma also has a number of other viable options. Usually these are run over Protect, so it gets Psychic Fangs. You don't want to run Photon Geyser on Necrozma-Dusk-Mane because it is a frequent Pokemon that Dynamaxes, and Photon Geyser, when you Dynamax, is always a special attack, so it's much weaker. Psychic Fangs also has the advantage of removing screens from the opponent. We don't have any Pokemon so far that can use screens effectively. We actually don't have any Pokemon that uses screens so far. But other Pokemon later on down the road will use screens. Like, for example, Regieleki can use screens. Grimmsnarl can use screens, so you can use Psychic Fangs to break those. And then, obviously, it's a stab attack, so that's pretty good. It allows you to hit things like Ho-Oh, which otherwise Steel Ground would be walled by. And also Kyogre, because Ground isn't as good versus Kyogre, but things like that. It can also run a Rock move for Ho-Oh if you want to be a little bit more aggressive against Ho-Oh, so it gets both Rock Slide and Stone Edge. Again, it's one of those things where I'd run Stone Edge over Rock Slide, because you want to actually KO the Ho-Oh outside of Dynamax rather than not KOing it, and you don't want to just tickle the Ho-Oh while it's in Dynamax. It also gets Stealth Rock as well, so it is a viable Stealth Rock user. However, I don't think I've actually seen anybody do so. I think it's underrated as a Stealth Rock user. I definitely think you can run Stealth Rock with it. And also it can run some boosting moves as well. So you can run Swords Dance in Trick Room in order to try to offset things like Intimidate drops and just like mow through stuff, but I think it's kind of slow to try to do it this way. I think the cooler option is Dragon Dance. So I guess Dragon Dance. All the Necrozma forms get Dragon Dance. And what Dragon Dance allows you to do is you run Dragon Dance over Trick Room typically. And so you can do Dragon Dance, and you can do Jolly, and I think you can't, if I remember right, you can't outspeed the, 278 is not enough to outspeed them at +1. Yeah, you need a little bit faster in order to be able to do it. But it's cool because then you can boost your attack and outspeed most of the tier. And so you don't have to outspeed everything, right? So you can still run Adamant and do something along these lines. And so you still have a lot of bulk. I don't know if you'd run Protector, if you'd run another attack on there. But you can use Dragon Dance, and Necrozma can be scary with speed control, especially if it's like, oh, it's just going to Trick Room here. So that's not so bad. I'm just going to switch in my Trick Room check, and then it just goes for Dragon Dance. And you're like, oh, okay, I have to deal with this another way now. And so Dragon Dance can be pretty useful at like mixing up the opponent's options on what they expect from Necrozma. Some of the downsides of Necrozma, it pretty much always runs Weakness Policy, so it's kind of predictable there. You can't run, again, a K-Sib or a Dark Resist Berry because you will just be obliterated because of Calyrex is on nerf. Usually defensive, usually, like I say, Resist Berries are usually not as good unless you can threaten the Calyrex, but Calyrex loves fighting against Necrozma. And we've already seen like the absurd amount of damage that some Pokemon can do to it. You've seen that a Yveltal will always just destroy Necrozma. You can't stop that. And so there's some downsides to using Necrozma in that respect. It also is very weak to Incineroar, despite using Earthquake, especially the max defense Incineroar variants that you should be running. So if you look at Incineroar, if I do this, yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, so if you can see this, you can see that you're able to survive a +1. Well, actually, you can't survive a +1 max Quake. So that's something that's important to keep in mind. However, what's typically going to happen is you switch in your Incineroar on a Necrozma that's actually at +0, and then you go for a Parting Shot into it, and so then all of its attacks become actually pretty weak. And so Incineroar is a fantastic counter to Necrozma-Dusk-Mane despite having Earthquake on it. And then also it doesn't like Fading Ho-Oh again unless you have one of those coverage moves. But if you have one of those coverage moves and you don't have Protect, and if you don't have Protect, then you're extremely weak to just being double targeted by something like a Calyrex plus Yveltal or things of that nature. It has to deal with a lot of threats. But Necrozma-Dusk-Mane definitely is still a very good Pokemon. Like I say, it's typically confined to the role of a semi-room team. But I think Dragon Dance is something that's worth exploring. And I do think that its matchup versus Zacian is stupid good. And it's a really good independently viable Pokemon. It doesn't necessarily match up very well against most of the top tiers. Like against Zacian it does really well against, but versus the rest of them it doesn't do very well against. But it does pretty darn well versus the rest of things. Like for example versus Groudon doesn't want to go for Precious Blades into the Necrozma-Dusk-Mane because although it'll do some damage, it won't do enough to actually pick up the knockout most of the time. And then you can get Weakness Policy boosted, and that's a bad time. So Dusk-Mane is pretty threatening for those reasons. The next Pokemon that I want to talk about is Venusaur. Venusaur is exclusively used on teams with Groudon. So that means, first of all, you have to take into account that you're going to be running Venusaur as a Tier 2 Pokemon with another Tier 2 Pokemon. You do not have to run Venusaur on teams with Groudon. That's something to keep in mind. But typically is a very good option because it gets a lot of really important effects, or like a lot of really cool things that I can do. So this is a standard one. Sludge Bomb, Earth Power, Sleep Powder with Focus Sash. And then you run Modest. Timid is only useful for Regieleki. So Regieleki, if you run Timid Regieleki, then it outspeeds Venusaur. But I don't know. I don't know if Regieleki actually wants to run Timid to outspeed Venusaur or not. I personally prefer Modest on my Regieleki, but you can definitely run Modest Venusaur. So if you really want to beat that, you can run Modest, or you can run Timid Venusaur. Timid Venusaur also has the advantage of outspeeding some stuff at -1, or after like a +1, or after Tailwind versus some Pokemon. But I'd say Modest max speed is, I think, good enough for the majority of situations. You always want to run Leaf Storm as your attacking move. Not only is it your strongest grass type attack outside of like Frenzy Plant, you don't need Frenzy Plant because although Venusaur can go for Dynamax, and it does fairly, like, it does sometimes, but it doesn't always do it. Venusaur is usually hard to max because there's usually going to be something that can take one of its hits. And you want to run Focus Sash for sure on Venusaur. You don't want Life Orb. Life Orb is not good on a Venusaur. You want to be able to take those 2 hits. Notably because Sleep Powder is a really powerful move. We've seen so far that I've talked up Blastoise because of its ability to put things to sleep. Venusaur is able to outspeed everything and put anything that it wants to sleep. And that's a very powerful effect. Tapu Fini is not nearly as common as it would be in like Double OU or in pre Series 8 VGC 2021. So Sleep Powder is really good at being able to put Pokemon to sleep that would be really threatening. And because of its natural speed, it's also very good versus other slow Pokemon. Like, for example, you can see if you look at Venusaur versus Kyogre. And you're Modest. And you're not Dynamaxing. You can see that Leaf Storm does a ton of damage to Kyogre. Now, it doesn't knock it out in one hit, but you don't necessarily need to. You're able to do so much damage to it that you are basically taking away the water spread option for the rest of the game. And that's really powerful. It also will KO Kyogre after Stealth Rock, which we've already seen Groudon is a frequent user of. So that's something to keep in mind too. But like I said, Leaf Storm is pretty common. You wouldn't want to run Grass Knot, although Grass Knot is a little bit more consistent versus Groudon in particular. It's not good because, one, they can Dynamax, and then, oops, you can't actually use your stab move on the Groudon or the Kyogre. Both of them are not. Actually, Kyogre maxes a decent bit, so I wouldn't run Grass Knot just for that reason. But sometimes Groudon maxes too, so Grass Knot is not a good option. Just run Leaf Storm. The special attack drop, in my opinion, literally does not matter. Because if you're at -2 special attack, you can still do things with Sleep Powder. Sleep Powder is still an effective way of offering pressure on the board. And in my opinion, Sleep Powder Venusaur is the reason to run Safety Goggles on Pokemon. Amoonguss is like okay in this tier, but Venusaur is the real threat. Being able to Sleep Powder things is a huge boon for it. And although it's an inaccurate attack, if you do hit it, it's a really powerful option. And you can play Venusaur in such a way where it's kind of like the best type of Venusaur is when you don't rely on Sleep Powder, but rather it's more like if you hit your Sleep Powder, you're in a very good position. That's how you want to play your Venusaur. You don't want to rely on Sleep Powder. You don't want to like use Sleep Powder as Fake Out. Sleep Powder is not Fake Out. You want to use it as a nice means of messing with Pokemon. You want to use it to push an advantageous state forward. You don't want to try to use it to claw out of bad situations. Other options that Venusaur has, it gets Weather Ball, and that is a slightly stronger Earth power against a lot of targets. So if you look at Venusaur versus Zacian, this is the most relevant one. Earth power, Weather Ball. You can see Earth Power does half to Zacian, which is pretty good. But in the Sun, Weather Ball does quite a little bit more. So you get not only the 2x boost from Weather Ball, but you also get the Sun boost as well. So Weather Ball does a lot more damage to Zacian. It doesn't knock it out in one hit, but it's still pretty effective and something that is pretty useful. Sludge Bomb is also not something that you are obligated to have on Venusaur. Let's look at, for example, at the tiers that we've got so far already. If you ran Weather Ball, then you would be able to still hit Yveltal. You'd still be able to hit. It wouldn't change your your matchup too much versus Ho-Oh. Sludge Bomb does not do very much. It's better versus the Zacian already. It's worse versus Incineroar. That's something definitely to keep in mind. So you need to have something to hit the Incineroar, I think. But you don't necessarily have to run Sludge Bomb because the only pure fairy that exists is like Xerneas. And although it's nice to hit Xerneas with a super effective attack, again, you go for Sleep Powder onto it as long as it's not Geomancied and goes for max Starfall into you, things like that. But Sludge Bomb isn't necessarily a requirement of Venusaur, so you don't have to run it. But it's okay option. So you can definitely run Earth Weather Ball over it. Earth Power is relevant for one other thing. I'm trying to think of what else I think it's just Incineroar that it's relevant for. Because if you compare versus Incineroar, so we could say max HP for Spadef. You can see that Earth Power is a 2-hit KO on this Incineroar, whereas Sludge Bomb would not be, things like that. So you can't run all of those attacks. And also you might consider running Protect in one of these slots. So you might run like Leaf Storm, Sleep Powder, Weather Ball or Earth Power, and then Protect. That's definitely a viable choice to do as well. Weather Ball is also a little bit more inconsistent because it's dependent on you having Sun Up, and that's not always going to be the case. Things like that. You might run out of Sun Turns. If you run out of Sun Turns, then usually Venusaur is kind of a sitting duck anyway. But it also might not be good if your opponent switches in a Kyogre against you. That wouldn't be very good. Otherwise, some other things, I think that's pretty well all that Venusaur runs. The G-Max is definitely, you definitely run G-Max over Dynamax, that's for sure. Because G-Max Vine Lash is a very effective way at chipping Pokemon. The problem with Sash Venusaur is that, in Dynamaxing it, is that you don't really get the KOs that you want without a Life Orb. So, for example, you can see Max Quake versus Incineroar. If you were Life Orb, that would be a much better shot of KOing. But you really, really want the Focus Sash. I can't emphasize how much you want the Focus Sash. If you don't have the Focus Sash, then you are much, much, much worse if you don't Dynamax. And so that obligates you to Dynamax the Venusaur if you are a Life Orb. And I don't think you should do that because you run into a number of Pokemon, but you really can't effectively do that versus Ho-Oh. You can't beat Ho-Oh. You have to not Dynamax to beat Ho-Oh. You need to have the Sleep Powder option available to you in order to beat Ho-Oh. So, it means you intrinsically have a lot of trouble Dynamaxing against that sort of board state unless you have something else on this field at the same time, like maybe a Life Orb Groudon that can beat the Ho-Oh. So that's something definitely you want to keep in mind. Other weaknesses that Venusaur has include that since it doesn't typically run Protect, it's typically not very common for it to run Protect. That means it is open if you don't Dynamax it to a double target from Fake Out plus something. And that's honestly one of Venusaur's biggest weaknesses, is just being able to remove its speed control and mess with it in that way. But if you are unprepared against a Venusaur, if you have if your answer to Sleep is Dynamax instead of Terrain, that's not going to work because they can Sleep Powder you first. Or if your answer is Dodge the Sleep Powder, that's not a good one either. So Venusaur offers a lot, especially on Sun teams, or only on some teams. But I think it's a pretty good addition on Sun teams, even if only for its good match versus Kyogre. But its speed and being able to put things to sleep with Sleep Powder, I think is very, very relevant and makes Venusaur a very viable pick. Xerneas is the next Pokemon that I could consider to be Tier 2. Xerneas, if you have played doubles with any restricted Pokemon ever, is always going to be something that I think you have to take into account because of Power Herb Geomancy. So Geomancy is a move that raises special attack, your special defense, and your speed by 2. And yeah, that's really good because you get a lot of bulk, speed, and offense for one turn of setup. It's very low cost and very high reward. So Xerneas is powerful in being able to do that. It also has the strongest fairy type stab move in the game, Moonblast. Actually, yeah, I think it is the strongest one. And then it gets not really too much else as far as converge moves. You can do like Thunder. Thunder is nice for Ho-Oh because Moonblast doesn't do very much to Ho-Oh, so you can use Thunder to get around that. And you also have like Thunderbolt if you're running like on Sun, and that's basically what it is. There's Xerneas is really good because of Geomancy, but it's not as good as you would think it would be. There's a few limitations that Xerneas has that hold it back from being like a true like tier 1 threat. And these are all like pretty relevant. So let's go ahead and look at Xerneas. Let's say we have this set, sure, versus Zacian. Now, you wouldn't run exactly like this. You would run probably more like this. This would be your most average Xerneas spread, like a modest 252, 252. You could also run timid 252, 252. And you can see here, Behemoth Blade one-shot Xerneas. That's a pretty big deal. And you can't Dynamax to get around that either, because then you'll just do double damage, and yeah, you still die. And now you just deal 1,000 damage instead of, 600 damage. So there's no way to get around this problem. Even if you make Zacian -1, then you can see here that Xerneas, this 4 HP Xerneas still dies, so you'd have to invest a lot of EVs in order to be able to survive that. But even if you get your Geomancy up, because maybe you're thinking, oh, okay, well, I just Geomancy first and then I KO the Zacian, that's a good idea. Yeah, except you can't do that. So if you look at +2 Max Lightning, you can see that you have a shot at KOing Zacian. And that's all. You have a chance of being able to knock it out in one hit. And it's not a good chance either. If you're timid, or if you're not running a literally max special attack, then you have no chance. And if you're not running Thunder, then you have no chance. And again, Thunder, you probably want to run that with Rain, things like that. So you have to run, like, again, even like this much in order to even have a shot at knocking this out. And that's without Zacian having any support on its team, like, for example, Follow Me, or Follow Me, Snarl. Those would be probably the biggest ones that can prevent Xerneas from knocking out in one hit. You'd have to do something like set Max Lightning on a previous turn, and then go for Max Lightning again in order to knock out the Zacian. So it's really hard for Xerneas to Dynamax to actually beat the Zacian. And that's a big deal. Not being able to deal with Zacian is a really big problem for it. And then also you have Ho-Oh, which again has this same problem for Xerneas, where if it's a reasonable spread, like even if you're 4 HP, a +2 Max Lightning will definitely knock this thing out, but not when it Dynamaxes. And then if it Dynamaxes, and say it's a weakness policy set, say you're like Max Attack. You wouldn't be Max Attack with weakness policy typically, but bear with me for the sake of argument. You can see that Max Airstream does a ton of damage back, being able to do quite a bit. And if you protect, it's going to do very little damage, and then you can max the next turn, things like that, yada, yada, yada. Also, one problem with Xerneas is that even if you do Dynamax and use these powerful max moves, they don't really benefit Xerneas that much. Max Electric is like okay for boosting your next Max Electric, but that's not really something that you want to go for. What you'd really want to do is you want to use Max Moonblast and then take advantage of Fairy Aura. But there's a lot less Pokemon that you can more effectively Max Moonblast. And so Xerneas ends up in the situation where it has a lot of trouble versus the Steel types. Dusk-Mane, and Yveltal, and also has a lot of trouble versus Ho-Oh. You have the moves to beat it, yes, but the cost of doing so is actually pretty high. And if you end up, like, you use all your Dynamax up, then all of a sudden you definitely can't beat the Zacian, and you definitely can't beat the Ho-Oh. And that's going to be a huge deal for it. So Xerneas has to deal with those problems. However, Geomancy is a really freaking good move. So even if you added, even if you made Behemoth Blade a spread move, I think that, it's like a spread move, and it, slices both of the Pokemon. I don't know. I think Xerneas would still be viable. It's just that it is not as, it's not something that you can just Geomancy and herd or win immediately. That sort of thing. As far as EVs go, you can run Max with Timid. This has the advantage of being faster than a slower Kyogre. It also has the advantage of speed tying Yveltal. Because another problem that we haven't mentioned with Xerneas is that this is all assuming that I can actually get that set up. If suppose you are just a regular old Xerneas and you're trying to get set up, you can see here, Ho-Oh has a chance of just one-shotting the Xerneas as it goes for Geomancy. If you look at a Yveltal, a Pokemon you would think would definitely beat the Xerneas, you can see that a Hurricane does somewhere between like 80 or higher damage to the Xerneas. So it does a ton of damage to the Xerneas. And if you use Max Airstream, then you could potentially put your Zacian to be faster than the Xerneas and still knock it out in one hit. Or you can do Rover Tailwind and still knock out the Xerneas in one hit, things like that. So Xerneas is not invincible, and it requires quite a bit of support in order to effectively set up. So you're going to be typically seeing Xerneas with partners. You're going to be seeing it with like Incineroar or Blastoise. Those are the common partners for it. You might also see it alongside Tailwind in order to like have another big threat and then Geomance with the Xerneas. Typically speaking, what I see with Xerneas is Xerneas itself does not Dynamax, but you have like this other big threat that you have to deal with, and then you have the Xerneas. That's usually the best way to play Xerneas that I've seen so far. Or you have, like, for example, a Dynamax Toho, and you just go for Max Airstream. And then it's like, oh, by the way, I also have this Geomancy Xerneas. And so you have to deal with one of these two, and you have to deal with them at some point. So you have to figure out the most effective way of handling it that way. Xerneas is also one of those Pokemon that likes running bulk. You like running speed, offense, and bulk on your Xerneas. If you don't run any bulk, then you, like, for example, if you look at, like, Groudon's Precipice Blades, like, you really wouldn't want this to be 2-hit KOing you. I mean, you'd kind of want that to be a 3-hit KO, probably, right? And so you'd probably want to invest, say, like, some defense in order to do that. So, like, say you do something like this. Now, obviously, you'd run in HP first, and you do some optimization with that, blah, 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 blah. Also, in speed, you'd probably want to run at least maybe, like, say, 250 speed. 250 is nice because I believe that puts you over Regieleki. Yep, that puts you over Regieleki because Regieleki is 499, and so you'd run 250 times 2, and or outspeed the Regieleki, or at least the modest Regieleki. So you want to run at least that much speed. And so you have some constraints on how bulky and how offensive you can run your Xerneas. And so you have to pick at what exactly you do with that. Mostly, I'd say that Xerneas' main advantage is, like I said, you go for Geomancy, and then you still KO a lot of different Pokemon. Like, for example, you knock out Calyrex, you knock out Kyogre with Thunder, you knock out Yveltal. It's a great answer versus Yveltal, especially if you're already boosted. You can do Moonblast into Incineroar and deal tons of damage or knock it out. You can do it against a lot of other Pokemon that are lower tiered and do lots of damage to them. It's just that Fairy isn't as spammable. That's the problem. Fairy isn't as spammable. It's not as if, like in other VGC formats, usually Geomancy, and then you can kind of like click on a bunch of different Pokemon, and you have to run like other bad Pokemon. Like not bad Pokemon, but Pokemon that are valued because of their matchup versus Xerneas, more so than because they're independently viable Pokemon. But Zacian is the best Pokemon in the tier, can one-shot Xerneas, can outspeed Xerneas after a +1, most of the time at least. Let's go ahead and take a look at that, for example. So you can see here that Zacian is 434. So 434 times 1.5 is 651. And Xerneas has a lot of trouble getting up to 651 speed. So 651 requires you to run at least 652 divided by 2, which is 326. And guess what 326 is? Exactly modest max speed. Or excuse me, exactly timid max speed. So what that means is, if you have an ally, say Ho-Oh, and you go for a max Airstream, then your Zacian already speed ties the Xerneas at a minimum if they are timid max speed, which again, most Xerneas are not going to be running timid max speed. Although they can. I mean, you definitely, I shouldn't say most of them aren't. I actually don't know what most Xerneas run. My Xerneas tend to be pretty bulky, but that's kind of how I like to play. I don't know if that's necessarily the optimal way to run it or not. But, yeah, so Xerneas can be outsped by Zacian after a simple Max Airstream, and that's not hard to do. And that means that Xerneas has some trouble there. So I'm talking a lot about Xerneas' downsides here. The upside to Xerneas is that Geomancy is a really good move. And it's not... and you can find board states where Geomancy will win you the game. Typically speaking, the way I would think about Xerneas is don't use Xerneas as a primary Dynamax target. I don't think it is effective at that role. I don't think it does a great job as a Dynamax user, unless you set up for like free and your opponent has no checks to it. Or you set up at a like in the late game and your opponent has no checks to it, then you can Dynamax. But otherwise, usually how I play Xerneas is kind of like I just Geomancy and I just Moonblast until they kill me. And you do a lot of damage with that. So Xerneas is very good at trading. And it is like not a bad Pokemon. So it is an independently viable Pokemon like Dusk-Mane that just happens to do poorly versus most of the metagame. That's why I think it's like tier 2, maybe borderline 2 or 3. It's hard to say, but Xerneas is, I think, definitely a very strong Pokemon. Like, you can show up to a match without Xerneas checks, but if you do and your opponent brings Xerneas, then you're going to lose. It's just that a lot of Pokemon naturally are Xerneas checks, and that's the problem with Xerneas. It doesn't match up very well versus things like we've already mentioned, like Zacian, like Ho-Oh. And if it gets outsped by, say, like a Kyogre or Scarf Water Spout, that deals a lot of damage to it before it can set up Geomancy. House Barrage does a lot of damage to it. Things of that nature are going to be problematic for Xerneas, and it's something that Xerneas has to account for. The final Pokemon of Tier 2, and in addition to that will make Yuchi very happy, is Zamazenta. Now, I originally thought Zamazenta was hot trash. I thought Zamazenta had no place in Double Zubers. I thought it was terrible. Because what I thought was, alright, here's Zacian. Here's Zacian. Here's Zamazenta. Look at Zamazenta. Zamazenta has 130 attack. Oh, that's much lower than 170. Oh, Zamazenta has Dauntless Shield. That gives it +1 defense. Oh, Intrepid Sword gives you +1 attack. Zamazenta, not good. Not good. Zamazenta bad. Look, is Zamazenta slower than Zacian 2? Not good. And you don't want to run both because, like, why would you run a Zamazenta? Like, it's just not as strong. It's just a worse Zacian. Why would you ever run Zamazenta? And this is the exact opposite of how you should think about Zamazenta. Zamazenta is not an offensive Pokemon. It has a giant shield. It is a defensive Pokemon. It's a support Pokemon. It might be the best Duber support Pokemon. It is minimally the best, like, banned Duber support Pokemon. Like Incineroar and Blastoise aren't Dubers, so they may be, like, better in the sense of, like, supporting within the tier, but it is by far the best doubles Uber, like the best banned Pokemon, because of the viability, like, because of all the good moves that it gets. So it gets really, really important support moves. So it gets Snarl. That's really good because Calyrex is a big threat. You want to be able to Snarl that. And you have a lot of speed. So you're able to outspeed things like Kyogre and stuff naturally. So that's really good. You don't have to invest a lot of speed to do that, unlike Yveltal. It gets Wide Guard. This is a huge deal because Wide Guard is already good against a number of Pokemon that we've seen. It's good versus Calyrex. It's good versus Kyogre. It's good versus Groudon. It's good versus Xerneas if they have Dazzling Gleam. Versus, like, Kyogre and Calyrex alone is fantastic. Because of Zacian also... Or, not Zacian, Zamazenta already has naturally very, 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 very good bulk, and we'll talk about that in a second. But it also gets other broken support moves. It gets coaching. This is by far the best coaching user. And coaching is actually a really, 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 really good move. So, coaching can't be redirected. You cannot redirect coaching. And it also works behind Protect. So you can use coaching behind Protect. And so what you can do is you can do something like, say, you have Ho-Oh plus Zamazenta. So you can do something like Protect plus Coaching, and then give your Ho-Oh a boost. And that's really, really good. And you can also use it offensively to be able to do, like, Coaching into Zamazenta, Coaching into Ho-Oh, and then immediately you have a +1 Max Airstream, and you get a defense boost on top of that. So Zacian's Wild Charge, Groudon's Rock type attack is going to do less to you. Coaching is able to buff Groudon, so that way you take less damage from attacks there. You can buff other Pokemon. You can buff Dusk-Mane in order to take less damage from physical attacks there and to deal more damage. Coaching is also good for a number of other Pokemon that are a little bit lower on the tier list. We don't need to go into all of them, but yeah, Coaching is a fantastic combo move. And on top of that, it has Behemoth Bash, which is a good move. Like, it does double damage versus Dynamax. It will do a ton of damage to Xerneas. It will do, let's see here, it will do a lot of damage to just Pokemon in general. But it won't, like, Oko them. It's not Zacian. But once you understand that it's a support Pokemon, and it's supposed to be EV'd and played like a support Pokemon, then it gets so much better. Let's take a look at an example. Let's load up, like, Careful. Let's load up Careful Zamazenta. Let's take a look at that. So you already don't need, because of how speedy you are, you see I already hit 292 without any investment, and that's already, like, nearly faster than everything you need. You want to outspeed for sure, Yveltal and Xerneas, so you need to invest enough for that, which is going to be, like, let's see here, 326, something like that. So you do need to invest some EVs into speed. But yeah, let's say you add Careful. Let's say you just have max HP. And just that. Let's look up Calyrex versus this. Calyrex struggles to 3-8 KO this if it's Sash. That is a big deal. Because not only is this initial damage very low, but you have Snarl, which weakens it even further. And you have Wide Guard, which will stop the attack altogether. Like, if you want a Dynamax to try to get around this, and then you get Snarled, then you're at -1, and then you just don't KO. And that's a huge deal. It's a great damage control Pokemon. Let's take a look at, for example, versus Kyogre's Water Spout. We already know that Zacian will be able to survive this attack. So if you look at Water Spout versus Zamazenta, it barely even does over half. Barely does over half. And then you can use Snarl on it and take another one. Because Snarl will do min 17. So you're 341 minus 17, which is 324. And at -1. So the second hit does less than 40. And the first hit does about 60. So you can take a Water Spout and do a Snarl right afterwards. And that's not... that's all besides the fact that you probably are going to figure out that it's a Choice Scarf Kyogre, because their Drizzle is going to go before your Dauntless Shield. So you instantly know whether or not they're Scarf. And then you have the option of just Wide Guarding on them to take literally no damage if you expect them to stay in against that sort of situation. And on the physical side, it's also just as impressive. In a similar way to Dusk-Mane, being a Steel type is very, very good because you're able to wall Zacian. If you look at, for example, this, you might think, oh, that's not too good. That's a +1 defense. Yeah, except this actually doesn't work. You notice here, I don't have an ability on right now. I do not have an ability active. If I switch this to adaptability, it doesn't matter because this stupid calculator doesn't work right. You actually have to give it +1, and this is the real damage. This is the real damage against Zamazenta. For some reason, it tries to account for a +1 that doesn't exist. I think it's just like printing it and not actually doing anything with it. I don't know exactly what's going on with it, but anyway. So you can see here, close combat is your strongest attack versus it, and it does 70%. That's not very much. And then if you use Behemoth Blade on it, or Behemoth Bash, excuse me, and say you have a smattering of attack, that's a good amount of damage back. I mean, that's a 3-8 KO. That's a solid 3-8 KO. And if they're at -1, then they would take a lot more damage from that. And if they are not close combat and they are instead Play Rough, which is again a common thing that happens quite a bit, you can see Play Rough just doesn't do enough. It just doesn't do enough to you. If you compare it to also something like Groudon. Something like Groudon with Adamant. Then you can see Press with Blades doesn't 3-8 KO you. It doesn't 3 KO you. And again, this +2 is wrong. That is +1 Zamazenta damage. It's not, because this is not correct. Because you can see here, because you can see -1 and +0 do the exact same amount of damage. So you know it's wrong. But even if you didn't have the +1 defense, you can see it doesn't take very much. That, to be fair, is not adamant, but... So if you got +2, you can see that it just doesn't... That's +3. No, it is. What is it doing? Okay, I think that is correct. Yeah, that seems about right. But anyway, so it's a 3-8 KO. And again, that's without going for Wide Guard. And so you have the option to take these attacks without actually like having to use Wide Guard. So you have the threat of Wide Guard without actually having to click it. And I think that's a really, really valuable trait on a Wide Guard Pokemon, unlike something like, say, Solgaleo. So Solgaleo, in theory, also walls Zacian. It walls it because Zacian close combat, it's not even super effective like it is on Zamazenta. It's super effective on Zamazenta. But so it walls Zacian in the same way, and it gets Wide Guard too. So you think it might have similar viability. But that's not the case because, unlike Zamazenta, you have to just keep Wide Guarding versus the Calyrex. And if you get it wrong, then Max Phantasm will KO you. And if you get it wrong and you don't Wide Guard on a turn that it doesn't go for Astral Barrage, or that it does go for Astral Barrage, then you're going to take a lot of damage. So the difference between something like Solgaleo and Zamazenta is in its typing. And the Lucario typing of Fighting and Steel ends up pretty good for it. And I think that's really, really impactful. It does a great job with what it's supposed to do. Another thing to mention about Zamazenta is, again, its speed. Again, we can see that you only have to invest this much speed in order to outspeed the Pokemon that we're talking about here. And you can see already, we haven't even used, like, with 140, we still have, what is that? 256 minus 140? Not times, 256 minus 140. We still have 116 EVs left over. So if you want, you can just dump that in Spit F, and then take no damage at all from anything. Like, for example, if you look up Xerneas, that we were just talking about, say you're plus 2 Moonblast, that does nothing. It just doesn't do enough. Say you don't even have, if you're just careful and you have no other investment, Moonblast just straight up doesn't kill you. Now, if you Dynamax, it does kill you, but we already talked about the limitations of Xerneas Dynamaxing. And Behemoth Blast does quite a bit in return, and you can Snarl it. And yeah. Zamazenta does a lot of things as a support Pokemon for the team. A couple notes about Zamazenta's speed. So we've already seen that that only needs a little bit to outspeed the Yveltal and Xerneas. You can go a little bit faster if you want to outspeed Mew, but meh. The only other thing that's relevant around this area is Tornadus. You can technically outspeed Tornadus. I don't think it matters. Personally, I don't see why you would need to outspeed Tornadus. It's nice to have Behemoth Mash before it goes for Hurricane, but they're going to click Tailwind anyway. I wouldn't just mess with it. I would just run about this speed. One thing that is relevant is if you are using it in combination with Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh, so let's say you want your Ho-Oh to be, like 240 speed. So you want to speed creep some stuff. Say you want it to be 240. So you have to keep into account that 240 times 1.5 is going to be 360. So 360 would outspeed your Zamazenta. Because Zamazenta, at most, can only be 355. So as a result, typically with those sorts of Ho-Oh and Zamazenta, what you'd want your Ho-Oh to not be faster than Zamazenta at +1. And the reason you wouldn't want to do that is so you could, for example, do something like you have, like, say, an ally Pokemon, and you go for max Airstream, and then your ally Pokemon dies, and then you send in Zamazenta, and now you can go for coaching onto the Zamazenta and still outspeed. So, for example, you might want to run something a little bit more like 230. Say something more like 230. So 230 times 1.5 is 345. And 345 is a little bit more reasonable to hit with Zamazenta. You can see 345. You can outspeed that at 346. And so you might want your Ho-Oh to run a little bit slower, so that way you can outspeed with Zamazenta and go for that coaching strategy at +1. So that's something to keep in mind when determining Zamazenta's speed. It also can be relative to your Ho-Oh, because Zamazenta and Ho-Oh pair so well together, because Wide Guard blocks spread damage against Ho-Oh. Again, another reason why Rock Slide is not a good way to beat Ho-Oh. And it blocks Water Spout versus Ho-Oh, and it blocks Astral Barrage and all that other stuff. So it's a really good bulky Pokemon. One of the downsides of, before we talk about the downsides, let's go ahead and cover some other options that you can run. So you don't have to run Zamazenta on Ho-Oh teams, or on, say, like a Rayquaza team or something like that. You can also run it on a generic team and just put Helping Hand. Helping Hand is pretty nice. It accomplishes effectively the same thing as Water Spout. It also gets around Fake Out. So accomplishes the same thing as Water Spout. It's like helpful if you're like using it with an ally Water Spout. So you can lead like Zamazenta and Kyogre and go for Helping Hand Water Spout and one-shot stuff. So it's a very valuable Helping Hand user, especially if nothing else on your team needs coaching, or you could justify running Helping Hand instead of coaching on some other stuff, which you definitely can do. You also have the option of running Close Combat over Behemoth Bash, but this is a terrible idea for a couple reasons. One, although it does hit the opposing Zacian slightly harder, it is not hard enough. You can see here Close Combat is still not a 2-hit KO on Zacian, and that'd be about the only reason, like even if you invest some EVs into it. I guess it technically is, but then you lower your own defenses, and in my opinion, it's not a great idea. Your Zamazenta is not your Zacian. You don't want to use it to deal damage, you want to use it to be more consistent. And Behemoth Flash is a bit more consistent for being able to do damage to things like Xerneas. Otherwise, Xerneas kind of walls you, and that's kind of annoying. And Smart Strike, like, is again, or not Smart Strike. It looks like Smart Strike on Showdown as well. Although you could like Close Combat Kyogre and do a little bit more damage, you can also do Snarl or Wide Guard against Kyogre. Although you could Close Combat Yveltal and do a little more damage, you don't want to lower your defenses so that way they can't just pick you off the max airstream right after. So I wouldn't recommend Close Combat. But Helping Hands is something that I could recommend. A couple downsides with Zamazenta. One of the biggest downsides, I think, is that it is still true that Zacian and Zamazenta on the same team have problems because they have overlapping weaknesses and overlapping like offensive roles. So, for example, Zamazenta is pretty good versus Yveltal because it can snarl it. Zacian is pretty good versus Yveltal because it can go for play rough. Both are not great versus something like Groudon because it goes for Precipice Blades. Now, obviously, you've got Wide Guard, and I already talked about how you do less damage, things like that, but you have repeated typing. Both are not, for example, especially, they don't take Kyogre's attack very well. They have similar typing. In stacking similar typing with, they're very similar roles, and Zamazenta means that usually you're not going to be running Zacian with it, or you have to give something else up. Because these both are so similar, you have to give something else up on your team in order to run both of them. Now, you definitely can. I've seen teams that viably do run both. But that's something to keep in mind. Most Zamazenta teams drop Zacian, which means you're not running the best Pokemon in the tier. And so Zamazenta, although it has fantastic utility in Wide Guard and Snarl and Coaching or Helping Hand, you're missing out on a broken Pokemon. And Zacian is a broken Pokemon. It is so good. And so you have to really think before just tossing your Zamazenta onto a team, in my opinion. Although it's a great enabler, it has to make sure it's enabling those things well. Like, for example, I think that if you don't have any Pokemon that, I think if you're running, like, Hyper Offense, I don't think Zamazenta makes very much sense on your team. I think you want to be running Zamazenta on teams that are bulkier and fatter, so that way you can more effectively take advantage of those fat elements on your team, rather than trying to use Zamazenta as like a patchwork Wide Guard Pokemon, because it's a real momentum suck. It's a very, it definitely will slow down the game. It's like Blastoise. It slows down the game, and if your opponent can blast through it with something, then you're going to be in big trouble. Like, for example, if they have Tailwind plus Max Kyogre, that's going to knock out the Zamazenta. So those are all things to consider when using Zamazenta, but it definitely, like, having Wide Guard and its typing and its speed and having all its other good support moves, I think make it very much a tier 2 Pokemon. It's definitely a threat. It was actually really funny. When we originally did the tier list for Crown Tundra, I put Celesteela on tier 4 because it was a steel type that gets Wide Guard. And I'm like, that sounds pretty good. A steel type that gets Wide Guard? Yeah, so this is a steel type that gets Wide Guard. And it does so much more than just that. So I think Zamazenta is definitely a tier 2 Pokemon. And as you might imagine from the Z's, the only other Pokemon that could be after that, well, actually there could be a couple Pokemon. I guess you could have like Zekrom or Zygarde, but yeah, neither of these are good Pokemon in my opinion. Or well, actually I take that back. I think Zekrom is actually pretty low-key good, but definitely not tier 2 worthy. But now that we've established, I think, our tier 2, I want to move on to tier 3. So tier 1 are Pokemon that I think are broken, and you can very easily slap on any team and you will do very well with them. Tier 2 are a bit more niche. You need to have some thought before you put them on your team. They're not just auto brings. And some of them have high dependency on other Pokemon. Like, for example, Zamazenta does not work well on Hyper Offense. Xerneas needs some sort of redirection or fake out support. Venusaur needs access to Groudon, things of that nature. But tier 3 are sort of those Pokemon that are a little bit that require more support. These Pokemon they're still pretty good, but they either are bringing the support or they require support. These Pokemon in tier 3 are either weaker support or they are less effective, or they are less effective offensive threats. So let's go ahead and get into it. The first Pokemon that I have here is Amoonguss. Now, Amoonguss does exactly what you'd expect Amoonguss to do. It does Rage Powder, it does Spore. It goes zzz. You'd run I think you still run Regenerator. Even though Focus Sash is actually a really common item on Amoonguss. Now you might think, why are you going to run Focus Sash on Amoonguss? That doesn't make any sense. Because Behemoth Blade 1-hit KOs you, and Max Airstream 1-hit KOs you, and let's see what else 1-hit KOs you. A lot of the other big max attacks 1-hit KO you. So Focus Sash is honestly a very viable option. So if you look at, for example, Amoonguss just max HP. Behemoth Blade can nearly 1-hit KO you. You can EV for that, sure. But you're typically not getting 3-hit KO'd in this tier. It's not like in other formats where you might like switch into your Amoonguss multiple times, switching it out with Regenerator. That usually doesn't happen. Usually Amoonguss is like Blastoise, but with different pros to it. So Spore is obviously one of the biggest pros. It's very, very good versus Trick Room because you can just immediately sleep the Trick Room setter. And it's also good versus a number of other Pokemon because you can just put stuff to sleep. Amoonguss is not something that you would want to ignore in the team builder. And it also is one of the reasons to run safety goggles on your Pokemon. I think Venusaur is more threatening, but Amoonguss is definitely something that you have to respect. And then you typically run Protect. And then as your filler move, it's usually going to be Clear Smog in case you happen to fight Xerneas, because Clear Smog is good versus Xerneas. Because Xerneas, if they're fighting against an Amoonguss, they're probably going to max versus you, just to try to prevent you from sporing them, and so you want Clear Smog in order to be able to actually touch them. Clear Smog is also nice because you can remove like your own Intimidates, or you can remove an opponent max Airstreams, things like that, if that ends up coming up. The other viable move that you could run is Pollen Puff, and that is used as a pseudo heal pulse. That can also deal a little bit of damage to the opponent. So, Amoonguss is what Amoonguss does. It's not really... There's not really too much more to say about it. Sometimes they run Cobra Berry, but I think this has fallen out of favor due to the popularity of Calyrex. Also, Cobra Berry actually doesn't save you from some of the max Airstreams. So if you look at, for example, like say you EV for this Behemoth Blade, and then you duff the rest in Spadef. And if you compare that to, say, Ho-Oh, all of these are non-offensive Ho-Oh. With Life Orb, Brave Bird, Dynamax. You can see that this actually has a chance to just one-hit KO the Amoonguss anyway through Cobra Berry. So like you can run more defense, sure. Like you can bump this up. Cool. Congratulations. Now they can also go for Max Flare. And based on Sacred Fire, and that will still kill you. And you're like, well, what if I have Rain? Well, yeah, then you can do that. But also Max Airstream, again, this did 80% to you. 85%, and so any follow-up attack would be able to knock you out right afterwards. So Cobra Berry has kind of fallen out of favor, I think. Focus Sash is the way to go on Amoonguss. But that also means kind of like... It kind of shows the difference between Blastoise and Amoonguss, where Amoonguss's defensive typing is not as valued. It resists water type attacks, sure, but so does Blastoise. And that's really all it does. It doesn't have any other really notable resistances, because you don't you resist grass, sure, but there's no grass types. I'm trying to think of anything else that it resists with its poison typing that makes it any better, and there's not really much. Amoonguss is also generally weaker because Trick Room is not as good. In fact, you'll see a lot of Trick Room stuff in Tier 3. Trick Room is really good once you can get it up, but it's hard to get it up. And Amoonguss is really good versus Trick Room and not very good in Trick Room, in my opinion. It's not very good on Trick Room teams, so I think Amoonguss doesn't perform as well as it does in other tiers. So Rage Powder Spore, good. It will never not be a ranked Pokemon in Double Zers, especially since most of the terrains aren't as popular. But it faces very severe competition in Blastoise. The next Pokemon to bring up is Calyrex-Ice. So this Pokemon, honestly, one of its biggest downsides is that you can't run Calyrex-Shadow. And that's a big deal. Not being able to run Calyrex-Shadow is a huge deal because this is a broken Pokemon, and this is just a good Pokemon in Trick Room. I don't even think it's broken in Trick Room. I think it's just really good. So this thing has very high stats. You can see it has ridiculous bulk. It has 150 bulk and 130 speed F, which makes up for its awful typing. It is so bad. Glastrier is okay. It's kind of bad with Ice type, but Ice Psychic is just abysmal. It's so bad. There's so many Pokemon that can hit Calyrex-Ice for super effective damage. This thing obviously can, and obviously one-shots it. This thing does a lot of damage to it. This thing does a lot of damage to it. It doesn't resist water. This thing one-shots it. This thing walls its Ice-type attacks. This thing is not good versus it. It's actually really good versus Calyrex-Ice. Actually, Calyrex-Ice is very good versus Groudon, rather. Incineroar bodies Calyrex-Ice. Dusk-Mane bodies Calyrex-Ice. Xerneas is average versus it. And then Zamazenta is average versus it. It usually beats Venusaur. And the reason it usually beats Venusaur is because one of its most common items is safety goggles. So safety goggles is really nice. It means you completely ignore Amoonguss, completely ignore Venusaur, and you have big, powerful, spread-moving Glacial Lance. Glacial Lance is stronger than Astral Barrage. They have the same attack, but Glacial Lance has more base power. And that's pretty standard. They usually do that. For example, Precipice Blade is stronger than Origin Pulse for similar reasons. It also gets high horsepower. And Ice Ground is actually stupid good as far as the coverage move goes. So we talked about all the Pokemon that can hit Calyrex for super effective damage, but let's take that in reverse. Ground hits this for super effective damage. Ice will do a lot of damage to Calyrex Ghost. Ice will still do a good damage to Ho-Oh because it doesn't resist and it has lower defense. Kyogre is pretty good versus it. It one-shots Yveltal. Not great versus Blastoise, great versus Groudon. It can still hit Incineroar for a lot of damage. Dusk-Mane is okay. And we don't have to go through every single Pokemon. But I hope you get the idea. Basically, Calyrex takes a lot of damage from stuff, but it does a lot of damage back to Pokemon. It also has an advantage in being able to set its own Trick Room. Being able to set your own Trick Room is super good because it enables you to... It means that Calyrex can set itself up for success itself. It's not dependent on another Pokemon. Now, with that being said, it's actually not that great. For example, as a Trick Room setter, I should say, in particular. So if you look at Calyrex-Ice, let's load up max HP versus Calyrex-Shadow. Let's say their Life Orb. You can see you actually have to EV. You have to just straight up EV for this. This you don't live this attack normally, at least 100% of the time. And so you have to EV for this. And so that's already pretty lame because that means you can't run max attack. You are able to do that. You have to run at least this. And you probably want to run maybe a little bit more as well. And if you do Brave, things like that, you underspeed the Pokemon that you need to underspeed. That's all good. But you have to also decide on the item that you want. So it gets hit super effectively by a lot of Pokemon. So you think maybe Weakness Policy would be pretty good. But it has the same problem as Dusk-Mane, where your opponent is probably not going to just give you the Weakness Policy by using Knockoff into it with their Incineroar. Rather, what's going to happen more realistically is you're going to activate your Weakness Policy outside of Trick Room when they hit you with their Astral Barrage for 80% of your health. And so weakness policy is pretty meh on there. And kind of the same reason for Life Orb. Life Orb is also pretty meh because you have to take so much damage to get Trick Room up that once you've already set up Trick Room, you're not really inclined to Dynamax. You don't want to Dynamax with your Calyrex because if you Dynamax with your Calyrex while you've taken so much damage, then it's wasted potential. And it's also much harder to sweep with it, even though it has the same basically ability as Calyrex-Shadow. It's not as effective because Ice, while being a really, really strong move, it doesn't have any, there's not really resist barriers I have to worry about, and it's weak to Intimidate. Being weak to Incineroar is a big deal, especially since Incineroar runs the max defense set for independent reasons. But it also happens to be pretty good versus this sort of set. You can see here that if you run this, high horsepower, and let's say you're the safety goggles set, you can see high horsepower does a decent chunk of damage. Dynamax doesn't KO Incineroar though; it just doesn't KO you, even if you're Life Orb. It only has a chance to KO, and that implies that you're not at -1 or -2 or whatever. And you might be like, well, I'll just set up Trick Room with another Pokemon, and I will then use my Calyrex as an offensive threat once I get Trick Room up, so I won't I'll use something else to set up Trick Room. But we only have, so far, Dusk-Mane that can actually set Trick Room, and Calyrex-Shadow, which is not a great Trick Room setter, and also you can't use both at the same time because that's Species Clause. So Calyrex-Ice hits some pretty big roadblocks with its typing and with its with what it has to do. Usually it has to be the Trick Room setter, and that makes it really exploitable. Now you might say, well, I'll just run Zamazenta with Calyrex in order to use Wide Guard. I can use Wide Guard, but then they can just Dynamax and kill you. And those sorts of things happen over and over and over again, making it really hard to use Calyrex. You have to have some sort of Pokemon that can reliably set Trick Room, and there's only one Pokemon that can do that, and that's Porygon 2. And Porygon 2 is just so bad otherwise. It can get your Trick Room up, but that's all it can do. So you'll have to find a creative way to get Calyrex really healthy in Trick Room, and you have to they can't have Intimidate, they can't have Spore. If you want to have an offensive item that doesn't work, things like that. In VGC, you'd run things like Dusclops plus Glastrier, and you'd haze away the Intimidates and go for Max Quake. And that was really cool with Life Orb, things like that. But that doesn't work so well in this tier because of all the threats that you have to account for. I don't actually know how it would turn out in Series 8, because you can't just slap a Zacian on every team. Because Zacian also goes this thing, by the way. As if it wasn't bad enough with all the other problems that it has, Zacian just OHKOs you. Even in Dynamax. But I don't know how it'll operate in Series 8. A lot more people have a lot more promise for it. But I think in Double Zuber's context, it's really good once you get Trick Room set up because of the coverage that it has with Ice and Ground. But you have to get to that point. And so it's very, very good if you get the positioning set up for it. And so it's a Tier 3 Pokemon for that reason. The next Pokemon that I want to talk about is Grimmsnarl. And this actually might be a Tier 2 Pokemon by some player standards, by usage in the Double Supers tournament. I think it might be Tier 2. If you were ranking Pokemon by usage. I don't have usage stats from the Double Supers tournament, but Grimmsnarl was really popular because you can use it on screens offense. And as we've already seen in this tier, offense is really good. You've got big attackers, and having screen support in order to help that out is always going to be beneficial. Grimmsnarl is going to run things such as Prankster, obviously. You're not going to be running anything else. You're going to be typically seeing Light Clay on it. Light Clay is the most common item. And then you'll have Reflect and Light Screen. And this is really nice. Being able to reduce the damage by 1/3 from your opponent's attacks for 8 turns is really viable. If you use it on an offensive team, usually you can turn offensive games like that into, say, maybe something between a 12 to 15 turn game. And so you usually get it for 2/3 to half of your game. And so it's really effective at that role. Also, being a dark type, it has an inherently good matchup versus Calyrex. So you can use Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch is great, being able to just do good chip. You could do good chip to Kyogre. It does 30 to Kyogre. pull up Grimmsnarl. Sure. No, that is not what we run. Grimmsnarl. What are the people doing with their Grimmsnarls? All right. Let's go look at Sucker Punch. Not acrobatics. Versus Kyogre. Just to illustrate the point, like, it does about 30%. Like, that's not a bad amount of damage. You weaken Water Spout quite a bit for doing that. And then also, a Grimmsnarl is bulky enough, because you invest all your EVs in bulk, that you can actually survive hits from, like, Kyogre, for example. So you can see here, that normally does a lot of damage, but you can easily invest for that. And so that doesn't even take that much for you to do that. And so you can invest not too much EVs and still survive these attacks. And you can also compare this to for something like this will be okay. We can do like this. So you can use like Max Brave Bird. I don't know, with Life Orb I don't think you can survive it, but it was like 208. Yeah, if they don't have Life Orb, then you can definitely survive this hit. And if you want to, you can like change these around. And you can also do things like, if you have a screen up, then you survive this attack, which you definitely do. Like you can see here, I think these are these double screens? No, they're using single screens there. But you can see here, that does quite a bit less damage with their Reflect Up. It's very impactful at turning those 3-8 KOs into 2-8 KOs. And because it's Prankster, and because you can't be Prankster taunted, because you're a Grimmsnarl, you're a Dark type, you can't be taunted. That's pretty nice. You can also run as a coverage move, you can run Spirit Break, which is not a very powerful attack, but it does lower the target special attack by 1. And so it's also still stab, so not a bad option. It also has a number of other good support options. For example, Thunder Wave. Thunder Wave is great because instant speed control, and it's from a Prankster Pokemon, so you can do something like Thunder Wave into the Kyogre, Thunder Wave into the Zacian, and then outspeed it with something else. And then it also has options like, for example, Taunt. Taunt is great versus Trick Room, things like that. You can use Trick without the Light Clay, and you give it like an eject button, or you give it like a full incense, and then you give a Pokemon a bad item, and then they have to mess around with that. So you can do like Trick Eject button and remove their Dynamax very quickly, things like that. So Grimmsnarl has quite a few tricks up its sleeve. It's not good versus Zacian. Unless you run Thunder Wave, you can't touch Zacian. You can't touch Yveltal at all. That's a big problem that it has. You also can't touch things in Psychic Terrain. And although Indeedee I don't think is that great, it has some popularity to it. So if they have Psychic Terrain, you just can't do anything. That's also a downside of using like Sucker Punch. If they have Psychic Terrain, it's not that great versus that. Another thing that's important to keep in mind, that's really a dud Pokemon. If it doesn't have Thunder Wave, then it's a dud Pokemon versus like most of the Pokemon here. Like Thunder Wave is really nice for being able to slow those things down, but it's also like Thunder Wave doesn't work versus something like Groudon or something like Yveltal. And so you might rather have the Sucker Punch or the Taunt for those other threats. Like you might be wanting to have Taunt instead of Thunder Wave in order to stop the Venusaur from going for Sleep Powder. Things of that nature. So it's a very non-offensive Pokemon, but for what it does do, it's pretty effective. Being able to set Prankster screens. That's its role, and that's what it's supposed to do. The next Pokemon that I have ranked in Tier 3 is Magearna. Alright, so this is a fall from grace. I feel so bad for Magearna. Magearna has the most broken ability of all time in Soul Heart. There is not a more broken ability out there. Intimidate is really good, but Magearna, holy moly, Soul Heart is a good ability. So it's like Beast Boost, but a million times better. So it gets a special attack boost when any Pokemon in the field faints. So that includes from it not attacking. So if your ally faints, then you get a special attack boost. If your opponent faints, then you get a special attack boost. If both of your opponents faint, then they get a special attack boost. So Soul Heart allows you to very, very quickly rack up boosts. And you can get KOs with stuff, and it's really, really... It's... Soul Heart, if you let Magearna run away with a Soul Heart boost, it becomes so hard to beat so quickly. The biggest downside of Magearna. So Magearna has this broken ability. It also actually gets some really broken moves too. It gets Trick Room. That's pretty broken. It's Steel and Fairy. That's pretty broken. It has really good offensive stats. You run max HP, and then you run like 130. That's pretty good. But it has a downside, and its downside is that Zacian is really good. And Zacian being really good means that it has shared typing with Zacian. So, again, one of those situations like with Zamazenta where you don't really want to run Zacian and Magearna on the same type of teams. Because you have the overlapping weaknesses, for example, versus Groudon. You have the overlapping weaknesses, for example, versus Ho-Oh. Like, for example, Magearna really can't touch Ho-Oh with anything that it can do. And so Magearna is not as strong as it could be. It also doesn't like Dynamax. It has not super powerful attacks. Typically, this is what you see on it: Dazzling Gleam, Flash Cannon. You can run Floor Cannon if you want, which is Draco Meteor, but for a Fairy type. And that's really strong, really powerful, but you give up your special attack to do that. And if you max with your Magearna, it's only like a little bit stronger than Dazzling Gleam. And maxing Magearna, kind of in a similar way to maxing your Xerneas, Max Fairy doesn't really do much for you. Max Steel is pretty good. You can use Max Steel, and you get defense boosts and all that stuff. But that's really about all it can do. It also has a lot of natural bulk, but if you're using it as like a Trick Room setter, then it has the same problems as all the other Trick Room setters we've talked about so far. Where, although at least this time it doesn't like die instantly to Calyrex or die instantly to Yveltal, now you just trade that off for dying instantly to Ho-Oh. Now that's the only Pokemon that it dies instantly to, but it does, for example, like Zacian does a ton of damage to Magearna. Let's look at Zacian versus Magearna. Zacian versus Magearna. Max HP. You can see this does 70% to Magearna. And like Magearna is supposed to be this bulky Pokemon that is able to take all these hits. And it just can't effectively do that. And so because of that, Magearna also it has issues like, for example, you want to be able to survive like a Kyogre's Water Spout. You want to be able to do that. That'd be a pretty good idea. There's something else that I think is what Calyrex After Barrage. You want to make that a 3-hit KO. Maybe if you want to make Life Orb a 3-hit KO. And things like that. It's really hard to do, and so you have to give up on special attack to do so. So Magearna has this broken ability, but not really a broken way to use it. And nobody figured out how to use Magearna in a broken way. Trick Room is not the way to make Magearna broken. People try this over and over and over again in the tour, and I think it lost so often. Magearna's Trick Room set is not the way to play Magearna. And nobody's quite figured out how to do it yet, except for one other player named Lord Deathman, who ended up actually getting DQ'd from the tournament for not scheduling with the opponent that they had. And that was Magearna, but instead of using Magearna as a Trick Room Pokemon, you use it as a speedy Pokemon. So you, like, for example, pair it with something like Ho-Oh. And so you do Max Airstream or you do Tailwind, and then you do Substitute with your Magearna. And what that does is it gives Magearna a lot of protection. And that's a lot more protection than what you would get from Trick Room, because there's not a lot of great ways to get Trick Room up. We've already established that Trick Room is kind of weak. So if you make Magearna a little bit more offensive like this, then you start off and Magearna, basically what happens is, oh, it's not really a big threat. They can't Trick Room right now, so I'm going to ignore the Magearna, and I want to deal with this other threat that they've got right now, this Ho-Oh, or this Rayquaza, or this Yveltal that they're got next to it that's pairing it with Max Airstream. And then all of a sudden, Magearna slowly starts to get more boosts, because it slowly started to get more special attack boosts. You can't ignore the Magearna. If you want to just like let it get a substitute up, and then just start Dazzling Gleam you over and over and over and over again, then over time, that will just add up, and it will eventually start Magearna to get steam rolling, where it has multiple boosts and special attack, and then all of a sudden, you can't stop Magearna anymore. And so Magearna has that going for it. I think that's one of the best ways to use Magearna. But that's about the only way to use Magearna. That's I think one of the problems with Magearna. Nobody really figured out a way in the tournament to use it effectively. And the only way that I've seen it being used effectively is by one player in sort of like niche scenarios. And so despite having the most broken ability in the game, Soul Heart is by far the most broken ability in the game. It just doesn't fare up very well in the current metagame because Trick Room is generally weaker. And so, as a Trick Room Pokemon, I think it's a tier 3 threat. I think with the Focus Sash, or not with a Focus Sash, but with a like a speedy, like a more Tailwind Max Airstream oriented approach, I think it can go back up to tier 2, but we haven't seen enough experimentation with it, I think. So I think for now, Magearna is a tier 3 Pokemon, which is shocking to me. Like, one of my favorite catchphrases in Double Zoomers is broken Magearna wins again, and not being able to say that is kind of sad, because Magearna is unfortunately not broken. The next Pokemon on the list is something that I just mentioned, that's Rayquaza. So Rayquaza is kind of like Ho-Oh, where it has broken Max Airstream. And it has some qualities over Ho-Oh that make it unique. So it gets Dragon Ascent. Thanks to an old Move Tutor event, it gets V-Create. And because of this event, you actually never want to run Shiny Rayquaza because you can't run Shiny Rayquaza with V-Create. So if your opponent has a Shiny Rayquaza, it cannot have V-Create. So you know that instantly. And so this has flying and fire coverage in a similar way to Ho-Oh. It takes defense drops in exchange for a little bit more power on some of its attacks. You don't have to take recoil for it. And then it also gets unlike Ho-Oh, it gets a wide variety of alternate coverage moves. So you can do like Ho-Oh does, and you can do like Tail and Protect. But most people don't do that. What they do instead is they offer coverage moves. So it gets like Earthquake, which is a little bit more powerful. You can do Earth Power and be mixed. Earth Power would be considered over Earthquake because of its utility in fighting Incineroar. So if we look at this, perfect. There we go. There's an actual good set. So we look at Earth Power versus Incineroar. Max 4. You can see that it does quite a bit of damage. If you're at -1 attack, this would be your strongest attack versus it, and you probably wouldn't want to run Jolly. You'd want to run like minus maybe special defense. I don't know if you'd run minus special defense or minus defense. I haven't thought about it enough. I'm not modest, but nah. And you run like Naive, and then that does like a 75% chance that Incineroar. So that's pretty good. So you can do something like Earth Power. You can also set up with the Rayquaza. This is the one major thing it has over Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh does not get access to either Swords Dance or Dragon Dance, which are both good for independent reasons. So Swords Dance is really good because then if you get like a Swords Dance and a Max Airstream, like you just go boom, 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 and you KO everything. Whereas Dragon Dance is a little bit more safer, I'd say. Dragon Dance enables you to, for example, do a DD and then immediately outspeed Zacian and go for Max V-Create. Max V-Create, it should be noted, is only 150 base power rather than 180. So you have some incentive not to Dynamax with your Rayquaza sometimes, but it usually is not too big of a deal. Also, one downside of V-Create is that it sets Sun, and you can't actually take advantage of that because of Airlock. However, I'd say Airlock is a net positive for Rayquaza, because unlike Ho-Oh, Airlock allows it to not only resist Kyogre's attacks, but also switch in on them much easier. So, for example, you can look at Rayquaza, and this is why I'm saying, like, I'm not sure whether or not Naive or Hasty is better on it. But if you look at Kyogre, you see Water Spout is a 3-hit KO on Rayquaza, even with the minus special defense nature, because there's no rain active at this time. Groudon is still pretty okay versus it because of Stone Edge. However, they're able to turn off the chlorophyll for Venusaur, and so you're able to just outspeed and one-shot it, which is really nice. It's a really nice way of beating Sun. Another advantage that Rayquaza has over Ho-Oh is that it has 95 speed, which is really nice because a lot of the Pokemon we've already looked at have 90 base speed. So Ho-Oh has 90 base speed, Kyogre has 90 base speed, Groudon has 90 base speed. There will be more Pokemon that will have 90 base speed that I think are on this tier, or are even within this tier. So being able to outspeed all of those and go for a powerful attack into it first is really powerful. Rayquaza pairs very well with Zamazenta as well. because you can go for like coaching stuff into it. You can go for Y-Guard to block those spread moves that we were talking about that we were a little bit worried about, like maybe Calyrex Astral Barrage, things like that. And so it has, I think, quite a few options. It's very, very strong there. The downside, the major downside, is that it doesn't have as good of typing, at least in my opinion. So, Dragon Flying is worse than Fire Flying, because Fire gives you the resistance to Steel, which is really, really good. Giving that resistance to Steel is absolutely phenomenal, in my opinion. And Dragon gives you weakness to Fairy, and it doesn't offer very many resistances outside of Kyogre. You do better versus Kyogre. You do way better versus Kyogre, but you don't do as good versus other stuff, in my opinion. So, Rayquaza has worse typing. It also has much worse defenses overall. Like, for example, if you look at, for example, versus Calyrex. So you might be thinking like, okay, well, you can see this already like nearly one-shots Rayquaza with Naive. So maybe you don't want to run Naive. Maybe you want to run Hasty. But if you look at like Zacian, and you look at its set, you can see Behemoth Blade is already nearly a 1-hit KO. And so if you go to Hasty, then you'll just die. And so that's really bad because obviously Behemoth Blade would ignore Dynamax as well. So it has a much, much worse matchup against us, Rayquaza. And then also obviously Zacian could run Play Rough and all those things on top of that. Rayquaza typically runs Life Orb. I have not seen any Sash Rayquaza, although in theory you could run it. I also think Assault Vest Rayquaza might have some value, but also kind of like if you're running Assault Vest Rayquaza, you might as well run Ho-Oh. That's kind of one of those things. It's also weaker outside of Dynamax than Ho-Oh if you don't opt to run a like Tailwind. As far as like the utility of it, like Dragon Ascent is a strong move, don't get me wrong, but it's the exact same base power as Flare Blitz is. And V-Create is generally, I mean, it's stronger than Flare Blitz or Sacred Fire is by quite a bit, but you don't have Stab on it, so it actually ends up being weaker because, like, Sacred Fire is stronger because, like, Sacred Fire is 100 times 1.5, which is 150, but Flare Blitz is stronger as 180. It is actually identical base power. And so it's a little bit stronger there, but you can also have Sun, whereas Rayquaza can't get the Sun boost from its own V-Create. And then lowering its defenses makes you much less bulky than reducing your HP from recoil moves. So Rayquaza is a very good as Max Airstream, which is a broken Max move, and so it's a very viable Dynamax. But it also kind of has to Dynamax. That's one of the downsides of it. So it's something you have to keep in mind. I think Dragon Dance is very underexplored on it. I think Dragon Dance could be very good because of just being able to outspeed all the tier after one move, and it's not terribly hard to get that, in my opinion. I don't think it's that hard to find opportunities with Dragon Dance. So all things to keep in mind when using Rayquaza. So it's a really strong Pokemon, just weaker, I think, versus a lot of the top tiers. Like, for example, if you use Dragon Ascent into Ho-Oh, then Ho-Oh just Max Air streams you and one-shots you back. Things of that nature. The next Pokemon that I want to bring up as Tier 3 is Regieleki. So Regieleki offers quite a bit. It's kind of similar to Venusaur in that it outspeeds everything. Like, it outspeeds literally everything in the tier just naturally. So if you look at Regieleki, you can see that I can run enough speed to outspeed +1 Yveltal. And you don't really need much more than that, in my opinion. I think that's about as high as you need to go, unless you just want to run max speed, just to speed tie other Regieleki, or to be faster than some stuff in Tailwind, things like that. But being able to outspeed stuff is really, really nice because it gets a number of viable support moves. It gets Electro Web. That's really nice because Electro Web turns off the great speed of Calyrex, of Zacian, of Scarf Kyogre, which you outspeed. And you're just able to lower those Pokemon speed and have your other fast Pokemon follow with a good follow-up attack. So it's great at setting up combo attacks. It also gets access to screens, so you can do both Reflect and Light Screen, or you can do either. It also gets access to a number of good electric type attacks. So you can use Volt Switch, you can use Thunder. Thunder is really good in my opinion. I really like Thunder. If you look, for example, at Regieleki versus Kyogre, and you give it Transistor, you give it Thunder. you can see that with investment, like if you just run like this, you easily one-shot Kyogre. If they're like max HP, and so as a roll, you can also give it the Magnet item. And Magnet ensures that you one-shot Kyogre. And Magnet Thunder is really good for some other Pokemon too. Like for example against Ho-Oh, you can see Magnet Thunder KOs, whereas a non-Magnet Thunder wouldn't. And so Magnet is really good versus Ho-Oh, just being able to do enormous damage to that. Like obviously if they Dynamax and you don't do as much, but you can't have everything. So Thunder is really strong versus those two, and it does a ton of damage to, for example, Zacian. You can see, Thunder doing 80 to a Zacian, like that's non-zero damage, and if you max, you actually kill it. So that's something to keep in mind. That's not without even setting your own electric terrain. You can just one-shot Zacian and outspeed it. So Regieleki has some good tools that it has with Magnet that it wouldn't be able to acquire otherwise. However, it's also pretty commonplace to see it run with a Focus Sash because it's so frail. Focus Sash. To give you an example of how frail it is, if you look at Regieleki versus, say, an Yveltal, and let's say we give it a Life Orb and Sucker Punch, you can see that it actually has a really good shot of knocking out Regieleki in one hit. So you'd actually want to run like defense in order to actually survive that attack, which is really funny. Like you have to run actual defense EVs in order to survive a Life Orb Sucker Punch. Now, to be fair, that's a neutral one and not a timid one. Now, they're typically going to be timid, so you might be able to get away with that, but nevertheless, it's something to keep in mind. That's very, very frail. If you look at, for example, Zacian versus it, any of Zacian's coverage moves will do a lot to it, but also Behemoth Blade, does 76 to it. So, it's relatively frail. You can also see, for example, Calyrex. Calyrex is another good example. You can see that Astral Barrage just cleanly one-hit KOs it. It's clean. And there's nothing that Regieleki can do about that unless it runs Focus Sash. So that means that Regieleki either has to have Electro Web and be able to get off the combo attack, or the Calyrex is just going to be able to one-shot you. It also has a pretty significant downside in not being able to hit Groudon at all. So, yeah, you can't touch Groudon. And no, you're not going to run like Hyper Beam. This isn't series, 7 that people ran that? Hyper Beam on Regieleki? Yeah, that's a terrible idea. Don't even consider that. It won't do enough to Groudon. And even if it did, Volt Switch and fight it with something else. So you have to give up, basically. Like, you have to decide on those calcs with Magnet Thunder, or you have to decide on the Focus Sash. So you only get one of those two, and it obviously, it's only going to be using electric type attacks, so it's very predictable there. There's no Lightning Rod that's viable in this tier. The only one that you could even potentially consider would be Raichu, and because Raichu gets some cool support moves, but it's pretty bad. Raichu would be used to beat Regieleki, but Regieleki is a tier 3 Pokemon, so pretty mediocre. It also has competition in speed control. Like, you have Electro Web, which is really good, but it's not 100% accurate, and it doesn't work against everything. It doesn't work against Wide Guard, for example. Whereas something like a Prankster Tailwind Pokemon might see more use. So, Regieleki, definitely a really powerful Pokemon. Its speed tier makes it very viable, because its fast speed plus Electro Web make it so, you, for example, can also check things like Yveltal, make sure that it doesn't get out of control with Max Airstreams. They can't one-shot you with Max Airstream, although they can one-shot you with Max Darkness. But if they one-shot you with Max Darkness, that means that they didn't go for Max Airstream, and so they didn't get their boost on their Pokemon. And so their speed will be much more manageable for another Pokemon to handle. So Regieleki, electric type is we've already seen, it's really good. It hits Ho-Oh, Kyogre, Yveltal, hits all of those super effectively. It hits these two for a lot of damage, hits Blastoise for a lot of damage. So it's very good neutral hit on a lot of different Pokemon, but it can't touch Groudon, which is more relevant than you'd think. And it struggles against other forms of speed control like Trick Room or Prankster Tailwind. The next Pokemon I want to talk about is Rillaboom. Okay, Rillaboomer. So, Rillaboom it has a very important niche. It also will run Gmax, although you won't ever actually max it. But it has a very important niche in having Grassy Glide, and not Grass Pledge. Grassy Glide. Being able to knock out a very important Pokemon. And guess which Pokemon that is, boys and girls? It's Kyogre. Yep. And so you actually have to EV quite a bit in order to be able to do this. You have to invest like say you want to make it guaranteed. Okay, you have to invest quite a bit in order to be able to pull that off. So if you did that, you don't actually have that many EVs left over. You have, let's see here. I don't really know. Let's say, well, it'd be, what, 20, 24? And so Water Spout actually, in this situation, actually still does 2-hit KO the Rillaboom, but not with Assault Vest. And Assault Vest is the typical item that you run on Rillaboom, also for things like Calyrex. It has a great matchup versus Calyrex because Astral Barrage is not a 2-hit KO, and Grassy Glide is a 2-hit KO on the Calyrex. You can't protect stall out the Grassy Glide recovery unless you're like pretty lucky. So Grassy Glide is a great move. It's a good priority move. We've already seen that there's not really too much priority in this tier. Like maybe we'd get like a Sucker Punch from Yveltal and Grimmsnarl. Fake Out if you count that. Maybe Aqua Jet on Blastoise if it's running it alongside Ho-Oh. That's about it. So this is really good priority. And it hits a good chunk of Pokemon. You obviously don't do well versus something like Zacian. You can see Grassy Glide doesn't even do a quarter, and Behemoth Blade does 80% to you. That's normal Zacian stuff. Not anything that I would get too worked up over. Rillaboom has advantages as well in having good access to support moves, like it gets Fake Out, gets U-Turn. These are moves that you typically see on every Rillaboom in this format. And then usually Wood Hammer is pretty common. Wood Hammer just so you can do more damage to things like Groudon, make sure you can one-shot them. If you get like speed control, you can just go for Wood Hammer rather than a actual Grassy Glide, do a little bit more damage to stuff. Other options include maybe Knockoff. Knockoff is like meh though. Like Knockoff versus Kyrex is meh because you would almost much rather Grassy Glide that slot. Or go for Wood Hammer if you have it. Knockoff isn't really like any much better because you can do Wood Hammer into Grassy Glide, and if they're Sash, like it's like, you know, like you still need to Grassy Glide them anyway, those sorts of things. And also you could run High Horsepower, but it's bad. Even if you look at how much attack we've got on our Rillaboom right now, you can see it's not like very impressive. High Horsepower into Grassy Glide is not a KO, and even if it was, I don't think you'd have to do a lot more damage because of the grassy terrain recovery. Not something that I think is worth it. But yeah, Rillaboom is also really bad versus some Pokemon. Like for example, it's terrible versus Ho-Oh, garbage. It's terrible versus Yveltal, terrible versus Dusk-Mane, but it's really good versus some other Pokemon. Like it's great versus Blastoise. We talked about how there's very limited grass coverage in this tier. Well, Rillaboom is one way of just one-shotting Blastoise, and also has a faster Fake Out, things of that nature. Well, it typically has a faster Fake Out, it doesn't always. And so it's great versus Groudon as well, because it resists Precipice Blades and is able to do a lot of damage back with Grassy Glide. But yeah, it's kind of polarizing in what it's good and bad versus, so it has to find its role on teams. It's definitely not something that you can just slap on a team. It goes great on teams where you need to do priority damage to special attackers. And that's kind of like a niche role, but it is pretty cool. And Grassy Terrain Recovery is also pretty nice. Grassy Terrain Recovery is always good for somebody who's able to play defensively, things of that nature. So I find Rillaboom very appealing on certain defensive cores. I never was able to build any teams with it, though. I think Rillaboom is threatening, and I think especially its matchup versus Kyogre is really good, so that gives it a real boost in my opinion. But it's definitely not the most, I guess not the best Pokemon ever, so it's just pretty good. So, yeah, we've got Rillaboom as a Tier 3 Pokemon. The next that I want to mention is Tornadus. Tornadus, this actually requires a very quick explanation. So the only thing Tornadus does is it runs Focus Sash, Prankster, Hurricane, Tailwind, and then your flavor of Taunt, Rain Dance, or coverage move of choice, which is usually going to be like Icy Wind, maybe Brutal Swing if you have a Necrozma-Dusk-Mane that you're partnering with. Yeah, this is a Kyogre partner, and it's a Prankster Tailwind bot. And you click Hurricane. Hurricane is actually a really bad move, because if they have Sun, then it's really, really bad. And you don't actually, like, there's not too many grass types as we've already seen. I just finished talking about Rillaboom, and it's actually fantastic versus Rillaboom. It's really good versus Rillaboom. And it's good versus Amoonguss, because you can taunt the Amoonguss and you can Hurricane the Amoonguss and things of that nature, but it does what you expect Tornadus to do. It's a Prankster Tailwind bot. It's a little bit more offensive than its partner in crime, Whimsicott, and that's the next Pokemon I want to talk about. Yeah, I have very little to say about Tornadus. Yeah. Whimsicott is a little bit more exciting. It still runs Focus Sash. Still runs, we'll put Focus Sash on there. We'll be nice to it. Not Focus Band. Still runs Focus Sash, still runs Tailwind. But it gets a little bit more variety than Tornadus does in what other options that it picks. So you can run a number of viable support moves, including, but not limited to, Fake Tears. Fake Tears is really good. It allows you to boost the power of an Yveltal, boost the power of a Kyogre to really high heights. If you get off a Fake Tears plus an attack, it's really, really effective. It requires a double target, but still pretty cool in my opinion. You also have the option of using Helping Hand. Basically the same idea as Fake Tears. You boost an ally, but it doesn't require you to have a special attacker. And Helping Hand also is a great way of beating Fake Out, which is pretty cool. You also have Encore. I think Encore is especially cool on a team with Calyrex, because then you can run like not that one. With a Calyrex, you can do things like Encore Disable with it, which is pretty cool, pretty funny. You can't Dynamax out of Encore Disable, so that's a really nice way of like messing with an opponent really quickly. You can also run more standard moves on it. You can run like Moonblast. Moonblast will do not very much damage, but you don't really need it to do damage. You just use it for like breaking Focus Sash and like picking off weakened Pokemon, and you have something like Protect. So it's really good on hyper offense because you can just Tailwind. You live with a Focus Sash, you switch it out for something else, and then you do 3 attacks of like big spread move damage or big max move damage, and then you send in Whimsicott and you Tailwind again, and then you deal more damage. That's in theory what you're supposed to do with Whimsicott. Tornadus doesn't really accomplish that same role because Whimsicott can pressure things a little bit more while it's on the field, in my opinion, than what Tornadus can do. So Whimsicott also gets the other options, like for example Taunt. You can do something like that, but that's not really why you use Whimsicott. You don't use Whimsicott as like a Trick Room stopper. You use it to just blast through the opponent with hyper offense. That's what you're trying to do with Whimsicott, and it's kind of cool. I think Whimsicott is I think it's the best Prankster Tailwind Pokemon, and it's kind of an easy mode. It's just like, all right, Tailwind, see if you can deal with this, because Trick Room isn't as strong. It's really good versus most speed control because most speed control is max airstream, and Tailwind is great versus max airstream. Obviously, Whimsicott itself isn't good versus Yveltal or versus Ho-Oh if they're Dynamaxed. But Tailwind allows you to just instantly get the jump on them because of the changes to dynamic speed in this generation. The only real problem that I think Whimsicott has is it has big 4 moveset syndrome. So you can't run all of the moves I just mentioned. For example, in one of my tournament sets, I ran Tailwind, Helping Hand, Encore, Protect. And I ended up in a situation where I really wanted Moonblast. If I had Moonblast, I would have won the game much cleaner, as opposed to Encore. Encore ended up winning me the game, but I would have won it much cleaner if I had a move like Moonblast to be able to deal the last bit of damage to a Pokemon that was at low HP. And so Whimsicott ended up being like on the field and kind of stuck. It couldn't really do anything. So Whimsicott is has that problem with moveset syndrome, and it has the general problem with support Pokemon that if you don't have the right Pokemon to support it by you, then it can be a dead slot on the field. And that's more so than something like Blastoise or Incineroar. At least Blastoise or Incineroar, like Incineroar can always Parting Shot out. That's always something useful it could do. Blastoise can always Yawn. That's always something useful it can do. It can always follow me. Whimsicott, not necessarily going to have that luxury. So I think Whimsicott is the better of the two Prankster Tailwinds, but definitely not something that is like, it's not tier 1 worthy for sure. It's just a fine Pokemon. The next Pokemon in tier 3 that I want to mention is Zekrom. And you can't hardly see it now that I put it on here. Poor Zekrom. Look at him. He's like, woo, where'd he go? You can barely see like his little blue there. But yeah, Zekrom, this is a hot take, I think, for most players. Zekrom is actually unranked currently on the current tier list. Actually, no, it's tier 4. Okay, it's not as hot take, I guess, then. Maybe it is because I only saw one usage in Double Zoover's tournament, or at least one usage towards later rounds. It might have gotten used like maybe twice, but yeah, Zekrom is really cool because of its typing and because of the things it can do. So one of the things that's really good versus is that it resists Ho-Oh. Like, it is a great Ho-Oh check. It resists both of Ho-Oh's stabs. Obviously, it doesn't want to take a Sacred Fire, but if Ho-Oh's using Sacred Fire, it's not Dynamaxed. And Zekrom has 150 base attack with a move called Bolt Strike, and that kills Ho-Oh. That destroys it. It also destroys Kyogre. It also destroys Yveltal as well. For the similar reasons offensively why we've talked about why Regieleki was good, Zekrom has those same advantages, except this time it's a physical attacker rather than a special attacker. So it capitalizes on those weaker stats of Kyogre and Ho-Oh. It also has great natural bulk. It has 100, 120, 100. That's very fine. If you look at, for example, Zekrom versus... we'll mention one thing. You can see here that if Zacian doesn't have Play Rough, the best thing I can do is Close Combat for 60, which is, that big of a deal. And because you KO with Bolt Strike afterwards. But you can also see, like, for example, Zekrom versus... what am I thinking about? Looking up. Calyrex. You can see, oh, I guess Astro Barrage is a 2-hit KO. Okay, never mind. It's not as bulky as I thought it was. I thought that was 3-hit KO. Huh. All right, well, Zekrom, you need to bulk up a little bit more. But anyway, Zekrom can do Bolt Strike. That's a very good move for it. It also has a number of Dragon moves that it can run. Dragon Claw is, like, okay. But you can also do Scale Shot. So Scale Shot is very interesting. It hits, like, Icicle Spear for 2 to 5 times. So it could potentially be weaker than Dragon Claw. I don't actually know the odds off the top of my head of it being weaker than Dragon Claw. Let me think. So I think the odds are... Isn't it 1/6, 1/6, 1/3, 1/3? I think that's what it is. So I don't know what the odds are of it being stronger or weaker than Dragon Claw. But anyway, it has the advantage of getting +1 speed at the end of the damage. And so this is a great way of being able to quickly boost up past the majority of the tier. You're able to boost up past... boost up past Zekrom, past Calyrex, and past Zacian. Being able to boost up past both of those is really nice. And then you also have a move, Dragon Dance. This is a new move that it got this generation that allows it to do the same thing. You're able to Dragon Dance, and you're able to blast through these Pokemon. Now, you might be like, well, when are you going to find the time to Dragon Dance, things like that? But I think Dragon Dance is probably something that you can viably fit on a set. And then after you go for Dragon Dance, you have +1 max Bolt Strike, and that KOs so much stuff. If you look at it, for example, versus Zacian. Bolt Strike. Let's say you aren't even Life Orb, which I think you probably would be. You can see +1 Bolt Strike KOs Calyrex, so that's already a good sign. And you see it nearly KOs Zacian. And if you max this thing, then it becomes that much stronger, and you set Electric Terrain. So then you start KOing stuff that you shouldn't be able to. Like, for example, if you look at it versus, say, like versus Xerneas. That's easily going to KO Xerneas. So you see that, like, obliterate Xerneas. Like, this is the max that Xerneas has to run to even get a 1/16th roll to survive the attack. So, max Bolt Strike becomes very, very powerful and just a way to quickly drop stuff. It's also the best electric type versus Groudon. If we load up Groudon, obviously, we will not be able to do any damage with our max move against that. Oh, how sad. But if you use max Dragon Claw or max Scale Shot, which both have the same base power, at +1, that still does a lot of damage to Groudon. Let's say we have a Life Orb on there. So we have the Life Orb. That can nearly kill. That kills 4 HP Groudon. Yeah, that might not be something that the Groudon player is expecting. Moreover, if you don't KO, you still put the Groudon to -1. So if you look at Precipice Blades versus a Dynamax Groudon in this situation, you can see that it's not even a 3-8 KO. It doesn't even do half to you because of the natural bulk that you've got on your Zekrom. So you can do something like this with the 252, 252, 252, and then you're very fast. And I think you have, like, for example, a better matchup versus something like Rayquaza as well. Rayquaza might run a ground-type move, but it might just run a coverage move. And if it does, then you can just outspeed and knock it out with the Max Dragon, because Rayquaza itself does not typically run Max Dragon because it has better options to click. Zekrom doesn't, but that ends up making it a little bit more favorable versus Rayquaza. So Zekrom is also, being an electric type, means that it resists Behemoth Blade, which is always good. So when you Dynamax, you don't have to worry about that. And if you want to, if you don't like, if you want to run 3 attacks, which I don't think you should, but you could do it. So you could run like Dragon Claw or Dragon whatever, Scale Shot. Probably not Outrage. I don't think you'd run Outrage, but you could in theory. You also get Dual Wing Beat. So if you really wanna, go in all in your Zekrom, you can max flying with it, and get a speed boost that way. Now, I don't think that's the best way to do it. I think you should much rather use Dragon Dance or Scale Shot to get a boost, because Zekrom's max flying is obviously not nearly as impressive as the other max flyings. And like the tier respects max flying, so you're not gonna be like bodying people with Zekrom using max flying. But I think this is a pretty viable option for Zekrom to be able to do these sorts of things, and being able to Dynamax and boost your own damage with electric terrain, I think is really cool. Now, there are a couple downsides to Zekrom. Well, the biggest downside is that it's also at the base 90 tier, so that means a whole bunch, you got all the threats to consider around that area, and all the speed creeping that happens around that area, things of that nature. Like if you're having your Zekrom face off against Kyogre, even if you get to +1, the Kyogre could still outspeed you and go for an Ice Beam into you if it's a Choice Scarf set, and that would be really annoying. You don't want to deal with that sort of stuff, but that's stuff you kind of have to just account for. Also, I think one of the downsides of Zekrom is that it has no experimentation yet. There really hasn't been anybody using Zekrom. The only Zekrom usage, like I say, that actually existed was a Choice Scarf set, which is also kind of cool. It had to have been Jolly, for the same reason that Kyogre has to be timid. So it was Bolt Strike, Volt Switch, and I don't think we saw the other two moves, so probably Dragon Claw and some other filler. And so it was used because you can outspeed, again, it's a threat to Ho-Oh. You're able to just Bolt Strike Ho-Oh, and that's really strong. And you're able to still do a pretty impressive amount of damage to things like Zacian. Now, unlike before what we showed with our Calcs, this will do significantly less, because you don't have the Life Orb, you don't have the +1 attack, things of that nature, so we have to take all of that away. But you can still see, oh, that's an electric terrain. So you can still see 64, not a bad amount of damage. If you have a Helping Hand Pokemon beside it, that's a KO, most of the time at least. Yeah, Zacian is kind of broken, you can't really just get around that. But yeah, Zekrom was used as a Choice Scarf set there, and I think that was a cool way of using it. But yeah, it had very little experimentation in the Brewers Tournament. However, I just can't imagine, with the way that the tier 1s have shaped up especially, that Zekrom wouldn't be good, because it's so good versus Ho-Oh, resisting both of its stabs and being able to do so much damage back. It's great versus Kyogre, and it's great versus Yveltal. And I think all of those are going to be like really big points in its favor, especially with Dragon Dance being able to outspeed the whole tier, or being able to get that speed boost from the other means, perhaps potentially from Tailwind or other Max Air streams. So Zekrom, although while it might be a little bit of a hot take to rank it so highly without having the results to back it up, nevertheless, I think is a very potent Pokemon. With that, it is time to move on to Tier 4. I'm going to spend much less time on Tier 4 than I have with the Pokemon so far. I've been trying to spend less and less time as I go along, partially for the sake of my voice, but also to not spend as much time on Pokemon that are not as prominent. The first Pokemon of Tier 4 is going to be Coalossal. Coalossal runs the same set that you would see in VGC, where it's going to be Weakness Policy. They run Heat Wave, Meteor Beam, Solar Beam, Protect, and you pair it with Blastoise in order to try to one-shot your opponents with Dynamax. So this is like, okay, there's nothing good with Surf, so you only have the mode with Blastoise. And you also, when you bring a Coalossal like this, you have to Dynamax the Coalossal. So that means that the rest of your Pokemon are necessarily going to have much less threat, because it either means that, or your opponent knows that either you must max the Coalossal so the other Pokemon cannot max, or they max another Pokemon and then the Coalossal is effectively useless because the moves you have to run on it to stay viable mean that it's not good outside of Dynamax. So it's pretty mediocre. Honestly, it's not bad. It really isn't that bad. But as long as you have some way of stopping the Aqua Jet, then it's okay. So you can stop the Aqua Jet with something like a Fake Out, with Follow Me, and then you blow something else up. Like, for example, a great example is that Coalossal versus Groudon. Coalossal will not outspeed Groudon, and it'll just be one-shot by Precipice Blades. There's also something like, Kyogre. Kyogre will be really good versus it. Coalossal will outspeed Kyogre after an Aqua Jet and can go for a Max Solar Beam, which will kill it. At least I'm pretty sure it will. But then you have to deal with the other Pokemon. The Kyogre can also just max and just counter max you and destroy you as well. It forces you to play it a slightly different way. But the G-Max Coals are very, very good. But the inflexibility that you have is really hurts it. It's not like VGC where you can have two modes, one with the Coalossal and one without Coalossal. In this case, you really just have the Coalossal mode, and that's all you get. So Coalossal has to be very, very good, and it's not always the case. So Coalossal is definitely a Tier 4 mon. Dialga, I think, is also Tier 4. Dialga is a bulky Trick Room setter that resists Kyogre, and you don't have to directly EV for Calyrex and Yveltal. So you can see here that Dialga is definitely going to be able to survive attacks from, if I can think of what I'm talking about here, Yveltal. Yveltal is slightly stronger here. Timid, Max. So you can see with Max HP, you have to, well, I guess you have to put a little bit of EVs into it, but generally speaking, that's okay. And then you run like Quiet, and that'll do. Dialga can also run. It's basically like a special Dusk-Mane. So you run Flash Cannon, Ground Move, you run Earth Power, and then like Draco Meteor. You can also run Flash Cannon and Body Press, and so you can Body Press once you're finished with your turns. You can also technically run Weakness Policy, although I haven't really seen too much with that. I haven't seen too much Dialga in general, but Dialga's weaknesses are what? Fighting, Ground. I think that's it. I can't really think of anything else off the top of my head. Fire. No, it's not weak to fire. Pop quiz. What Pokemon are Dialga weak to? It's not Dragon or Fairy. But yeah, anyway, it's not too bad, so you can use it as a Trick Room setter. It's kind of one of those Pokemon where it's like, yeah, it's fine as a Trick Room setter. And it's not bad. Like, it's not a bad Pokemon. It's just sort of like outclassed by like Dusk-Mane. But it's a little bit more viable with the water resist, so you have some dynamic there. And then the Max Dragon can be kind of cool in Trick Room. So I say Dialga is definitely at least a 4. It's not a bad Pokemon. It's not like an unrated Pokemon. It's just not one that you'd use as frequently. Ditto is also Tier 4. Ditto is good because you can copy one of the broken Pokemon. And it also copies them even more brokener. So when you use Ditto and you copy a Zacian, you would get the Intrepid Sword boost effectively twice. So with Ditto, Ditto needs to run like min speed or near min speed. You want to do that because so you'd run like this, and then what happens is you can transform into the Zacian. So the Zacian is already at +1 attack, and then you use Ditto. Ditto transforms into Zacian again, and so you end up at +2 attack, and so you basically have effectively a +2 attack Zacian with less HP, and so yeah, that gives you more damage against a wide variety of targets. You can obviously KO Zacian itself, and so it's a decent revenge killer. The problem with it is that you have to Dynamax. The problem with it is that you have to always have it in the particular slot that the opponent has. So it makes your revenge KOing positional based, and so it can be kind of awkward. If you're fighting against a Ditto, the best way to play against it is to never attack the slot that Ditto will switch into that can revenge kill you, and then Ditto can never come in. Unless there's some other way of getting it in, like with Parting Shot or something like that, but that's typically a bit beyond what Ditto can normally do. Ditto can also run, and also if it copies Calyrex, especially if a boosted Calyrex, then you can outspeed it and knock it out with Astral Barrage, things of that nature. So Ditto is kind of cool. You can also run Focus Sash on Ditto. That's not a bad choice on there. You want to make sure you run min speed on your Ditto, though. That is one thing that you want to consider, because Incineroar, or at the very least, you want to make sure. Well, no, I think it's literally min speed. So if your Incineroar is like this, you want to have the greatest chance possible. So 90 times 1.5 is 135. So you in theory would want to transform after Incineroar. So because Ditto's Imposter is the same, it's an ability activation, just like Intimidate is. So you would want this to move before Incineroar, move after Incineroar. So that way Incineroar uses Intimidate on Ditto, and then Ditto copies Incineroar. So Ditto won't like copy Incineroar and then be -1. You'll be at +0 basically, which won't matter too much because Ditto is likely going to pivot out with Parting Shot. But hey, you never know. You could do something with that. So you want to make sure you have like min speed on Ditto. Incineroar can still underspeed it if you're using the Incineroar that I recommended, which was 120. Then you would underspeed it because Ditto has to hit at least 90 times 1.5, which is 135 stat. But otherwise, you want it to be relatively slow because you're fast after you transform anyway. So yeah, that's a minor optimization that you can do with Ditto. Yeah, you don't make any other minor optimizations with Ditto, but yeah, Ditto. It's kind of like Ditto is awkward because it's not like in VGC where you can't just run Calyrex. Like you could, like instead of running Ditto to copy your opponent's Calyrex, you could just run your own Calyrex. Kind of that idea. So you'd have to like really want Ditto on a team. Like if your team was really weak to Calyrex and you wanted to use your own Calyrex and use Ditto to copy their Calyrex, then that can be kind of cool. But yeah, Ditto also struggles versus speed control with like Tailwind and stuff, so it has to be very careful. Like I say, Focus Sash is another viable alternative item on Ditto as well, though. You don't guaranteed like destroy these two, but then you have a little bit more flexibility, being able to click Protect, things like that. So either Choice Scarf or Focus Sash is good on Ditto, but yeah. Next Pokemon I want to put at Tier 4 is Drednaw. And this is not going to be regular Drednaw, but actually G-Max Drednaw. So I mentioned this a bit before with the Swift Swim Pokemon. So you want this to be G-Max. G-Max Drednaw, it could have been so much better, but they messed up with one thing about it. So you run Liquidation, Head, Smash, and then your filler of choice. You can run like Iron Head or Superpower. Or maybe not Iron Head. I thought you could run... What Steel type moves does it get? Oh, it is just Iron Tail. Alright, well, never mind. You run Superpower. Because I'm pretty sure... Yeah, Superpower is its best fighting type move. Protect. And then you run Life Orb. And this gets you a lot of kills with Swift Swim. You actually get a ton of kills with this. So you run like this. And so you don't outspeed everything. You don't outspeed, like, for example, Regieleki, which is kind of bad, and you need the Adamant, but it's really nice. For example, you can look at like Drednaw versus we'll just do this. This will be fine. Versus Zacian. And Max Liquidation in the rain. you can see very easily KOs Zacian. It's a pretty clear KO. Now, this isn't going to be Max Geyser. This is going to be G-Max Stone Surge. And G-Max Stone Surge is pretty good because it automatically sets up Stealth Rock. And we already talked about the value of Stealth Rock with a Pokemon like Groudon. However, you wouldn't necessarily want to run Groudon on a Kyogre team, and so this is one way of setting it up with your Max move as well. Now, the problem is that that's based on your Water type attack, and not based on your Rock type attack. So if you do use Max Head Smash, which you will use against a few targets, that's going to set Sand for the turn, which is kind of annoying. It conflicts with the Swift Swim itself. However, usually you run Drednaw with something like Tornadus and Kyogre, and so you have two means of setting Rain, and that means that Drednaw has much more flexibility. And you can see here, there's actually a really good post by a fellow here at the end of this page of the thread, Hiroshi. Put some really nice calcs on here so we can just show these off. So regular Liquidation KOs Calyrex and Rain. You can see Max Rockfall KOs Kyogre. You can see Max Rockfall KOs Yveltal, especially if they had rocks. He's like, yeah, Po-Oh. It does great. It KOs a lot of different Pokemon. And the Max Rockfall actually isn't too bad. You might think it's you might think it's kind of bad because you're turning off your own Rain, but because of the ease in which, because you run double Rain to get it back up, it's not too bad. I was called away, so I don't remember what point I was on with Drednaw, but yeah. You can also run high horsepower over superpower. That's another viable option. But yeah, if you want to read more information about Drednaw, you always use the G-Max, and you can read this post for, I think, a very convincing argument that it needs to be at least tier 4. After Drednaw, we have Eternatus. So Eternatus is a very powerful Pokemon. It has a lot of stats. I will show off those. And it mainly runs 2 sets. One of them is a set with Power Herb, not Geomancy, but it does have a viable option in Meteor Beam, in a similar way to what Nihilego might run. Dynamax Cannon, Sludge Bomb, Protect, or maybe you'll run Flamethrower over Sludge Bomb. And so you can see it has a lot of stats: 145 special attack, 140 HP, 130 speed. That's all pretty good overall. It just doesn't. Not being able to Dynamax really sucks with it. Like for Nihilego, at least you can go for Meteor Beam and then you can Dynamax right after. But with Eternatus, it's not really the case. You don't get any Beast Boosts off of KOs. You also struggle a lot. Like even with these high stats, they don't really tend to matter. Like for example, Dynamax Cannon is actually relatively weak. Let's take a look at Dynamax Cannon, for example, versus something like Kyogre, because that'd be your strongest stat versus it. And you can see Dynamax Cannon is comparably weak. Like, it's not even a 3-8 KO on Kyogre. And this is kind of the theme with Eternatus. Even if you get to +1, that's, like, okay, but you have to get to that +1 state. And Meteor Beam is really good because you can hit Ho-Oh, right? You can hit Ho-Oh and that will do a lot of damage. Or you can hit something like the Yveltal, but otherwise it's not especially great. Sludge Bomb is not a good secondary stab. It does not hit enough. For example, you'd much rather Dynamax Cannon all of these except for Zacian. To also give an example of Zacian, I mean, again, this is kind of Zacian being broken, but that is something that you have to account for. And you can see Flamethrower, that's at +1, and it doesn't get the kill reliably. And you can see without that, like, it's still not enough in order to actually get that KO. Now, to be fair, you'd probably be running Modest. You'd probably be running some sort of set where, because you have 130 base speed, but there's not really any point in running Timid, unless you're afraid of other Eternatus. But there's not really much point in doing that when the only things that are around here are potentially Zamazenta, which is nice to outspeed because they can outspeed before they snarl you. But everything else is, like, completely irrelevant. Marshadow, very much not a threatening Pokemon. Not very commonly used either. So this sort of Eternatus is, like I say, it's like okay, but that's about all you can really do with it. There's also the there's also another set that you can run with it. which is like maybe Citrus Berry or Black Sludge with Cosmic Power, Recover, and then you have to pick 2 of Dynamax Cannon, Toxic, and Flamethrower. You cannot run all of those. And so this is kind of cool because Cosmic Power is faster than everything, and so you can be like an invincible Eternatus, and so you can't be KO'd, and you can use Recover, and then you're really bulky and hard to take out. However, this set literally cannot touch Zacian. You will 1v1 Zacian thanks to Pressure, as long as you don't get crit or something like that. But it can't touch Zacian, and it can't touch a number of other steel types as well. Toxic is pretty good if you don't opt to run Toxic, though, and you opt to run, like, say, Flamethrower instead. Then you are unable to kill very quickly a vast majority of the tier. Like you're setting up your Pokemon to be invincible, and that's cool, but you might not actually be able to KO the things that you're worried about. Like, for example, a Xerneas could just Geomancy, like, 6 times in your face, and eventually it will crit you with Moonblast. That sort of idea. So that sort of thing can happen, and you can also, like, if you get, like, even Snarled once, then your damage output is just, or Parting Shotted once, then you just can't do anything. And so you end up being a really bulky set that actually has no offensive pressure. And you can't win in the late game either because of Toxic. And also, in order to you need to get several Cosmic Powers in order to be, like, a relevant threat, because, again, Calyrex and Zacian are both going to outspeed you. So you need a lot of support for it. So, for example, you have, like, Behemoth Blade versus Eternatus. You can already see this does, like, a ton of damage. Let's say you're something like, I don't actually know how, I don't remember how I ran my Eternatus. I actually ran this set in finals. So I do have some fondness for it, but here's what I ran. I ran 252, 160. So I have a lot more physical bulk on here. So say I was +1 and the opponent was, like, intimidated. So you can see that's a lot more reasonable. That's something you can manage a little bit better. But without Flamethrower, then I literally can't touch it at all. But without Toxic, I can't wear down things like Ho-Oh. Like, Ho-Oh is going to be able to just, like, recover over and over and over and over again by switching out with Regenerator, things like that. So these sorts of stalling sets are also, like, Dynamax Cannon also has very limited PP. It only has 8 PP, so not especially great. The double damage against Dynamax is also typically not very relevant because the damage you do against the Dynamax targets in general is fairly low. So, and, like, it's not a bad move. It's like 100. It's a better Dragon Pulse for the most part, but it's not. It's fairly underwhelming and pretty niche. Poison Dragon is also not a great typing. We already saw that I don't think its Poison Stab is useful. The only thing that you can hit is maybe, like, Eternatus or maybe like a Xerneas. Otherwise, like, you can just Dynamax Cannon Rillaboom. That'd be okay. Everything else you really want Dynamax Cannon. So, not an especially potent Pokemon, but definitely something, like, because it gets 2 different sets, and because it's, like, neither of them are, like, bad. It's something that I think is viable to bring to a tournament set. The next Pokemon at Tier 4 is going to be Indeedee Female. Indeedee is like the other Follow Me Pokemon, so it's like Blastoise in having Follow Me. It also has Helping Hand like Blastoise. It also is Normal type, and that is one of the unique traits. So being a Normal type means that it is immune to Calyrex, and being immune to Calyrex is pretty nice. It means you can oftentimes, what you'll see on Indeedee is, not Indeedee Male, that thing you definitely don't see. You can see Shadow Ball, and you see, like, Follow Me and Helping Hand and Protect. The problem with doing something like this is, like, if you run Shadow Ball, then you can check the Calyrex, and you're actually a true check. If you run Expanding Force, you don't actually beat the Calyrex, because they just attack around your Follow Me. So you're a Redirector that's immune to Follow Me, but you can't actually stop the Astral Barrage with this sort of set. So might be considered Shadow Ball, but then you're running, like, Shadow Ball on a Pokemon with only 95 special attack, which by Duber standards is just not high enough. It's also very weak to, again, your standard Pokemon, like Yveltal. Yveltal is really good against it. I think every Pokemon is good versus Indeedee. It's just that it has a good combination of effects. So, like, Follow Me and Psychic Terrain are going to be very, very powerful effects for Indeedee, and having access to both of those makes it viable. Indeedee is not especially bulky. You can see here, for example, that even Even if you're at, so say you're at neutral. You can see here Behemoth Blade does so much to Indeedee. Even if you run max HP, max defense, Impish, like that's what you have to run in order to survive Behemoth Blade, and you can't even survive Adamant 100% of the time. So some people run Sash on their Indeedee, so you can also take like a hit from a Yveltal or something like that. Not really much else that you'd even be considering. Psychic Seed maybe, but I think Focus Sash is the item you run on it. But yeah, it used to be ranked much higher because Lunala used to be really, really good pre-DLC 1. Or well, I guess, yeah, pre-DLC 1. Lunala was very, very good because it had like good properties for the same reason that Calyrex was good. Obviously, there was no Yveltal at that time, so it had advantages that Indeedee was much better against because you could redirect away the Moongeist Beam, and so you always had a really solid check to it. But it's not the same against Calyrex because of the spread move on Calyrex. So Indeedee is I think in my opinion, a worse Blastoise, but it has certain traits that maybe are worth considering. Like I say, Expanding Force is not a good reason to run it with Calyrex, because Calyrex's Expanding Force is not something that's particularly good. So that's not a good reason to run it. So you have to have some other reason to run it. But blocking priority, again, the only ones that you're going to be worried about are things like Fake Out. That's about the only thing. So that's really what you have to keep in mind there. The next Pokemon that I'd like to rank is Marshadow. Marshadow has... Alright, so Marshadow, in my opinion, is really bad. So Spectral Thief is cool because you can take the attack boost from Zacian, and then you do damage back to it. The problem is you have to be Focus Sash. You have to be Focus Sash. There's no way around it. You have to be Focus Sash. Because otherwise the Zacian outspeeds and Okos you with Behemoth Blade. There's no getting around that. Unless you're like Scarf, but if you're running Scarf, Marshadow help you. You need some help. Your team has other weaknesses. Because scarfing yourself into a single target ghost type move is not the play, I don't think. Anyway, so it's able to survive a hit from Zacian, go for Spectral Thief, and then KO with Shadow Sneak. That's pretty cool. You can go for Shadow Sneak into Calyrex and knock that out in one hit. That's pretty cool. Except that, okay, so like consider Calyrex versus Marshadow. Both have to be Sash. So you go for Sneak into the Calyrex, you go for Astral Barrage into the Marshadow. Then you go for Sneak into the Calyrex again. That's fine. So you just spent 2 attacks on a Sashmon in order to KO this guy. And so what if they have Stealth Rock set up? Well, then your Marshadow can only just bring the Calyrex down to Sash, which, you know, is not a terrible thing. But what if they have Stealth Rock up? Then maybe you can just Shadow Sneak through them. Yeah. But the problem is that just doesn't come up. Marshadow, it has one niche over Calyrex and one niche only, and that it gets Rock Tomb. That is the only thing it does better. So if I switch to this, not Life Orb because, like I said, you have to run Sash. If you do not run Sash, you will just die to every Pokemon's attack. So if you do that for Ho-Oh, because of Technician, Rock Tomb actually does a ton of damage. So you actually cleanly win at KO most Ho-Oh. Most Ho-Oh do not run more bulk than this. They may like optimize their bulk in such a way to have more defense, but they won't be running too much more than this. And so Rock Tomb is going to be just barely like enough to KO the Ho-Oh, and that's about it. It doesn't really do too much more. You can viably run Adamant on Marshadow. I think you can run Adamant because, again, there's not really too much in between here that you need to worry about. You can see that 349 still outspeeds, if I can switch to the right tab, 349 still outspeeds things like Yveltal, and around that range. You won't outspeed Tornadus, but meh, I don't know. I wouldn't be worried about that too much. You could go Jolly to outspeed bulkier Ho-Oh at +1 because most Ho-Oh do not care about outspeeding Marshadow at +1. Sometimes they do it just happen by happenstance they do that, but they don't always. So you can run so Spectral Thief is like okay on Marshadow, but it's just like meh. Close Combat is also really meh. Like it's cool. You hit Incineroar for some damage. That's really about all. I think you'd probably want to Spectral Thief this guy, the Zamazenta, before actually close combating it anyway. And nothing else really gets hit by close combat super effectively. So it's pretty meh. Like, you've already got it. Like, the reason you not run Marshadow is just because you have a way better Ghost type available, and it does almost everything better. So unless you really need a Ghost type that also has something that can do, like, they do damage versus Ho-Oh, that's the only reason to run Marshadow. Otherwise, it's not worth your time. Actually, the one thing Marshadow does do pretty well is if your opponent has a weakness policy boost, and they're starting to get out of control with it, a Sash Marshadow in the back is a really good way of, like, forcing them to switch out. Like, if they have a Ho-Oh at +1, then using Spectral Thief on the Ho-Oh, while it won't kill the Dynamax, which is, again, another important thing to note, you won't actually kill them for doing this, but you can take away their boosts. So it's something to keep in mind for that. It has a small niche there, but like I say, it's very small. I think the reason to run it would be you get Rock Tomb, and so you really want a Ghost type that is good versus Ho-Oh. So it's fringe viable, but that's about it. Next Pokemon I want to bring up is Melmetal. Melmetal. So Melmetal is actually a very, very bulky Pokemon. So there's already a number of Steel types available to you. If you want to run Steel type, you've got Zacian, you've got Zamazenta, you've got Dusk-Mane. Those are the Steel types I've got ranked, I guess, Dialga, but Melmetal is good for a different reason. So it's actually really, really bulky. So what you do is you do like this, and you do like this, and you do like this. And you give it Assault Vest. And this is actually kind of cool. Its ability Iron Fist will double on its, or will boost the damage of its signature move Double Iron Bash. Double Iron Bash hits twice, and for each chance it has an independent chance to flinch. So in Trick Room, it's actually really good because you use Double Iron Bash, and there's like basically a 50% chance that your opponent won't attack, which is pretty nice. And also, because of the Iron Fist, and because Melmetal has really high attack, it actually does a great amount of damage to a number of Pokemon as well. So if you look at like Melmetal, we'll just load this up, not Choice Band, versus Calyrex. It has a niche in being able to one-hit KO Calyrex through Focus Sash. It has a pretty good shot of doing so. Each individual hit does 168, so 168 times 2 is 336, which is not quite enough to KO Calyrex 100% of the time, but it is enough to KO it most of the time, which is pretty good. Something that I think is definitely worthwhile. It also does a lot of damage to Zacian as well. It won't KO Zacian, but it does do a lot of damage, and you can potentially flinch it. And kind of the same way, Zacian has to run close combat in order to be able to hit the Melmetal. So if you don't run close combat, then your attacks actually don't do very much to it. You can see Wild Charge only does about, 33? This would be 4 HP. You wouldn't run... You need the special defense for things like, for example, opposing Calyrex is to actually survive attacks that are duper relevant. So like if I add Assault Vest on here, you can see that you can actually take very little damage from this attack. Pretty cool. So you can use Melmetal as a means of trading with different Pokemon. It also gets a lot of different coverage moves. You get, for example, you can do Thunder Punch, which hits Ho-Oh and Kyogre for some damage. Not very much damage, but you can do it, and it'll hit some damage. You also get, like, High Horsepower, so you can hit, like, for example, the Incineroar. I don't actually know what you run as your last move. Maybe, I didn't know it got Rock Slide. Maybe you run Rock Slide. Maybe you run Steel Roller. That'd be kind of cool. It doesn't get the boost from it, though. Superpower, maybe? I haven't thought too hard about it. You don't run Darkness Lariat because you don't need it. Self-Destruct. There we go. That's the play. Electric Terrain. on the Assault Vest set. There we go. Yeah, actually, I don't know what you run as the last move. Maybe Ice Punch. No. Yeah, I don't know what you run as the last move. But I think maybe what they run is like Body Press, maybe. Because then you're actually immune. You don't have to worry about Intimidate, and you have a lot of defense, so you do a good chunk of damage there. But it's still pretty mediocre, I think. It's a Pokemon that won't ever get O-Code. Like, you're not gonna O-Code a Melmetal, typically speaking. But you're also not going to typically be O-Code by a Melmetal unless you're using like Xerneas or you're using like one of those Pokemon. So it also has a niche role to fill. It's kind of like why would you bring a Melmetal on your team? Like, it's really, really slow, so you want to have it use it in Trick Room. So that's already going to be kind of hard. You have to find a Trick Room Pokemon to use with it. But we already saw that the best Trick Room setter is going to be Necrozma-Dusk-Mane. So you already have a Steel type in Trick Room. Okay, well, maybe we want to use it with Magearna. Oh, well, Magearna's already a Steel type in Trick Room. Maybe we want to use it with Calyrex. Well, you can do that, and so that gives you some flexibility there. But it's not really so much I say Tier 4 because it's a bad Pokemon. It's just it's not quite on Duber's level. I think it's a strong Pokemon, but doesn't really match up to I think the power level of Duber's. It can do some good damage and it trades pretty well. But like for example, usually what you have to do to beat Melmetal is just hit it one time, and then it's usually pretty low, and then you can kill it with anything else. Ignoring the Melmetal is what causes problems with it, but there's so many spread moves that you're eventually going to get some chip damage off on the Melmetal, and then you could hit with something else and knock it out. So as long as you don't get flinched a lot in Trick Room fighting it, you should be okay. Melmetal is a fine Pokemon, but not something that I would be especially worried about. The next Pokemon I want to bring up is Mew. So Mew, it's relatively fast by Duber standards. Base 100 is going to put you above a lot of different threats. It's going to put you above Yveltal. It's going to put you above the base 90s. It's going to put you above Rayquaza. So it's going to make you faster than all of those. The problem is it doesn't make you faster than Calyrex. So yeah, that does a lot of damage to you. You can EV for this. As you can see here, you're able to EV for this. I think you could probably do something like this. Then you can do like that. But you can't survive Life Orb. And you can't run like Case of Berry to that. So what you want to do is you want to run Focus Sash. And then you're running like Focus Sash Mew. For VGC players listening, Mew is basically a jack of all trades and support moves. So it does things like Fake Out, Tailwind. It might do like Taunt. It might do Stealth Rock. It might do, I don't think you'd actually do it, but you might do Will-O-Wisp. You could do Transform as well. So the advantage of Transform is that you can turn Mew into another good Pokemon. And so that's pretty good. So for example, you sometimes see Mew plus Xerneas. So you can use Mew and Xerneas, Fake Out Geomancy, transform into the Xerneas, and then voila, you have two of them. That's pretty cool, right? It's average at best. It's okay as like a fast Tailwind setter, but it's like you have to really again specifically want it. I don't know why, because you'd have to want Mew over Whimsicott, and to want that, you'd have to want like Fake Out in order to do so. Otherwise, Whimsicott gets most of the moves that Mew would get that you'd realistically be using in a double Zubers environment. I think its general weaknesses to like Calyrex and Zacian and all the big guys make it less appealing for use. But because it is so naturally fast, it is something that is worth considering. At least it's a good support Pokemon, but it's hard to use that support effectively, I feel. The next Pokemon on the Tier 4 rankings is going to be Palkia. So Palkia is like Dialga in that is a Trick Room setter that does not often die in one hit to Pokemon, which is always kind of appreciated. You like not being KO'd by some attacks. Notably, it's especially good versus Kyogre, because it's Water and Dragon type. It's able to set Trick Room against Kyogre very effectively, and it gets also a wide range of coverage moves. You get Spatial Rend. You can use Draco Meteor for either of your Dragon attacks. You can use Thunder. You can use Fire Blast. It gets a lot of options. And all of those options are something that are worth considering on Palkia. There's also like an Assault Vest set that you can run with it. But I'd say the Trick Room set is probably a little bit more viable than the Assault Vest set, because the Assault Vest set is really kind of just weak. I'd say I don't think it really offers much over, like, at least Trick Room. You can like set Trick Room more reliably in the face of something like Yveltal. A little bit more. It may not be as straightforwardly obvious that it has Trick Room, things of that nature. It's just okay. It's one of those Pokemon that's like okay, like it has a small niche and could potentially be met by it. Next Pokemon I want to talk about is Solgaleo. Solgaleo is like Dusk-Mane and like Zacian in some ways, but not in others. So the difference between Dusk-Mane and Solgaleo is pretty subtle. So Solgaleo is faster and has less bulk. Dusk-Mane. So if you look at just their stats spread, you can see that Solgaleo has much less attack and less bulk, but it has more speed. And also get access to a few moves that Necrozma-Dusk-Mane does not get. Which is notably Wild Charge, so you can use Wild Charge for Ho-Oh. It gets Wide Guard, so you can use Wide Guard and use it as a supportive Pokemon. And it also gets what's the other one that it gets? Not the move, but the ability. The ability. That's right. Yeah, its ability is also, I think, it's in some situations better than Necrozma. Being unable to lower their stats is pretty good. It means you can't intimidate it. So one of Necrozma's biggest weaknesses by far is that it's intimidate. Like you can cycle intimidate on this thing all day, but you can't do that with Solgaleo. Incineroar will make you immune to that. So I'd say typically you'd run like something like Sunsteel Strike, Earthquake, and then your move that makes Solgaleo different, and then Protect. And so then you'd run something like, I don't know, you probably run like maybe like this, I don't know, something like that. Maybe you'd run Jolly, and then you'd adjust the HP or speed or something like that, and you'd still run Weakness Policy. It's like I say, it's basically Dusk-Mane, but slightly different. You don't run Trick Room on this. If you're going to run Trick Room on this, just run Dusk-Mane. It's not necessarily bad. I don't think it's really a bad Pokemon, but it's also one of those where you have to have a good reason to use it over Dusk-Mane. And so you really have to want the Wild Charge or the Wide Guard over Dusk-Mane. If you are like wanting it to be an offensive attacker out of Trick Room, then you can still do that with Dusk-Mane, and you can use Dragon Dance on it, which I think is arguably a better option than some of what Solgaleo has to offer. Solgaleo having 10 less attack, or 20 less attack, really does make an impact, in my opinion. I think it does nerf it quite significantly, and makes it a lot weaker than what it otherwise could be. So Solgaleo is like it's basically an inferior Dusk-Mane, but Dusk-Mane is already okay, so it gives a slot at tier 4 for the unique things that it can do. It's not very much what it can do, but it can do some stuff. Next Pokemon at tier 4 I'm going to put on is Tapu Fini. Now, Tapu Fini had a big fall from grace since last generation Dubers, because I think Trick Room is less powerful, and Tapu Fini is shown really well in Trick Room, because you could use things like, with Tapu Fini, you could do Swagger, you could do Heal Pulse, and these were like boosting Pokemon like Primal Groudon or Arceus, and so they had really cool niches there. You could use like Icy Wind, Moonblast, all that stuff was really cool. And now it doesn't really function that way in a Dynamax meta. It's not nearly as strong. It has a cool niche on Trick Room still in stopping Amoonguss. There is a team out there with Iron Ball Tapu Fini. So what you do is you combine like Iron Ball Tapu Fini with Calyrex-Ice, and then you can do something like Swagger, and you can do like Swagger into the Calyrex, and then Calyrex gets boosted, and then you can attack with it. And you can also run like a Misty Seed on Calyrex if you want to, and so you can get Trick Room set a little bit easier thanks to the special defense boost that you gain from it. But that's really about it as far as it can go in Trick Room, and it doesn't function very well in like mid ground. Like you're just like sitting around. Like you definitely can't do like a Calm Mindset. That doesn't work. That will just get blown away. And it's regular, like just sitting around and using like Swagger, Heal Pulse, Icy Wind is just too slow. Not in the sense of Tapu Fini itself being too slow, although it is relatively slow because it's base 85 and all the base 90s and stuff like that. But what I mean by that is it's not quick enough to accomplish what it needs to do. So players have experimented with Tapu Fini in other ways. For example, you can run Choice Scarf on Tapu Fini. And this enables you to more effectively run something like, I think Swagger is a little bit more effective on Choice Scarf, because you can do Choice Scarf Swagger, Swagger your own Zacian or something like that. You can do Choice Scarf Trick, and trick the Choice Scarf onto a defensive Pokemon. For example, tricking a Choice Scarf onto an Incineroar or onto a Blastoise will make them crippled, and they will make them unable to do much. The Misty Terrain is especially good versus Pokemon like Blastoise, Venusaur, things like that. There's no terrain so far that we have direct access to. You have to set the max moves. You have to use max moves to set terrains. And so having access to manually setting a terrain is pretty nice. It means you're able to just block those sleep effects more directly. It also can do things like Soak. So you can run like max speed Tapu Fini, run a slower Regieleki, and then do like Soak, Thunderbolt stuff, and you can like KO Pokemon. But I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Soak on it, but I think you can definitely use something like Swagger stuff with it, and that is kind of neat. But it's also kind of a suboptimal way to do things. Like if you're like swaggering your own Zacian. Zacian again is already so powerful. Its issue is not that it has too much attack. Like its issue is not that it does not have enough attack. You have plenty of attack. You don't need more attack, or minimally you don't need a dedicated Pokemon to give it a lot more attack. So, it's definitely I think there could be more experimentation with Tapu Fini in order to make it a little bit better. But as of now, I don't think Tapu Fini is especially strong. But at least it is there as a tier 4 slot. Speaking of which, this is I think even less strong, Tapu Koko. So this is realistically an electric terrain bot for Aleki or Zekrom. And that's really all it is. It has anti-sleep, which is good. It's slightly better at fighting against Toho and against Kyogre because of Wild Charge. It's also slightly better against Yveltal because it resists Sucker Punch instead of dying to it. So that's pretty good. But that's about all it does. Being slower than these two is a big deal. Aleki has a lot to offer over it, so you usually only see this on electric spam teams, and those are going to be necessarily weak to things like Groudon because you're stacking weaknesses, etc., etc. So Tapu Koko is definitely a Pokemon that is like pretty mediocre. I could honestly see it being unranked, but I've included it on here because I think it's viable, at least in my definition of viable. Next Pokemon I'd like to include is Urshifu-Single-Strike. So this is the Dark Shifu. And I think this Pokemon is actually really good. I think this one's underrated as heck. I don't know exactly... You would run G-Max on this. I don't know exactly how you'd run it completely, like to be the Berry Vest. But it does have a couple sets that I think are pretty cool that it can do. So the first thing that you can do with it is you can run like a Focus Sash set. Or a Life Orb set. And then you just do like Wicked Blow stuff. And you can do like Sucker Punch as well. And so it's good versus Calyrex. Wicked Blow is strong versus a wide range of targets, and notably, it is boostable by Dark Aura. So you can see Yveltal plus Urshifu, and then you can do Dark Aura boosted stuff. So if you take like Life Orb, for example, if you look at that versus, say, let's go ahead and load up Urshifu. We'll make it Life Orb against something like Necrozma-Dusk-Mane. You can see that this does a ton of damage to it. Normally this does like a ton of damage. It's like Prism Armor, all that stuff. But if you attack on Dark Aura, which in order to do that in the calc over here, you have to add it manually. You can see that Wicked Blow just does enormous amounts of damage because you're giving it a free 1.33 times boost on all of your attacks. And so you can also see this damage, for example, versus Kyogre. I'll give it Dark over here. You can see that one-shots Kyogre, so that's really cool. With Life Orb, you can do all those sorts of calcs, and you're pretty strong, especially since you can combine that with an Yveltal that goes, for example, say, Max Airstream. And so you can go for Max Airstream and then boost your Urshifu, and then you can like Wicked Blow through the Protects. That's pretty cool. You can also run a Choice Scarf set with Wicked Blow, Close Combat, maybe, I don't know if you run Stone Edge or Rock Slide. You have a couple options there. I don't remember what the filler move is on this. What did I run as my filler move? I ran Scarf Urshifu one time. What did I run? I think I actually ran Rock Slide on it, just so I could have a spread move. Yeah, I ran Iron Head and Rock Slide. Not that I wouldn't want to click anything but Wicked Blow, but, you know, sometimes that's how it goes. And so you can do this. We have Jolly. And so what that is really nice for is you outspeed Calyrex and are able to just one-shot it. So that's a really nice feature. You're able to just pick off one of the most important Pokemon of the tier. You're able to just take that in one hit. And you have unblockable damage on a number of other Pokemon. Like, for example, Urshifu, if you would give it a Scarf versus Kyogre, you can see that this does a ton of damage to Kyogre. Now, Kyogre, again, can go for Origin Pulse and just one-shot you because of your low special defense. But you can do so much damage to it in the meantime that it makes it really hard for the Kyogre to do much about it. And you also have, like I say, Wicked Blow is a great tool for being able to just pick Pokemon off. So I brought Urshifu a lot in this tournament, in Double Zoomer's tournament, and it ended up dying all the time. I was so disappointed with it. Every time I used it, it just kept dying, and I didn't actually get to show off any of the sets that I used with it. I think I got to click Close Combat with it when I was Scarf, and that was all it ever did. So I think it's a really good Pokemon in theory, but it didn't really pan out in practice, and I was the only one who tried it. So that's why I only have it at Tier 4. I think it's Tier 3 in theory, but there's no way of actually demonstrating that, I think, realistically. So back to 4 it goes. And the final Pokemon that I have in Tier 4 is Zygarde, and that will be Zygarde Complete. So Zygarde Complete is not complete trash. It has a number of good traits. It gets Glare. Glare is good. You're able to glare a lot of these Pokemon. For example, you can Glare Ho-Oh, Glare Yveltal, Glare all of these. Glare is a great move. Glare, it also works on pretty much every Pokemon, except for Regieleki, which you can Thousand Arrows, so that's pretty strong. Thousand Arrows is a very weak move. Pathetic. It's not going to do very much damage. However, if you don't think of Zygarde as doing very much damage, then you will be okay. So, for example, say we have Max Attack Jolly. I don't know exactly how you run your Zygarde, but yeah, let's say you run this. Okay, so you can see that's only a 2 at KO on Zacian. So if you're at +1, it does not KO. So you'd have to max in order to be able to KO your Zacian there. You might be like, oh, well, that's not too bad, but again, it's lower damage overall, and you can see here Behemoth Blade does 71 to Zygarde, and so it's not a good trade-off. Generally speaking, also being quad weak to Ice kind of sucks. You do see Ice Beam and Ice attacks every so often on Pokemon. However, one of the things it can do pretty well, I think it's really bulky and really fat. So for example, versus Ho-Oh, it's pretty good because 1,000 Arrows doesn't do very much initially, but once it loses its flying typing, then it starts doing a little bit more damage. And so that kind of damage can add up, especially with 1,000 Arrows. Especially with Dragon Dance boosting it. I think probably the best set is 1,000 Arrows, Dragon Dance, Glare. That's probably the best way to run Zygarde. I have not thought very in-depth about how exactly you run it based after that point, but yeah. Also, you can also run Extreme Speed over Glare. You can do that. And that now enables you to have some priority on your attacks. So that's always pretty good. Because again, there's not too much priority in the Double Zoomers tier. So Extreme Speed is nice for picking off some Pokemon. One of the downsides of Zygarde is when you transform into Zygarde Complete, you lose speed. So you lose speed down to 85. So for example, if you EV'd your Zygarde to outspeed, if you EV'd it to outspeed, what's it's called at +1, Calyrex at +1, then your Zygarde Complete would not do that. So for example, if you hit what's the +1 to outspeed? +1 to outspeed Calyrex, so 293. 293, which requires Jolly. So you're doing even less damage normally. So if you do 293, then over here you can see that that's going to be 164 with a boost. 271, and 271 times 1.5 is 406, which is several points of speed underneath. So in order to actually outspeed it, you'd need to run like, I think max speed or pretty darn close to it. Because you need to get back up to that. You need to get back up to the 293 number. And so that requires you to run like nearly max speed. And if you have to run nearly max speed on your Zygarde, that means you can't either run a lot of attack or a lot of bulk. And not running a lot of bulk is kind of missing the point of Zygarde, but not running a lot of attack means you hit like a wet noodle. So I don't know. I haven't been a big fan of Zygarde. I don't know exactly the best way to run it. I've never really liked it in theory, so I haven't actually tried it out. The only person who's used it is Yuchi, I think, to any success in the Doubles Ubers tournament. But I don't know. I haven't been too impressed by it. It's kind of like Melmetal, where it doesn't OHKO anything, but it is kind of hard to KO, especially once you get complete. But yeah, I don't know. No, it's usually overwhelmed by repeated special attacks or Zacian over and over. But yeah, that is everything for Tier 4. And I do not currently have a Tier 5. So if I were to make a Tier 5, I would probably just move some of the Pokemon from Tier 4 down and not really move too many of these Pokemon up. I may move a few up. So I will talk about some of these remaining Pokemon, because some of these remaining Pokemon are what I would call like notable unranked Pokemon. And there's also like quite a few Dubers left. I mean, you can see here we got like Kyurem White, we got Lunala, we got Mewtwo. Like Mewtwo is unranked. Like that's kind of crazy. We got like Reshiram. Like there's a lot of Pokemon in here that are still unranked. So I'll talk a little bit about some of the Dubers here. Then I'll talk a little bit also as well about the notable unranked Dubers. So I'll go ahead and I'll just add a row below. We'll just do that. New, I'll say notable URs. Or well, first I'll talk about unranked Dubers. And then we'll talk about the notable URs. So let's go ahead and just go through them. So we got Giratina and Giratina Origin and Giratina Altered. These offer nothing as ghost types. They don't counter Calyrex in any way. They get Shadow Sneak, but Marshadow gets Shadow Sneak. They get Tailwind, but so what, I guess? Nobody really cares. These Pokemon are just, they face too much competition with other ghost types, and they don't really do anything. Jirachi, this is a doer by ban, by I think it was a council ban that banned Jirachi from Doubles OU. So it gets Follow Me, and it gets a, and yeah, that's its gimmick. So it gets Follow Me, and it's a Steel type. Now, that would sound pretty cool, because a Follow Me Steel type sounds pretty good, right? Except it doesn't really play out very well. Like, it walls Zacian, but that's about it. Because Calyrex can still hit you for hard damage. Ho-Oh still hits you for super effective damage. Yveltal still hits you for super effective damage. Kyogre still does a ton of damage. Groudon does a ton of damage. And you face competition in Blastoise and Indeedee. Being weak to Calyrex is bad. Having a redirector that is weak to one of the tier's strongest spread moves is really something that's difficult to overcome. And also it doesn't it gets Trick Room, so it has Follow Me and Trick Room, and that's about its niche, and that's really all it does. It also has Serene Grace Iron Head, so you can like flinch 60% of the time, but in order to pull that off, you have to be max speed to outspeed almost all the relevant Pokemon that you'd want to Iron Head. And then if you're max speed, then you're losing out on so much bulk, things of that nature. I haven't ever seen a Jirachi be successful. I don't think it's worth your time. If I had a Tier 5, I'd probably put it there, but I don't have a Tier 5 because I don't think ranking bad Pokemon is worth anybody's time. Kyurem White is another bad Pokemon, so it actually, in theory, is really cool if you get speed control, because you have like 170 base special attack. So it's like, or maybe even higher than that. I actually don't know what it is. Yeah, it's 170 base special attack, so it's great, fantastic. You get all this damage. You get like max fusion flare, like an Okozation if you have speed control. You have max ice, max dragon, fantastic moves. Except it never actually works out. Turbo Blaze gives you away. as to what kind of set you're running. If you're running Scarf, then it's just like, oh, yeah, it's bad my Zacian. Okay, I'll just protect. Oh, you use Fusion Flare? I'll just switch it to my Kyogre, or any ever my number fire resists. Oh, you used Ice Beam? Oh, okay, well now I can just Behemoth Blade and one-shot you. And you can't Dynamax to get around that, because Behemoth Blade one-shots you through Dynamax. Zacian in particular, I think, just kills Kyurem White. Kyurem Black is not on here, but it also kills Kyurem Black even harder, but Kyurem Black is actually in Doubles OU proper, so nothing to worry about there. Lugia. Lugia. I played one Lugia on ladder recently, actually. It was kind of cool. It had a Shadow Sneak. It was like Shadow Sneak plus Weakness Policy, and then it would like max Airstream. So yeah, like, yay, you know, put a Weakness Policy and Dynamax on it, and then it becomes good. And like, yeah, I mean, it kind of does, except that you can also do that with your Ho-Oh, and it has the exact same effect. And you're Dynamaxing on 90 base special attack instead of 130 base attack. I mean, there's other gimmicks that you can do this with, and I think are much more effective. It gets like Aeroblast and Earth Power and stuff, so it's like, in theory, pretty cool, but in actuality, I don't think it does too much, and it's weak to Yveltal and weak to Calyrex and all that stuff. And you don't want to use it as a bulky Tailwind setter because it's not bulky at all. Multiscale is not enough reason to justify using Lugia. You got Lunala. Lunala is bad. It is worse Calyrex in every way. The only thing that Lunala gets more than Calyrex is Tailwind and Wide Guard. In VGC, it doesn't even get Tailwind anymore. I don't even think it gets Psych Up anymore in VGC, so that's really bad in VGC. But in Double Zubers, it's even worse because you have to use Wide Guard every turn, or else you just get one-shot by this thing. I mean, you definitely get one-shot by this thing. And all the other things, like anything that beats Calyrex, guess what? Beats Lunala. Except Lunala is worse. So you can run like, Choice Scarf Lunala if you want to. You can run like Choice Scarf Lunala with Trick and like Moongeist Beam, and like, oh, I'm so cool, I can do this fancy thing that catches people off guard, but that's all you can do with it. Otherwise, I think it is just bad. Except if it's Mewtwo. Mewtwo is like lol Zacian, lol Calyrex, lol Yveltal. And that's it. It can't break those Pokemon. And it doesn't have enough speed, and it doesn't have enough independently viable stuff. Like, it gets Expanding Force, which is cool, but that ain't gonna be enough to get you over the Calyrex hump. You just can't do that. Yeah, it's outclassed in nearly every regard by Calyrex, in my opinion, actually. I think it's just terrible. Dawn Wings. This is a better Lunala because it gets Earth Power. And the even though you get Shadow Shield, which is a great ability. Shadow Shield is a wonderful ability. And this is only Prism Armor, which is much less viable, but you get Earth Power. And that makes it more viable, in my opinion. But then you also consider that Calyrex-Shadow gets Mudshot, which is effectively Earth Power, for the things that it needs to hit. And Calyrex doesn't run Mudshot, and because it doesn't need it, and it doesn't actually help it with anything. So why would you run Dawn Wings? No idea. Next we have Reshiram. Reshiram is another one of those that could be like a tier 5 in theory. It pairs well with Sun because you could like do Groudon, and then you could do like Choice Scarf, and then you can do like Heat Wave, and then, oh nice, you have Choice Scarf, Heat Wave, and that no-KOs the Zacian. That's pretty cool. You need Sun in order to KO the Zacian, so that's kind of lame. But there's like Kyogre that exists, and also Ho-Oh that exists. You can run Stone Edge for Ho-Oh, but I don't know how you are gonna run all. I mean, Stone Edge, Heat Wave, Draco Beat here, maybe. I don't know. It's not worth your time. It doesn't do enough. I don't think it's worth your while. Here's the good ones. Here's the good ones. All right, regular Zacian. Regular. I saw someone use this on ladder one time. Oh, regular Zacian. Let me tell you about regular Zacian. So, actually, it's better, I think, if we compare it like this. So let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and just look at these two. So hopefully you can see the stats here. Let's see what the difference between the stats is here, kiddos. 40 less attack and 10 less speed. Okay, so it's a strict downgrade. You don't get Behemoth Blade. Okay, that's not good. You don't get access to your really strong Steel type move. You still get the +1. But you don't get your really strong Steel type move. So what do you get in return? Do you get any new moves? No. do you get what's the advantage then? Why would you ever consider it? Because you get an item slot. Okay. Would you run Choice Scarf? Choice Scarf. So that way, you can use Play Rough before the Zacian kills you. No, you probably don't want to do that. Well, maybe you use Choice Band, so that way you have a super powerful Play Rough. Well, again, not the issue. Zacian's issue is not that it didn't kill Pokemon, so taking away the item that makes it broken is not good. Maybe I can run Focus Sash on it. Yeah, no. Okay, yeah, regular Zacian is just awful in every single way. The real Zacian outspeeds and OHKOs it, and that makes it completely unviable. Next, we have regular Zamazenta. Now, regular Zamazenta, in theory, is kind of cool. So it is at least more controversial than regular, than Crown Zacian, because you gain speed with doing this. You gain speed, but again, the point of Zamazenta, as you'll recall, is not to do damage. You're not trying to do damage with Zamazenta. You're not trying to use super powerful close combat as fast as you can. You're instead trying to use things like Wide Guard, and things like Snarl, and things like Coaching. And not having the Steel type along with it means that you lose so many more matchups. You're weak to Fairy now, you're weak to Flying now. Being weak to Max Airstream instead of resisting Max Airstream, believe it or not, makes it a lot harder to actually use it. And Behemoth Bash is way better than Close Combat. So, yeah, there's also no reason to run regular Zamazenta over this one. And this is actually kind of surprising. This is not the way it works in singles. In singles, it's actually better the other way around. And I don't actually get why, because they have the same base attack. So, Close Combat, in theory, like, Close Combat is still just as good. And, like, in singles, they were talking, like, moving Zamazenta down, because it had less speed. Like, I honestly don't know, like, why that would be good enough, because, I mean, it has so much bulk. If it moves down, I would be really shocked. It would be a good Urshifu check in singles, that's for sure, in OU, because you can, like, switch in on Wicked Blows for days. You couldn't switch it on Close Combats for days, I guess, though. It does have no recovery, though, but, yeah. That's besides the point. Zamazenta is bad in Doubles Ubers, which is what this video is about, and not about OU, because I don't actually know anything about OU. So yeah, all these bad Pokemon are bad. Let's go through some notable unranked Pokemon. Notable UR-dubers. Notable. So, these are like the meme picks that are actually kind of funny, and so I'll just talk about them. So we have Regieleki. Regieleki, this is the most reliable switch in on Calyrex. This is the best Calyrex check in the game, because you can switch in on it, and you can use Wide Guard. And so, it's unbeatable. You cannot beat it. You can also, it's actually pretty good if you, like, max it, and you have, like, Wheezing beside it, and so you turn off the ability. And then you can, like, go for Back Strike, and that actually does a lot of damage to a lot of stuff. Like, Zacian can use Behemoth Blade on you, sure, but it won't one-shot you, and you can one-shot it back with Max High Horsepower. So, like, you can definitely do some fun stuff with Regieleki, but yeah, it's a gimmick. Next we have Berserker. Now, this one I think is the play. All right, so let me tell you about Berserker. So what Berserker does is it powers up Zacian. Because, again, the problem with Zacian, as I've explained so many times already in this video, is that it doesn't do enough damage, so you need to find a way to have it do more damage. So, like, for example, if you look at Groudon, say it's like 4 HP, it's like an offensive Groudon. So, Steely Spirit, which is what Berserker's ability is, will boost the damage of, or boost the base power of its and its allies' Steel-type attacks by 1.5. So, it's effectively equivalent to giving it a Helping Hand. So you can use Helping Hand as a substitute for Steely Spirit here, and you can one-shot Groudon. So that's pretty funny. It also is kind of cool in and of itself. If you look up Berserker, and like you give it like Min Speed, and you give it Gyro Ball, and like say, okay, I think the best set would probably be like a 252 Assault Vest. And so you give it like Sassy, you know, stuff like that, and then you have Gyro Ball. And let's say you're against Xerneas. So if they actually go for Geomancy, and we give it Steely Spirit, and they go for Geomancy, so they're actually like max speed. You can see, I give it +2. That KOs Xerneas. Woohoo! So you can do that, and you can force him not to Geomancy. So that's pretty cool. It does a lot. It does more than Bronzong does this Xerneas, and so that's pretty funny. And then it does like, you know, pretty okay damage versus like Zacian. You know, I mean, like it 2KO Zacian. That's not so bad. I mean, that's respectable. And then if you give it Assault Vest, and like against Kyogre, look, you can survive a Water Spout. Yeah, that's cool, isn't it? Yeah, you got +1. Oh my goodness, Stereo Ball, so much damage. That's some big boy damage right there. That is impressive. And okay, the best part is it gets Fake Out and U-Turn. Yeah, so you can use Fake Out and U-Turn on it. So it's basically Incineroar, but it gets like free Helping Hand Incineroar. Yeah, so it's cool. Yeah, it's epic. If its stats weren't so unbelievably bad, it might actually stand a chance. There's probably some meme team out there that you can work with Berserker. Poor Berserker. I think it deserves a chance. Hashtag free Berserker. All right, then next up we got level 1 Togedemaru. All right, level 1 Togedemaru. Not regular Togedemaru, specifically level 1 Togedemaru. And so you can't run this in VGC, but you run level 1. And then you give it, I think you do Berry Juice. I think Berry Juice is better than Shell Bell in this format. Berry Juice can't be blocked by Unnerve, by the way, so that's pretty cool. And then you do Endeavor, and you got like Fake Out, and you got like Encore, and you got like Spiky Shield. So then you like pair it with like Calyrex or Magearna, and you go for like Endeavor, and bring them down to 1 health, and then you go for like Dazzling Gleam or Glacial Lance, and then you kill them, and you get a boost. And it's broken. Completely unbeatable. Yeah, the biggest problem with Togedemaru is that there are a number of effects that can just go right through it. For example, Sunstrike goes right through Sturdy and just one-shots you. You can use a number of max moves. For example, you can use like Max Kyogre with I can do like Max Hail, and then just obliterate Togedemaru because it can't get its health back without using Shell Bell. And I think that Berry Juice is better because then you can at least take 2 attacks. So you can do like you could actually do something like Fake Out Trick Room and then go for Endeavor and try to break through the opponent that way. I don't actually know if it'd be effective or not, but it would be funny. So you know, if it's funny, then it's at least worth considering. I brought this to a tournament set and it did not hit the field. So because the rest of my Pokemon were broken. So yeah, definitely that's what it was. Riolu, it gets Prankster Copycat. And so what you do with Riolu is you do Prankster, and you have Prankster Copycat, and Prankster Follow Me. And Prankster Follow Me allows you to redirect Fake Out. So that's pretty epic. And Copycat, what that lets you do is you can do like Max Guard, and then Copycat, and then you can Trick Room. Yay! That's all it's used for. So you use it like, what you do is you like pair it with Calyrex-Ice. And so you do like either do Follow Me Trick Room, or you do Max Guard, Copycat, then set Trick Room, and then go for Bullet Punch. And then you trigger your own Calyrex weakness policy, and then you win the game, in theory. Probably. Definitely. You definitely win the game with that. Yeah, but it's funny. You run Focus Sash on it, so that's cool. It's you like I say, you can redirect Fake Out from Incineroar, so that's cool. If you can do that, then you're the GOAT. Pheromosa. So Pheromosa is like Regieleki in that it is super fast. So it outspeeds Calyrex because it has 151 base speed. So Calyrex can't outspeed that, and so you can go for Throat Chop on it and kill it. Yay! So you can do that. You can also do like what Calyrex was trying to do with Speed Swap, except you are 1 point faster. so it actually matters. So you can use Speed Swap with Pheromosa and give it to like Kyogre or something like that, and then your Pokemon are faster, and that's pretty cool. It also gets a lot of other cool moves. It gets like Close Combat, it gets like Triple Axle. Triple Axle actually does a lot of damage to Yveltal. I don't know if the Calc can handle that. Does it handle? It does look like it tries to handle Triple Axle at least. I don't know if how successful it is at doing that, but if you look at like versus 4 HP. So, I don't know if that's 40 BP 3 times. Oh, that's how it does it, because it's 20, 40, and 60, so that's how it does that. That's actually kind of a clever way of doing it, to get an approximation. But yeah, Triple Axle is kind of cool, so you can hit some Pokemon that way. KO Venusaur through Sash, so that's pretty funny. But yeah, this is also like pretty meh. What else we got? We got Harambe. A good old Harambe. Harambe is a Trick Room setter that is immune to Calyrex. And it has Inner Focus. And it has Instruct. Broken. Absolutely broken. Except you can't Instruct max moves. And so your Instruct is very necessarily limited. And also you still die to Yveltal. So yeah. And you die to a number of other Pokemon as well. I think you'd probably run like Focus Sash on it. And then just hope that you can actually set Trick Room and then use Instruct over and over and be like, yep, this will totally work every day of the week. It doesn't usually. Gothitelle. Gothitelle, in theory, is supposed to be really good because, like, oh man, I got Shadow Tag and I got Fake Out. Wow, that's busted. You can't stop me from using Fake Out. Except I have Dynamax on all my Pokemon that I can technically do. So I can do his Dynamax stuff. You can do, like, Fake Out, Helping Hand, but it's all... I think Gothitelle is awful. I think it's a garbage because it doesn't beat anything more than any of the other Trick Room setters do. And even if you don't run Trick Room and you run like Fake Out, Helping Hand, Protect, and then I don't know, Thunder Wave or something stupid like that, then you can't touch Calyrex, things like that, and you're just weak overall. I played against multiple Gothitelle in the Double Zoomers tournament, and each time they were all underwhelming. Never been impressed by Gothitelle. We also have Porygon 2. Porygon 2 is like Oranguru, but it's bulkier, so you can actually survive a hit from stuff. Yay! And then once you get Trick Room, it is a dead weight. It can't do anything offensively. I have not seen a Porygon 2. Porygon 2 is really, really good in theory, because it's like, oh man, I can set Trick Room against all these Pokemon. I can use Recover, and then maybe I can set Trick Room again. But that's the only thing it does. It only sets Trick Room. That's the only thing it can do. Everything else it does is garbage, straight trash. So Porygon 2 awful. I think you have to run like Recover or Eerie Impulse. That's like the only way you can even potentially make this thing viable. But yeah, I don't think it has any semblance of utility in this tier. So it's not super great. We also got Landorus T. Landorus T. This is probably against me in finals. But I will mock you, Frania. I don't think it did anything. It ended up being a liability more than anything. So Frania ran Choice Scarf on it. Choice Scarf was kind of cool because then you can outspeed Zacian and threaten it with Earthquake. You won't threaten it with an Oko, but I mean you'll threaten it with some damage. And you can threaten like Ho-Oh with Stone Edge, and you can like do Knockoff to threaten Calyrex. You can do like Stealth Rock, and it has Intimidate, and there's no other Pokemon with Timidate, so that's really good. But it ends up being, I think, really just too passive, and it just doesn't measure up to Duber standards. It doesn't reach the power level that you need it to reach from a Pokemon like this. And you can't run like a defensive set either. That won't work because you'll just die to like Kyogre and stuff like that. It's just not a good look for Landorus. I haven't been a big fan of Landorus ever in doubles Ubers or in like even like a VGC 16 or 19 context. I've never really liked Landorus. And yeah, I think it's just not strong enough. And that's why. And there's also Tyranitar. Tyranitar is actually like low-key. Like low-key, I think T-Tar could be 4, but I'm not going to put it there. But T-Tar matches up really well against the Tier 1. So like it does really well versus Yveltal. Like it completely walls Yveltal. Good luck finding that on a Pokemon. It completely walls Ho-Oh as well. And it completely walls Calyrex. and can do strong damage to each of them. And it gets Stealth Rock, and it gets Sand, so you can like emergency turn off Kyogre or Groudon in an emergency. The problem is that its attacks itself are so low damaging, so you have to run like Stealth Rock, Crunch, Stone Edge, maybe, and then maybe Protect. I don't know. You obviously get obliterated by Zacian, and a number of other Pokemon also kind of just ignore it and can do whatever the heck they feel like around it. So I think T-Tar is actually a legit threat, but nobody tried using it, and I have not tried using it either, so I don't think it's worth trying to justify it when I haven't gotten off the ground. There are also other Pokemon listed here, for example, Kartana and Victini and Celesteela, that were listed on this ranking. I included them here just because, well, I can, but they're all bad. They all suck. I do not think any of them are good. Not a single one. So there you go. That is the Doubles Ubers tier list, in my opinion. I will take this off because I want to take a screenshot of this. But, yep, that is the, this is what I would argue would be an accurate representation of the Doubles Ubers metagame post Doubles Ubers Money Tour in Crown Tundra. I think this accurately summarizes the metagame, its threats, and the relative order of those threats as far as in between tiers go. So if you are watching this video and you made it all the way to the end, first of all, get mished, and second of all, I hope you actually enjoyed it. I know some people like to listen to these videos as a sort of podcast style, and so I hope that you were able to enjoy this on your jog or on your drive to work, and hopefully you're able to learn something a little bit about this metagame. I find it enjoyable. Not as fun as Black and White, but it's definitely a metagame that I do enjoy, and I think I've been very successful at it, and so I'm happy to share my thoughts on it. Until next time, have a good one.